This is what I'm built for.
This is what I'm built for. I guess it's 7'4". That's literally true, PK.
Yeah, great. 7'4". Take a 18-footer. That's what he's built for.
Maybe a 6-footer? A 3-footer? I mean, 3 feet away, you can probably dunk.
And then when you get the rebound, give it to a guard.
Game 3, NBA Finals tonight. PK referencing the end of Game 2. Quite the hole the Spurs have dug for themselves. Got to win 4 out of 5 now. Can they win tonight? Chaos at Madison Square Garden.
A week ago,
Big
you had the
Dallas.
Spurs unstoppable.
I know, and they're stoppable. It's the Knicks who are unstoppable.
Well, Mikal Bridges has been on the other end of it. He was with Phoenix when they had a 2-0 lead, and they lost the finals to the Bucks. So I can understand where he's coming from.
Been there, done that. Let him be the voice of danger, the voice of reason. The president's set to attend tonight's game. Added security. No watch party outside the arena for security reasons. Tickets inside the arena. We'll get to this, PK. Big money. There's some expense accounts in New York taking a hit. People are paying the big cash. Chicago Bulls announced Stacey King passed away at the age of 59. 3-time champion and then an Emmy Award-winning broadcaster.
Oh, he won an Emmy, huh?
Yep. Gone at the age of 59.
Too young. This is when the age my father-in-law died.
Philadelphia 76ers are promoting assistant general manager Jameer Nelson to the team's executive vice president of basketball operations under new president Mike Gansey, making Nelson the team's number 2 executive. Elton Brand, who was their GM, will not return in the role and will take a new undefined role.
Well, Nelson's a Philly guy. Played there at St. Joe's. So he knows the city, that's for sure.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Contract stuff, it's happening, it's starting, the talks and whatnot, but not anywhere close to what we were thinking. So would love to be here long term, and as of right now, that's not exactly the case. But I'm under contract for 2026, and the guys in that locker room, the staff know that I'm still going to be me. I'm still going to do everything I can to help this team win a Super Bowl, and that's, to me, that's the priority. Everything else will take care of itself. Obviously, yes, I would love to have a long-term deal done, but they know my deadline is as soon as training camp starts, we're not doing any contract stuff. It's all ball.
It's Baker Mayfield on his current contract status, averaging about $33 million a year. It's about a dozen guys now, $50 million or close to it. We'll see how big a raise he wants, how much money they're going to leave to build the rest of the team. That is a winnable division, PK, and they can do it with him, but probably shouldn't back up the truck. He's not that awesome.
I guess not. I mean, it seems to me they already did. $33 million.
Is a lot of money. Arizona Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett will report for Arizona's mandatory minicamp this week after holding out for the team's voluntary offseason program. He's trying to rework his contract. He wants to avoid being fined for not reporting, and he thinks it's a gesture of goodwill. It's not quite enough leverage there, huh?
Well, he's Jacoby Brissett.
Exactly. And the Cardinals have, looks like they're going nowhere, working on a draft season here.
He's me, not you.
What does that mean?
You obviously got all the leverage. We'll get to that. I got some stuff I got to say.
All right. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey said Friday there's no talk of a merger with the Big Ten and called the notion his conference wants to form a super league as not consistent with the truth. No super league. Think they want to expand again? That's sitting out there in 2030. We always heard about the Big Ten. We don't really hear a lot about the SEC, at least not coming this way. Maybe they grab a couple of ACC teams.
Well, yeah, if they came this way, that would be ridiculous. It needs to go the other way to get more regionally aligned. I mean, they already have it. What do they need that they don't have?
More eyeballs, more money? I mean, they already had it before they took Oklahoma, Texas, but they took more eyeballs, more money.
Okay, what do they need that they don't have?
More money to compete with the Big Ten so they can win in the playoffs.
That's it.
3-year crisis for them. That's about all they don't have. They got a lot of stuff.
So if they had the money, they'd be able to compete with the Big Ten?
Debatable, I guess, but I think it would help, yes.
How's it helped 80% of the teams in the Big Ten then?
It helped Indiana, but it hasn't helped Rutgers. Do they have the money yet?
Well,
The Rutgers and Maryland have more, but they don't have as much as
okay,
the big dogs.
go with the teams that have been in the Big Ten forever.
Oh, Minnesota, for instance.
Yeah, there's a slew of them.
Yeah. Purdue. Middle and bottom. Predictably, the appeal filed by Texas Tech to have quarterback Brandon Sorsby's eligibility reinstated has been denied by the NCAA. So it all rides on a court injunction. If he doesn't get that, then he'll probably try to get into a supplemental draft in the NFL. Needs a court to rule in his favor now. The NCAA Division I cabinet put off a vote on the age-based eligibility model it is considering until later this month and instead made minor adjustments to the proposal with an athlete's eligibility clock starting upon initial full-time enrollment in college or the beginning of the academic year following their 19th birthday, whichever occurs first. Previously, the clock would start after high school graduation. So is this addressing players who, I guess depending on their birthday, go to these academies for a bonus year that doesn't start their clock?
There were hockey programs also want to push back due to NHL rules and the like as well.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
2 on, 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Swinging a drive. Right center field. Going back, goodbye! Jazz Chisholm, a 3-run jack, and it's 6-1 Yankees.
1-0. McGonigal line drive. Off the glove of Cole Young on a leap. Perez coming home. He will score! Kevin McGonigal delivers a walk-off. 2-run single in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Highlights from around Major League Baseball there. The Yankees beat the Red Sox, winning without their big guy. They beat their rivals. Alex Bregman taking the blame for the Cubs' offensive woes. He went 0 for 5 at the plate. They lost to the Giants 2-1. They've dropped 6 of the last 9.
Good thing he didn't go for 0 for 5 in the field. That would really be bad.
I've been terrible. I need to play better. Offensively, it's been awful. I've failed many times in this game.
So is everybody else.
I haven't executed all year.
You got execute.
Exactly. Manny Machado, I guess, could say the same thing. He's hitting under 200. He's struggling. Padres have lost 11 of 13. They got beat again. So, teams that used to be unstoppable, suddenly very stoppable.
Them and the Spurs, huh?
See? There. Looped back for you. Derek Skubal went 5 innings in his first rehab start since undergoing surgery on his pitching elbow this season. Could rejoin the Tigers lineup by next weekend if all goes well. That'd be a fast comeback.
Oh, I pray.
Encouraging for the Tigers, who beat the Mariners 5-4. Suspended outfielder Max Kepler, serving an 80-game ban for performance-enhancing drugs, was signed by the Arizona Diamondbacks, not able to report to the team until June 25th when the suspension ends. Bring him aboard. Bees blow out Albuquerque 15-3. Pick up the W there. And more college baseball today. Ready for a couple weather-delayed games? Alabama trying to wrap it up against St. John's today is one of them.
Yeah,
SEC
this
with a chance to advance.
This is a real fun time because you get the College World Series, which starts coming up here this week, and you only have one team. Here, you got 8 teams, and they go berserk. It's the greatest thing of their lives, their young lives.
North Carolina taking out USC. Bedlam.
Yes,
Drama.
2 in the bottom of the 9th.
Yep.
So when that last out is made and you're going to Omaha, it's berserk. And it's fun to see. And it really bugs me that the Devils program has slipped as much as it has. That's the one thing that I really care about the most.
Get them going.
Yeah, they don't have the money. So, sucks for them.
West Virginia is in for the Big 12.
First time ever.
Yeah. Oklahoma's got to finish off Kansas. They got a lead and they're up a game, so Kansas has a chance to go, but it's a long shot. They got to get going today. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Nelly Korda wins the Women's U.S. Open 8 under. That final putt just sliding in, rolling around. Used the entire hole there at Riviera. Besting Charlie Hull and Gabby Lopez by 1 stroke.
She's good.
Really good. 4 majors, 2 this year now.
Don't have to one-up me by saying really good. Good is good enough.
What about very good?
Good is good enough.
Great. Excellent. Sensational. JT Poston beat Ryan Gerard on the second playoff hole to win the Memorial Tournament at 12 under. Tony Finau finishing tied for 29th place at 1 over. Jack's tournament.
Yeah, it's cool. You win and you go shake Jack's hand. Golf has the best tradition of all the sports.
BYU promotes Todd Miller to replace the retiring Bruce Brockbank as men's golf coach.
I knew it. Sources had told me.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
McNabb, rink wide. Theodore shoots. Wide rebound. They score! Off the backboards. Off the goaltender. And onto the scoreboard. A double overtime win for the Golden Knights in Game 3.
The Vegas Golden Knights are up 2-1 after a wild 5-4 overtime win over the Carolina Hurricanes. They built a 4-zip lead, gave up 3 goals in 39 seconds, got pushed to OT. But on the list of crazy bounces and weird ricochets, PK, that one's got to be right up there to win a Stanley Cup final Game 3 off the boards, off the skate, and in.
Yeah, I don't even know who did it. I don't know how it happened. That's amazing.
And yet it happened, and here's Vegas
I watched
now.
it 10 times. I'm still not sure what I saw.
Still not sure.
And the guys crashing deep into the net and goals slipping in the other side of it. It's crazy. It's a crazy series, crazy game. This is double overtime. I don't want to hear the 5th play of a college football game being called double overtime. It's simply overtime. This is double overtime. Hockey players say they don't want to hear it either. Running out there for 20 minutes and then having to go another. How many minutes did it go? How many minutes did the second one go?
I do not remember.
Saturday, so I don't remember either.
I think it was early. I think it was early in the second overtime, but it was very long.
Get over. I got to get to bed. I got to get early.
And then ends on that crazy play.
Yeah. Wild game, wild series.
All right, NBA tonight. NHL's back at it tomorrow. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final in Las Vegas. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, will join us. Matt Larkin, managing editor, senior writer, Daily Face-Off, to talk about that Game 4 in the Stanley Cup Finals and the crazy Game 3 and the bizarro games we've seen so far for the first 3. We'll talk with Matt coming up at 8:30. Question of the day is next. They are spending the big money in New York. How much would you spend for something like that? We'll get to this next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a first accident in the morning. It's northbound Mountain View Corridor at 126 South in Riverton. The delay stretched back to 132nd South right now. It's also affecting traffic eastbound and westbound on 126 South, so be aware of that if you're in that area. North and southbound I-15 remains mostly clear through Salt Lake, Davis, and Utah counties at this moment. The Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls are back. Save the dates, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessel's and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmer Mania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week you can win tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on June 19th. Great seats are still available at livenation.com. Listen to KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. NBA Finals Game 3 tonight. The Knicks are almost there. Tickets for the game at Madison Square Garden range from $10,000 to $50,000. What is your limit? Jason Hill, I wouldn't even leave the house unless they gave me $40,000. So Jason will be home tonight.
No, you're dumb, Jason.
Cam, I would easily pay $100. Brian, $100, maybe. Jessica, my max is $150.
$150?
And Rick says there's no way any game is worth that price.
Well, that's extreme, for sure. But it's going to be an event above all events. There it is right there. What's the average? The cheapest ticket is $48.53. Look at that. They know what we're talking about. They can sense it on, what's that show apparently called Get Up?
Yeah.
I like to think of it, go back to sleep.
Nice. Roll over.
What's the difference between Get Up and First Take?
3 people in the color of the set, and maybe 4 people. Depends on the show. Different hosts. Same thing, though. They knock
Same
the same topics around. There's a bunch of people talking sports. We rotate through guests and ESPN personalities. Michael Wilbon's on Get Up because it's basketball season, and he's always a big playoff games. And
This might be the greatest sporting event in the history of New York City.
I've had too many World Series for those to be special.
Everything is bigger now. Yeah. And it's been a while since the Yankees have been there, right?
Yeah.
Well, a couple of years, and they've lost the Dodgers. So
a Yankees-Mets Subway Series, what was that now? 20 whatever years ago? 25, 30? I don't even remember.
And the Knicks, 53 years.
It's the drought that really makes it special. It has been so long. There's a couple generation of fans who are thinking, this could be it.
No, I was there. I don't even remember what game it was, but obviously it was in New York. It wouldn't have been in Los Angeles, so you could figure out where the games were played, figure out what game number of the series was. And I can remember sitting there in 1973 thinking, the next time the Knicks have a legitimate chance to win, 53 years later. No one would have thought that, man. Wouldn't have thought that.
They'll be back.
You just never know.
Yeah, they'll be back.
I mean, next year will be the 30th year for the Jazz. Right? It's 97,
Since Stockton shot.
Yeah. And when they went to the final for the first
Well, they went in 98, so it'd be 29 years since that. But it'd be 30 since the shot in the first trip, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. So that you just don't know when things are going to come around, even if they look like they could be set up. You know, I mean, who's to say the Spurs? It looks like they're set up, but who knows? You know, you really can't say for sure that this is going to happen, that is going to happen. It's impossible to assume. I mean, a week ago you had the Spurs unstoppable, and now they're 0-2.
And the Suns looked like they were built, but they made moves and went away. I don't think I've ever been more sure than the first go-round of the Thunder. They were so good, I was sure they were going to win the title, and they got broken up. So you're right. You don't know. Yeah. It looks like they're right there, and it looks like it could and would and should happen, but you can't 100% guarantee it.
Right. But at the same time, you go up 3-0, you're going to win.
Nobody has cashed out on blown an 0-3 lead in NBA history. Only a very small handful of teams have gotten to a Game 7.
That's the uniqueness of basketball.
It finally happened one time in baseball.
But baseball, you could see it because it's pitching. Pitching is different from game to game. So stars who dominated in that first 3 may not play. They're not ready to go. And baseball, we've seen it in the history of the game. No-name dudes get up and get a big hit, or somebody lets a ball go through his legs, whatever. I mean, you can name the list of possibilities and all that. Basketball, it's the same cast of characters from game to game. Shooting can be fickle, but I think also, too, mentally, the teams that are down 0-3, no, they're not coming back. They just know it. And so the sense of urgency isn't there. They had their shot, and it didn't come to pass. So this is the one time when you can say, wow, this is a must-win without it being a literal must-win. The season is over. And I think in basketball, so you got that going on tonight. I don't think it would be as big if it were 1-1. But because it's 0-2 and it's in the Garden
And nobody's come back from 03, and it's been 53 years.
Yeah.
And how many of these people are paying it out of their own pocket, and how many people are taking a client and spending expense account money? Hey, if you're going to go close
about $50,000.
If you're going to go close a $5 million deal, which I would assume happens, people are selling stuff, and that probably happens all the time in New York. It's not. I mean, it sounds like a crazy number, and if it's just coming out of your savings, well, then I think it is a crazy number. But if it's part of a business that's making a $5 million or $50 million deal or trying to renew one, it's totally worth it.
Yeah, you take the joy out of it by saying that.
I don't think there's a lot of people taking their kids to the game like you went in 1973. So I think a lot of the joy has been sucked out of it. And if that sucks the joy out of it, I don't think it will for the people in the arena. They'll be, whatever, I'm here for the game, all right.
Oh, yeah.
But when you realize, wow, this is an auction, and I don't have the same motivation, I don't have the same bank account to compete with these, if that takes the joy out of some Knick fan who'd like to be there tonight, and it's kind of like, well, I don't have that kind of expense account. I'm not signing those contracts. I'm not
There's
going.
millions of fans who won't be there.
Yeah.
There'll be 2,500,000 times more that are home or at a sports bar, or they're having a thing. They're not having a watch party, but they're having something over at Central Park, and there'll be multiple places throughout the city that will have that. And with that in mind, so you won't have it right outside because of someone's presence, but you will have it throughout in other different places, and it'll be so electric throughout the whole area, which covers millions of people. It would be unlike anything we've ever seen with this team here and these guys. And it's going to be the most exciting thing going on once it starts. Now, it doesn't start till 8:40 Eastern, but everything is later back there. That's the way it goes. This and the celebrities that are going to be there to get their camera time and blah, blah, blah. I'm so looking forward to the environment. This is a show beyond a basketball game, and very rarely, I think, do you have a show beyond the actual sporting event. I think the Lakers had it a little bit with their celebrities that would go at that time, but there's really nothing else that I can compare it to.
Got a little carnival on top of a big game.
Yeah, right.
I can see that.
It'll get going here if it's not already going. It's at 9:30 back there now. And
it sounded like it was going yesterday.
Okay.
People gathering and all the speculation about the seats and setting stuff up.
Yeah.
They are super fired up for a team that's gone more than half a century without a title.
Right. And it's New York.
Manhattan.
It's the biggest
heartbeat.
The biggest thing we have. And as far as, I was thinking about this, I think I paid, I went to see the Eagles last month. Well, actually, it's March now because we're into June, at the Sphere. And I think I paid a little over $300 each, thinking, oh, man, this is going to be it. And then they announced 6 more shows. It makes me wonder if they're going to announce more after this. I mean, Henley went on one of those news shows and said 2026 is it. Well, we're running out of time. And it's the last show they have scheduled, they've been doing Fridays and Saturdays. So they got Fridays, Saturday in September, Friday, Saturday, 2 in September, and then Thanksgiving weekend. So the Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend. And that, if you're going to be done in 2026, you're running out of time after that. So I did pay that, but then I thought that was the highest I ever paid, and I'm fortunate enough. I mean, my financial situation is way better than my family's. My parents, when I was a kid growing up, just wouldn't have happened, wouldn't even been conceivable. I think I popped $600 for World Series.
I wondered, I've gone to World Series, and then you have to adjust it for inflation because a long time ago, Padres haven't gone a long time, but I bought 4 tickets, and I wonder, I don't remember what it was face value at that time, and you have to adjust it for inflation, but I wonder how much I paid. But I was thinking what you were thinking. It's probably a few $100 in today's dollars.
And I literally had the last row on the very top.
That's funny you say that. That's where I was for game
First
3.
base line.
I was in the top row in left field, right down the foul pole. That was a long way away.
I can't do this. I have a fear of heights. I'm not going to do this. And I concocted a way to get into the club section, in which I did not pay.
All right.
I used devious methods, and they worked.
Nobody lost anything. Nobody was enjoying that space.
Well, there was multiples. First, it was on the couches in the club section, hanging out with a bunch of Suns players. And then it was a seat that was right next to a suite in which Larry Fitzgerald was in.
Nice.
And, I mean, that's the thing about that. Even if you're not a huge baseball fan, it's an event. You got to go. Although who wouldn't be if you have an opportunity to go to a World Series game and either you get there for free or you got the means to buy them. Yeah, why not? You sit at home the next night. And so then after that, and it was like the 6th inning and somebody came.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
He's showing up in the 6th. Even Dodger fans think you're late.
I want to say maybe
inning.
it was the 4th.
Okay.
It seems like it was midway through the game.
The 4th inning.
I thought we got it.
The 4th inning, that's over an hour late in that era of baseball.
It's a World Series game.
Yeah.
Come on. And it's not like the NBA where it's the final 5 minutes.
No, it's baseball. You got to be there for BP.
Well, you could score 5 runs in the first inning and not score again and win 5-4.
Yep.
You know, basketball, usually it's
That's true, but you got to be there for BP.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that in the World Series because there's a show outside the stadium.
Yeah.
So you can.
I have my habits. I got to be there for BP.
And I think I took in the show, hooked up with Ryan Hatch. His radio station was broadcasting there.
Nice.
And so the show outside is with the bands and everything. That's pretty cool. Batting practice is batting practice. You only get the show outside. We stayed outside, enjoyed the show. Well, I concocted a way to get in, which I don't want to reveal, but it's worked for me now multiple times. And it's rather
it's up to somebody to build a better mousetrap.
It's a genius way that I thought of. I used it at the Sphere too to get better seats in a Kenny Chesney concert. Just it really does work, and I'm gonna use it again if I have to. See if anybody can guess. I bet you they couldn't guess it how I did it, but it dawned on me at the game and worked. And so I didn't want to sit in the last row, but I didn't think of it right away. So they had some standing room only in left field.
Mm-hmm.
So we went and stood there, and guy next to me was from Australia and had no idea about baseball.
He was just totally there for the show. It'd be like us going to that Australian rules football. They call it the grand final. We'd be there like kick it between the big posts.
I think he was a student and he was going to college there. I think he was going to SU. And so he kept asking me tons of questions about the game. He really wanted to learn about the game.
Mm-hmm.
Mildly annoying, but not too bad because he was genuine.
Right.
And so then about the 3rd inning, I thought, maybe the 2nd inning, I don't want to stand here the whole time because I couldn't see right field very well. And then I concocted this way, sent my wife up so I would hold our standing room only seat positions. And so she went. I said, go try this. I think it'll work. And it did. She texted me, I'm in. And so then I went, got in, and then we hung out in the lounge. Then we found the seats, and then a few innings later they came, but then we found other seats. They were a little farther down the left field line, but that was fine. So that was the most I paid, was like $600. That was an expensive little weekend. But Ben Anderson, who you can hear from, 2 to 6? YOLO, buddy. YOLO. Yeah. You got to go. You got to go, because he used to be here at 10.
Yeah.
And he sits in my chair, so he stands by me waiting for me to get my stuff. You got to go. Okay, I got to go.
He's right. He's right.
But it was easier for me. We get lodging and everything down there for free because of family.
Right.
And
If you were trying to go now to New York, I mean, where would you stay and what would it cost? And
I'd probably sleep outside.
But if you got the money, it's true.
And if you got the money,
the experience.
Yeah.
I mean, you're way into the Eagles. You've seen them a lot of times. To see them at the Sphere one more time.
Yeah.
It's a show. Kevin says, I got 4 tickets. Utahns going to the game tonight? Let me hear from you.
You got 4 tickets, you're going?
That's what Kevin says. He says, I got 4 tickets.
Then go on Facebook and tell him to call in. You can respond to it, can't you?
Kevin locked his profile. Can't get in.
Yeah, but you can get on ours, and if he goes back and listens to it.
That could be. All right.
Or not listens to it, reads it. You can do that.
Okay, I will do that. Teresa says, I've got 4 tickets for sale. If anyone's interested, happy to negotiate a price. We don't want them to go to waste. Elizabeth says, I do have my 4 tickets for sale.
Where are these people?
Who are these people? Where are you getting your tickets? Are you just lying on social media?
They're in Utah?
Or, I mean, we've got people listening to us all over the place now, as you well know. We're streamed.
We have 2
podcasts.
sets of listeners who each have 4 tickets.
And this is a Facebook post, so they follow us on Facebook. They
and
could
it's
just
one day before the game?
Well, they could just be traveling.
I understand that.
I know. So who knows what their story is?
The possibilities are endless. I get that. But that seems a little freakish that would actually be the case.
I agree.
Now, you can't. I think scalping on site is not legal in New York.
I mean, with digital tickets and all that, yeah, people can be anywhere. I mean, that's a
well,
real risk.
You can be anywhere, but you've got to interact.
You read these fraud stories and
I had
buying stuff online it can get dicey.
This is going back 15 years. Normally in October, I'm working on Saturdays, but there was the fires in San Diego, and so the BYU game was postponed to the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I had that Saturday off, and it's in October, and I woke up, and I told my wife, I said, man, Jimmy Buffett's at MGM. Let's go. So we drive down, literally at that time, right, on the day of. And we get to the MGM, and it's like a big indoor mall, and so you go to the casino, and then all the shops and restaurants start. And you go all the way to the end, and that's the entrance to the MGM Grand Garden Arena, and then the pool to go outside, right? So it's probably, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a mile to walk that whole thing. Mm. Well, we go. We don't have tickets. I'll just buy them there, So I see this guy, and he's got tickets. I don't know, $100 or $200 or something. I forget. And so I said, okay, I'll buy them from you. I said, but he's got the physical tickets.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pay you until I'm on the inside. So I get inside the turnstile, and then I got the money right in my hand, and you stand right there, and I'll give you the money. He says, okay, but we got to do it right now. And we're running, and I'm running thinking, something is really strange here. Why are we in such a freaking hurry? And there's thousands of people there. And we're bobbing through all this crowd.
It feels like because the tickets aren't legit or he got them through some nefarious means and he's about to get busted. I guess he must be legit if he's going to the gate with you. He knows they're going to work. So if he's in a hurry, then there must be somebody behind him. It feels like a scene from The Sopranos, quite frankly, PK.
So we get through, and that barcode, and they'll beep, and then they let you on. Yeah, you're good. And they do the thing with the little gun thing, and we go through.
Oh, the little light to read.
Yeah. You know how it is.
Well, but at first I was in Sopranos. You said the gun thing. I'm like,
that
gun?
I don't know. They
yeah, I
have
know
it.
what you. Yeah. The barcode scanner. It scans the tickets.
You said Sopranos. I didn't say.
Well,
Sopranos.
I got that in my mind.
Don't go. I said Sopranos.
Sorry.
And then we go through. I give him the money, and then he takes off into the night. But we were fine.
Yeah.
That was.
It does feel like there's some bizarro backstory there.
I'm sure there was, and Yeah, they said the tickets were hot or they're duplicates. I checked with some other scalper people.
Mm-hmm.
I know a couple of guys who stand outside the Delta Center.
Yeah, they've been there for years.
The one guy.
They recognize us. We recognize them.
He went on the Jazz Beach Bash.
Oh, so you really spent time with him.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay.
And his daughter.
Yeah,
his adult daughter. Yeah, so when I see him, I talk to him. And he's always dressed up like in a Jazz jacket.
Yeah.
Like a Letterman's type jacket. Yeah, I've seen him around. And so I asked him about it. And he said they were probably duplicate hot. And so he wanted to get in because they're only going to scan the barcode once. And then the subsequent times when you scan the barcode, it's not going to beep and you're not going to be okay. That was his supposition.
Was his best guess.
And
right,
he's in the business, not me. So
but he hears these stories.
I'm going by what he said.
Yeah.
So I did do that. That was kind of funky. And then somehow I was at the Suns game, and I ended up with like 8 tickets. I think Locke may have gotten me some, and then Ryan Hatch got me some. I think Ryan Hatch got me in the suite, right? So I think I had like 4 extra tickets. So I thought, might as well sell them, right? But you can't do it on the plaza.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy tells me, okay, we're going to go down there. I said, we ain't going anywhere, buddy. I'll go right across the street, but I ain't going down the hall, down the street, down the alley in the winter when it's dark at 5 o'clock.
There's a crosswalk. There's another corner.
Yeah.
Good enough.
So I said, we'll go right across the street and I'll do it. But he wanted me to go down the hall, down the alley. I'm going to come back with no tickets and a bloody nose. So
You're
wise
from Jersey.
enough.
You got more street smarts than that. Come on. I'm from San Diego. I got more street smarts than that.
And then one other time I ended up with, I had 4 tickets to see an Angels game. And we were only using 2. So I thought, I'll sell them. So I go out on the corner, and I'm standing there with all these guys who do it for a business. And they're telling me, okay, here's what you need to do, right? And I'm standing among them, holding up. Guy comes up, and he offers me way less. I look at the guy, the scalper dude, don't take it. I said to the guy, get out of here, man. I'm acting like I'm a pro at this, but the guys to my left, and they're laughing or carrying on because they're advising me what to do. And I was basically going to give them away for free because I didn't pay anything for them anyway. So what the heck, But I thought, I'm just going to revel in this. And I'm just doing what they're telling me to do to try to get maximum top dollar for them.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Game 3 tonight. Top dollar. Tickets ranging from $10,000 to $50,000. Cheapest ticket looks like it's to get in right now is a little under $5,000, but that will fall right before game time or a little after it starts. Somebody will be left holding the bag. Takes some nerve to do that, though. All right, DJ PK, Steve Cleveland coming up. We'll talk finals with him at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And I got a bone to pick with you.
Okay, bone picking. Next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound lanes of Mountain View Corridor are currently blocked before you get to 126 South. You need to find an alternate route to continue northbound in that area. Also, I-15 has gotten fairly heavy now on the southbound side of the North Interchange in Davis County. Also, take extra time to get into Salt Lake Valley towards downtown at this moment. Attention commercial property managers. GoPave Utah handles seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Protect your asphalt before winter damage hits. Schedule today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you buckets. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
It's my favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben. They will announce the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. All
so
right.
ask me who's going to win tonight.
You have a bone to pick.
Ask me who's going to win.
Who's going to win?
How should I know? I'm not a sports specialist like you. You're a sports specialist.
Apparently.
You're a friggin' sports specialist.
Yeah, they're news specialists.
How in the
sports
heck
specialist.
did you end my TV career and yet you still have yours? And you're a sports specialist. You got a title on top of it. You're a sports specialist. I'm a nobody sitting over here with no title. I'm not a senior writer. I've never had a title. I'm a minor co-host, and you're a sports specialist now.
No one's ever called you a minor co-host, although that's funny. I enjoyed that. That was good.
You're a sports specialist.
Yes.
See if you can find that, Yak, and we can just have that as an introduction. Joining us now is David, our sports specialist, David James. You're a friggin' sports specialist.
You know, I believe they said that, but it was so loud I couldn't hear them. So
I heard it.
I didn't know.
And it stung me right in the heart.
Well, how did I do it? I'll tell you. First off, I was at one station, and then I left. I went to another station. That's how I did it.
And then I get bleep canned.
I don't believe yours is done.
Yeah, but I'll never be a specialist, even if it's not.
Can you put bleep canned in as a drop, Yak? You should just routinely, when we're doing what is trending, or at the end of the show when we crap the day, we recap the day and say so-and-so got fired, you could just drop him in, bleep canned.
Yeah, because I know what it feels like.
We need more comedy like that, Yak.
There has been nobody in this town who's been fired from more jobs than me.
That's because Kevin lives in North Carolina, but if he moves back...
I get fired from more jobs in this town than anybody.
I don't get anything for that?
I gave it to you.
Okay.
But I was in the middle of a salient point.
A loud point. I don't know if it's salient.
It's not loud.
It was loud. Yak, you got the little meters bouncing in there. Was that loud?
We've learned how to speak passionately.
Well, people from Morris and Bergen counties can do that.
Everybody from North Jersey can.
I don't know, but I forgot the other county in between the two already. Essex. I was down there at the summer games doing 5 live shots on Friday, and one of them was with the woman who is the executive director of the Southern Utah Museum of Art, and she's from Bergen County, which I immediately recognized. Hey, wait a minute. That's not far from where PK grew up.
It's not.
She found that entertaining.
Is she a paisana?
I didn't get into that. Yeah.
A lot of us are.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
There's a whole gang of them running around there. So I'm from now on, I'm just going to simply defer to you because you're the sports specialist. What would I be the specialist of?
Well, I think you are the sports specialist.
No, you are. You were introduced live on television.
I was at the Utah Summer Games. You were at the Rose Bowl on the noon show. You were a sports specialist, so don't start with me.
Nobody introduced me. I was just a guest. I'm a guest. I'm nothing more than a guest.
That may not have been their... Well, it probably was their branding at that point.
I was a guest.
You didn't have an IFB. You don't know what the anchor said.
What do you mean I didn't know? I didn't know what the anchor said. I could hear the Jeremiah right there.
Okay, yes. He was doing the live shot. But the anchors back in studio are usually the ones who say that kind of stuff.
I think they were on site, just on another site.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The lady who called you a sports specialist, I think, was on site at another, on the other side.
And they may have just introduced
Jeremiah
JJ.
and just Jeremiah.
It could be sports specialist JJ standing by with a guy.
No, yeah. They
radio minor.
They don't even know who I am.
Who is this? A minor radio host. Who's hanging out with us right now?
Yeah,
don't play into it, Yak.
They just went. They're going to go to Jeremiah and Sam, and they'll figure it out from here. And they gave me like 30 seconds, but this is my one chance at the big time.
Boom!
I'm not blowing this.
Boom!
So I gave it my best shot, like it was back in the 90s when I used to suck up to you and Locke and trying to get on sports radio at the Jazz games. I would sit next to Locke wherever he went. He went to the men's room. I went to the next stall over. And I would just unveil constantly my A material, just give it to him as hard as I could with just trying to be as knowledgeable and witty. I don't even think he knew that I was in complete and total suck-up mode. And then it worked.
He was probably pretty used to it at that point. You probably weren't the only one.
Because I wanted it so bad. But then on outside of the Rose Bowl, right outside the main area, we had a great location. And I could tell I did not have the IFB, and I could tell them they were telling Jeremiah to wrap it, and I wasn't even halfway through. And I could see the panic look on his face.
You are a sports specialist because you can see the panic look. You know what's happening. Even though you don't have an IFB, you know what he's being told. He's getting a panic look because I can right now. I know what he's saying. He's like, I need this guy to take a breath so I can dive in. I can't be rude. He's the guest, but I got to get this thing over.
Right.
This dude isn't breathing.
And I refused to stop, and I refused to go, and I just kept going.
Yeah.
My one big chance.
Yeah.
I used to be on Channel 5 way back when with Kirkland.
I have pitched,
he loved me.
I have pitched you being on again. It hasn't happened yet, but it might.
I didn't be on as sports specialist. I mean, your City Weekly, your sports specialist, your soccer extra aficionado. I'm nothing over here.
As soon as they realize they can make a buck off you, you'll be something.
Yeah. I'm nothing. I'm just put out to pasture.
Picture PK laying on a hillside eating some grass.
Right.
It's like some random cow
in the field.
Yeah, you ran some random cow you drive by between
nothing but the horizon.
I am so yesterday. It's ridiculous.
Between two small towns on the way to Bear Lake.
Yeah, nothing but horizon on the.
I literally am the biggest nobody in town.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yak. It's about time
And
you
he
said
over
the
here
truth.
is sports specialist.
Well, okay, he's an exception over here. We know
he's an
English.
exceptional exception.
Okay,
I don't even know what that means. That just sounded funny.
You're not a nobody, though.
That's who you are. No, I'm going to put it on my tombstone. Nobody. Have my birth date, my death date, and my name. It's not even have my name. I'm just going to have nobody.
It's going to be
Biggest tombstone
legendary.
ever. What do they call them when they build like the little
museum?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need that to get all the words.
He's gonna need the scrolling like digital sign that's just got the epitaph just scrolling through.
Got to run some power out to the PK gravesite. It's blinking.
Nobody.
He was a nobody. Don't waste your time. Go to the next gravesite. The headstone. Nobody cares. Did he even die? Who knew?
When we come back, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, on NBA Finals Game 3 tonight, followed at 8:30 by Matt Larkin, managing editor, senior writer at the Daily Faceoff on Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The first three have been pretty wild. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
Wednesday this week. Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
What a time to be a sports fan. We got the NBA Finals, the NHL Finals. Wow, and these games are going right down to the end. So exciting. So you wonder what's going to happen now. How about this? As you continue to work, eventually you're going to come down to the end, and you want excitement. You don't want to be, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? No. Get with people who know what they're talking about, and those folks reside with Trajan Wealth. They're fiduciary advisors. You know, the thing that I like, because I went through the presentation, I met with them, and I'm a client. You're not going to get a sales pitch. Nope. It's not what it's going to be about. They're going to have a conversation with you, and they're going to listen to see what you're about, hear what you've got to say, what your goals are, what you want to achieve, where you are on the timeline, and then together, collaboratively, you're going to make a plan that is going to give you some peace of mind when it comes to your finances. How cool would that be to have peace of mind when it comes to your finances? So you do the thing, and then the money does the thing. You're not over there wondering, worrying, and they can help you through all the turbulence that goes on in the market. And what do I do? Do I sell now? Do I buy? All that stuff. No. And they're going to be with you every step of the way. And you're not just getting one person. You're getting the entire company. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth want to meet with you, even if it's just for a review. Get a second opinion. You got nothing to lose. And why do you have nothing to lose? Because that initial consultation, you know how much it's going to cost you? Nothing. That's right. It is for free. Give them an opportunity to review your finances. See what they're about as they see what you're about. Give them a call to set up a meeting and an appointment. And that phone number would be 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. You spell Trajan, Trajan. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. I met with them at their offices in Draper, live up north, they can come up there. They got offices in Farmington and meet you wherever you are. They'll come to you, that's for sure. The website also has a lot of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK, we are joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU and Fresno State basketball coach. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
Steve, the New York Knickerbockers have won 13 straight playoff games. My experience watching sports is the teams that have big winning streaks, when it falls apart, they often, not always, but they often have big losing streaks. This would be a terrible time to go out and lose 4 or 5, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be, and I'm hoping that does not happen. But that would be a terrible thing. I just don't see it happening. You know, the Knicks journey. They've just done so many good things. They kind of embraced the bench. It's not just one or two guys. Obviously, Brunson is as clutch as they come. Player of the year. Karl Anthony Towns, probably best shooting big. Mikal Bridges and Anunoby, 2 3-and-D wings. I think they've got control of what's happening, and I think they've embraced it. And I love the fact that Mike Brown's thoughts about it's about sacrifice. Knicks need all season to get it right, and they did. And you know, embracing Tim Thibodeau, embracing the bench. They won an NBA Cup title. I love where the Knicks stand and where they are, and it's just fun to watch.
I like the idea of positionless basketball, having guys that can do all sorts of different things, right? And we don't pigeonhole them into a position like we used to just a few years back, maybe a couple decades. But I think it is biting San Antonio a little bit in that, particularly on that Wembanyama turnover right down at the end, because they don't have a point guard. They can't identify one. So, like, you know, go back to what people can relate to here. If Ostertag or Karl Malone got that rebound, Stockton goes right to the ball, right? And so you don't have that situation. And even if, you know, Castle, I think that's who it was, if I remember correctly, had turned his back on Wembanyama and he throws the ball. Well, you saw Jalen Brunson there lurking, and I wonder if he would have went up and stole the ball from Wembanyama then, you know, because Wembanyama's, when he bounces the ball to come up to him, is about the height of that Brunson is. So, and then on the other side, you know, when it was tied 104, you've got Wembanyama taking a perimeter shot, and then obviously when it was 105, 104 with the game on the line, he takes a perimeter shot. I just don't know those two situations there. Get the ball to somebody who knows how to take it up, and do I really want my 7'4" guy? I know he's a positionless dude and he's got that skill, but is that the best offense to get in those situations?
Yeah, I agree. I think that you're in a late game situation and you're settling. And that's what I would call it. Settling for, you know, a 25-foot shot. Why not take that thing to the rim? Why not attack and then kick and get a wide open shot? I just think that the decision-making really hurt them and cost them winning the game, to be honest with you. And it was right there for them to take it and win it. And I just think that, you know, Coach Brown, important to the fighting through and staying connected, fitting together, all of these things that, you know, not only exist in college, but certainly in the NBA. And, I just felt like it was not great decisions, and it was circumstances that it could have been better by making an extra pass, not settling for a jump shot. All those things led to, you know, losing that game and being in a position where they could, you know, get themselves back in that 7-game series and make things happen, but it really hurt.
And because we watched the playoffs and the finals, and then we look at the Utah Jazz and think, what lessons do we learn? I've thought for a while now the Jazz are going to add a veteran ball handler, someone who can and to PK's point, positionless, I don't know if we'll call him a true point guard. Maybe that's what it'll be. Maybe it'll be more of a combo guard, but still a veteran who can have the ball in their hands in the last 5 minutes of close games. Does this just maybe you already thought that was a guarantee. Does this make it more likely? Is there a world in which they don't add somebody like that?
Well, right now, you know, you look at the top three as AJ, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer. I know there are trades and drafts and there's lots of things being talked about. But, you know, right now it looks like you're going to have a Darren Peterson. I think he's 6'6", 6'7", can shoot it. And he'll be surrounded by Jackson and Markkanen and Kessler. I don't know. It might be a good time for something to take place. Peterson is a good shooter. I think he's about 6'6". And, you know, I don't know if he's the difference maker, maybe a trade to get a better player. But Darren Peterson's not a bad get either. I mean, you're talking AJ, Darren, Cam Boozer are all three guys that are expected to take out. I know the Jazz have worked out all the prospects, and we'll just have to kind of see. But it would appear that Darren Peterson is going to be in a Jazz uniform next year, unless there's a trade or circumstances. You guys may know something that's happening, but I think Peterson's a guy, and what happens there or what trades happen, we'll see. I mean, Darren Peterson, I think he's 6'6". I'm not sure his exact all of his measurements and things, but I think he's going to be in a Jazz uniform. I think he's a guy that has to continue to work on his defense ability, defending ability, and he certainly has the potential to become a good three-point shooter.
David Locke, the Jazz radio guy who is basketball extraordinaire with all of his knowledge and stats and everything, he's thinking that Washington might be leaning towards Peterson because I would agree with him. I think he's the most skilled guy in the draft, if all things considered. Right. And so he thinks it's going to be the Jazz are going to have to decide between Boozer and DeBonsa. And he's not as high on DeBonsa as I am, for sure, because, he doesn't think he's a good shooter. My thought for you, or good enough shooter, how much can you improve shooting as you age? Because he's still only 19 years old.
Oh, no. Listen, if you can get AJ, you take him. And there's no question. I mean, you're talking about young players here, and he's a small forward, and he's a guy that'll probably be the number one pick unless we'll see what happens down the road here. But the things I like about this is AJ has proven that he can play in the mid-range game. Maybe he isn't as proven a three-point shooter, but these guys are going to spend their whole life working on becoming better shooters, becoming better defenders. If you can get AJ, they're better. I understand everybody has a different opinion on it, but the fact that he can play in the paint, that he can put it on the floor, he can create space. He's a mature young man. He makes good decisions. He doesn't take bad shots. I think everybody feels like it's going to be Darren Peterson. But if they can get AJ, I just think the Jazz become better. I know they've worked out everybody, but AJ makes them better if they can get him immediately. And I don't believe that because he's taking a lot of mid-range shots and because he does a lot of his work in the paint, that he can't become a three. I mean, he's 19 years old, 18, 19 years old. They're going to get better. And I think that he has some gifts and skills. You get him in a situation where that's all they're doing is playing basketball, working on their game. He just got the physicality. He can bump and take a hit. I like AJ. If they can get AJ, I think the Jazz get better. I'm not saying that Darren Peterson can't be a key cog there or Cam Boozer, but I just believe that the durability of AJ is different than Darren Peterson.
You mentioned earlier the Knicks, all the things that they did, including embracing the change from Thibodeau. They've embraced, I guess, some of the things that he preached as far as the way they defend. His fingerprints are still on the club, but it's definitely different with Brown calling the shots. And I'm curious, as a coach, how much it bugs you to see a coach who had his team in a conference final get let go. And we're seeing this more and more. I mean, Kyle Whittingham, 10-2, and they make the change to finish 11-2 with the bowl win with the team he built. We're seeing it in the Stanley Cup final. Vegas changed their coach out 8 games before the playoff start, and now they're up 2-1 in the Stanley Cup final. I grew up watching teams that change coaches largely pay a high price for that. It only you got lightning in a bottle occasionally, but it was usually a mistake. Now the Knicks run counter to that, and there's some other examples out here. I mean, Indiana football, 2 years after a coaching change, 16-0, it's unreal. Do you think the lifespan on coaches is shorter, and how comfortable are you with that? Given the fact you're an ex-coach and you've seen a lot of what I've seen and what PK's seen.
Yeah, my thoughts initially are the word that comes to me is patience, and I think sometimes whether it's a GM or whether it's a coach or it's a teammate, whatever the circumstances are, I don't know if I'm old school or whatever the circumstances are, but I believe that the Knicks and their journey, kind of embracing the bench and how they're 2 wins away now from a championship. It's been 53 years. You got Brunson as a clutch player of the year candidate, Karl Anthony Towns, great big with Bridges and Ojianawi. I mean, 3-and-D wings. I think everything's in place. And changing coaches, changing players, that could be a really slippery slope. And I know that the GMs and the coaches and everybody involved with making those kind of decisions, I would just take a breath, slow down. Let's reevaluate this thing and realize what we have in front of us. And we know the Knicks are 2 wins away from winning a championship, and it's been a long time. And we know that Brunson and Towns and Mikal Bridges and Anunoby, this team sets. Why mess with this? Don't mess with Happy, right? Don't mess with it. You've got the guys in place, and it's just I would be really disappointed. And I still love Coach Mike Brown and talking about sacrifice and getting things right and being committed and embracing kind of the bench. And I think that's what's happening. And I am really pulling for the Knicks. It's been a long time, and I'm not a New Yorker. I'm not a guy that's lived there. But I do like the makeup of this team, and it'd be really disappointing to not see them take this and win the whole thing.
We're getting in the middle of June now, and as I look at BYU's roster, they still seem like a big man short. Level of concern that they don't get somebody, or they do get somebody and it's taken care of. But I think the fans are getting a little nervous the longer this takes.
Well, there's always going to be that. The fans are going to always be a little bit nervous and not knowing exactly what's going on. We know that recruiting at the collegiate level is happening internationally. It's a significant part of the basketball program at BYU. I think what KY is doing there, and they've got a really seasoned staff, and we know I always kind of got a smile on my face when I see about 20 guys over there on the bench. But I do believe that KY has put himself in a position with his staff, with the international recruiting, everything that they're doing. I think that they'll find the bigs they need, and it may take all summer. And I think another thing is that just the Europe situation, going to Europe, international teams and games, I think all of that, there's still time for that. And, we'll see what happens. I'm not in the day-to-day decision-making of that, but I have great confidence in KY and his staff, and I have great confidence in a program that's doing what seems to be doing all the right things. So let's just see what happens, how it plays out. But I do believe a big part of this will be the international players that they're going to find here late in the summer. Because they do need a big, you're right.
Do they need just one, or do they need more than one?
Well, get one for sure.
Okay.
Yes. Get one for sure, but you're right. I mean, you can't have enough bigs. You can't have enough guys. I mean, I love the fact that you can go into Europe or go into the international scene and find players that have maturity, who have played, on obviously teams that 14, 15, 16 years old that are playing professionally and develop. And you have your high schools here and you have a junior college here. But, the advantage, I think, for programs to go out and seek and find players that, in fact, are in a position and have that experience, I think enhances your opportunities to get better, especially during the summer.
We had on Todd Phillips at UVU, and instead of sitting around whining because he knows he's going to lose his top players most of the time, and he's put out some really good teams here of late, and so they come for his guys. I love the fact that his recruiting pitch, even to high school 4-star kids who are coming out, hey, don't go somewhere else and maybe sit on the bench. Come here as a freshman. You'll play. And all these other guys that are going through the transfer model, I guess, that they come here, prove yourself, and then move on. It's like he is flourishing with that basketball program by working the new crazy rules to his advantage. And it just seems so bizarre to recruit somebody saying, hey, come here, play well, and then you can move on to the ACC, the Big Ten, and so forth. We've seen it, the Big 12, and it's funny that you wouldn't think that that's what would be, but he's embracing it, and it's working. It's like when you were coaching junior college. Guys coming and going. Well, rather than whine about it, just find the best players you can and go from there, even if it's just for one season.
No, I love that thought process, and I love what Coach is doing there. I think it's just part of the world that we live in now, and I remember being a high school and a junior college coach, and it was all about. I remember 2 or 3 players, Ray Ralston being one, who ended up playing in the NBA for years, and he was my point guard at Fresno City College. And, the whole idea was come in here for a year. Just come here for a year, get this thing right, get yourself in a position where you can go play collegiately at the highest level, then go play in the NBA. And that was something we talked about all the time, that we have an opportunity here. And Coach Phillips is doing that. And I think I did that as a junior college coach, and it gave them an opportunity. And I had a number of players as a junior college coach who went on to play at a very high level in college as well as the NBA, and the opportunities were there. And so I did that most of my coaching career. I would just, hey, come play for a year. I'll get you somewhere that'll help you get better so you can get to the league. And that's what I did with every player that I coached in junior college, and even at BYU and at Fresno State, where come in, take a year. And I remember Paul George, it about killed me, but I had to tell him the truth, and here he is, he's playing, he's had a great year, and the next thing I know, after that great year, he's gone, and he's in the NBA. And it was painful. Then I began to realize that let's focus on getting the very best players we can get, and if it's just for a year, so be it. And it helped me have a better mindset in terms of just always being disappointed because I'm losing guys. Let's go find and convince, like Coach Phillips and others you've mentioned, let's go find the best player we can find. And if it's just for a year, fine. If it's just 2 years, whatever. And you work that system, and it puts you in a position where you can get somebody again and then somebody else down the line. And that's, I think, how you have to recruit now, especially with the transfer portal and all of the things that are taking place.
All teams are built for 1 year. If you're one of the powerhouse programs, you've got the NBA taking kids after 1 year. And if you're anywhere else down the food chain, you got somebody above the food chain. So don't complain about it. And you two probably know this, but there are probably a lot of listeners who don't. It's like push is going to come to shove here pretty quick with BYU getting big men. But there is a date out there, and it's Saturday afternoon. Players in the draft either have to say, I'm staying in the draft, or that's their last chance to pull out. And so depending on who pulls out, there are going to be some big men available. Presumably BYU's been working on this, but I'm looking at the list. There's 13 guys, 6'10", or taller, who've been playing in colleges here in the United States, and there's another 5 guys in the draft who are playing overseas who are 19, 20, or 21. Now, not all those guys are going to pull their names out of the draft. Caleb Wilson is on this list. He'll stay in the draft. So it's not like all these guys are going to be available, but they're going to be some people available. And we don't know about some dude from Serbia or Spain or Greece, but they're all there, and presumably the BYU coaching staff and a bunch of other coaching staffs are all poised, waiting to pounce as soon as these guys decide if they're going pro or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing. They're waiting. They're doing all the work they need to do. And I'm not as familiar right now in terms of calendar and when you can do this and when you can do that. And I just kind of took those things for granted. But I think that you're absolutely right. You get yourself in a position where you can, in fact, find the bigs you're looking for, whether that's, internationally or whether it's through a transfer or through a junior college. I mean, junior college, that has almost become a non-existent thing. The highest levels of national junior college guys they can tap into. I've got a good friend, Jeff Reinert, who's been up at CSI, and I sometimes talk to him and ask him how he goes about recruiting. And he says, it's not much different than the Division I level. You're trying to get guys for a year, sell them on, hey, come here, play for me, and I'll get you to Houston. I'll get you to, wherever it might be. And I think that's the mentality and the mindset, and I think that's what you have to do and realize that hey, you do everything you can to get that big, and whatever it takes. If you don't, you keep working it. Like you'd mentioned, both of you have mentioned internationally. I think there's opportunities, and that's what the game is now. And dealing with the transfer portal is something unique. And people are here and they're not there. You gotta basically just put your arms around it, embrace it, don't complain about it, and do the very best you can to make your program better. Whatever that commitment is to, whether it's junior college, whether it's a transfer portal, whatever the circumstances, be on top of that. I don't think you can be a college or a junior college or any coach today that if you're not fully aware of what's going on around the world. And that's just kind of how it is, and I don't see that changing. The transfer portal is not going away, and that's just the world of college basketball and the world of professional basketball. That's just how things are, and you have to embrace it. If you don't embrace it, you're going to be behind the eight ball there.
Steve, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us. We will talk to you again next week.
All right, fellas, have a great week.
Steve Cleveland, former BYU and Fresno State basketball coach. Matt Larkin, managing editor, senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Talking Stanley Cup Finals next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Main trouble spot remains the multiple accidents causing problems on the roads this morning. Most significant northbound I-15 at 5300 south. Delays back to 80th south due to a result of that. Also, the crash northbound Mountain View corridor at 126 south. It's closed both the northbound and westbound lanes. So if you're in that area, you're going to want to find an alternate around it because delays stacking up big time this morning out in that area. At UTA, it's never such a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. Your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Lots of companies do risk assessments to see how their supply chains are disrupted. Just like empires used to build navies to protect themselves from pirates, most businesses, large and small, have individuals or whole teams working to protect themselves from cyber threats. In polls, cybersecurity has ranked as the top concern for senior leaders in the last 5 years. When cybersecurity met artificial intelligence this year, a monster rose out of the sea and threatened to eat Tokyo. Sorry for the Godzilla reference. A new generation of disruptive pirates is using AI to attack your company. Globalization has created reliable supply chains that provide low-cost goods. It's not geopolitical conflict that will break the chain, but AI-driven cybersecurity. Learn more about the forces shaping businesses with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Matt, I imagine there's some hockey fan somewhere in America who's watching that game and it's 4-0 and there's some honeydew list, or they go to the bathroom, they're pulled away from the TV for a couple minutes, they come back, I guess it's 4-0. They come back and it's 3 goals in 39 seconds. They're like, what just happened? I just went out and moved the car. What happened?
Well, it's funny, too. It's like apparently the motto or the moral of this series is never lead a game 2-0, because the team that led 2-0 has blown that lead in all 3 games. It's been pretty spectacular, particularly because if you think of the identity of the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes and their coaches, John Tortorella and Rod Brind'Amour, they play lockdown hockey. They're known for smothering their opponents. They're known for preferring to win a game 2-1, and it's just been wild back and forth. All 3 games in this series have been absolute barn burners.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Taking a big picture view, hockey people, whether it's the commissioner or whomever, just look at the last year plus, the 4 nations, the Olympics, and now this. I mean, could you ask for anything better for hockey?
And I think I agree. And I think a real testament to it is the fact that even if you look at as hockey markets, Carolina and Vegas, they're not necessarily 2 that will attract fans from all over typically, but we're still seeing huge TV ratings. We're seeing the highest TV ratings we've ever gotten in the U.S. Throughout the entire year, and we're seeing record revenues for the NHL. So it does feel like the game is reaching a new peak right now.
I hesitate to ask you to predict anything because this series has been so incredibly unpredictable. Is there anything you feel sure about going forward?
I'm sure that it's going to continue like this back and forth, and my prediction before the series started was Vegas in 7. It still feels about right. I think both teams are just so well coached, and they're so deep, and they're so good at both ends of the ice that I just don't see either team backing down and wilting in this series. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big punch back from Carolina. I'm very intrigued, though, to see what Rod Brindamore does with his goaltending situation.
Oh, you took the question right out of my mouth.
Yeah, exactly, right? Do you give Freddie Anderson a mulligan and stick with him, or do you pivot to Brandon Bussey, who was excellent? And even if you look at the overtime winner, it was an unbelievably fluky goal. Yeah. So in my mind, he pretty much didn't give up a real goal on a clean shot. So I think that's also a major factor that could determine what happens next.
This Vegas run has been magical, and it's been almost so many games have been on the edge, particularly the Utah series, which seems like it was a long time ago now. How much credit are you giving to the coaching change?
Well, it's funny because I did talk to all the Vegas players leading up to Game 1 when I was there for Media Day, and they all had really, really definitively nice things to say about John Tortorella. And he is a coach who can come in and really change a culture quickly because he has that fire-breathing mentality. But what, to a man, a lot of the Golden Knights players said was, yes, he has that part of his persona. He's very honest with you if you're struggling, but he also has a real human side to him. And I think it was Jack Eichel who told me he feels like John Tortorella really cares. And that's not a knock on Bruce Cassidy. I'm not saying that's shots fired. I'm just saying that's how the Golden Knights seem to feel about Torts. And love him or hate him, he does seem to have a really strong impact. And I think that historically a coach with his type of persona, often, especially in the short term, will always move the needle because it's just such a breath of fresh air for the dressing room, and it's a veteran group of guys. And Tortorella even said he felt like they didn't need that much because they're a group that has already won a Stanley Cup, a lot of them. They only needed a few mild tweaks, and I think just his persona going into that dressing room has put them over the top.
I want to go back to your point about goaltending and giving a mulligan. Is it a mulligan or is it 13 goals in 3 games? So this is more than a mulligan. This is now a trend in the series. And you can't just add up the goals because it's where are you losing the puck on the ice and what kind of opportunities are you making? Are you giving Vegas to score? So you got to factor that in. And then also, I didn't go to goaltender camp, but listen to people talk about it. That it was a bad bounce and it was fluky the way it came off the boards and this off the skate and in. But a little over skating there. You're supposed to go from post to post specifically so that doesn't happen. That's a fundamental that's been covered, and you should have that down at that level. So what do you think of that take, and what do you think about the 3-game trend? Because all that has to be weighed when making this decision.
For sure, and I think it is a fair point. You could argue that Bussey, he wasn't exactly in the right place at the right time on that goal. But overall, if you look at Freddie Anderson's body of work, historically he has a history of wilting deeper in the playoffs. Last season, the first couple rounds, he was at a .937 save percentage, and he was something like .838 in round 3 against Florida. He's a big guy, and I do wonder if we're seeing his annual physical breakdown maybe just happening around later. We also have to factor in he is grieving a tragedy right now, right? He was very close to his agent, Claude Lemieux, and yes, he did come forward right after and have a great game in response the day after, which was the one that closed out the Montreal series. But we still don't know how he's really processing what he's gone through and whether it maybe could be a delayed effect that's sort of carrying into the series. So I think all in all, if I'm Rod Brindamore, I consider giving Freddie Anderson a break because if Carolina loses the next game, you can't do it for an elimination game. You can't say, okay, now we're going to go to Brandon Bussey. I think you got to go to Bussey for this one because he showed something. And if it doesn't work, you can still pivot back to Anderson for the next game. So I think this is your window. I think you can only actually do it right now. So to me, if I'm Rod Brindamore, I go with Brandon Bussey.
This is a little old, but the review in Game 2 by Vegas Golden Knights was somewhat controversial, but yet Tortorella said he would do it 10 out of 10 times. So I like the way he came out, almost like defiantly, that was saying, yeah, I would do it every time, even though it was, we know what happened and it cost him in the short term and all that stuff. But what do you think of that? Because I like his conviction to look at it and make the call, even though, in this case, with being down a man as far as a penalty is pretty significant, especially compared to the other sports.
Yeah, it's funny. I read it as someone, I was in the room when he said it. I read it more as a reflection of his personality. He's not going to give any quarter. He's going to just double down or triple down, and he's not going to admit whether it was a questionable decision. If you look at what Rod Brindamore said after, he didn't want to really get too much into it, but he did say, I don't know, I see it as if there's even a shadow of a doubt, you don't challenge. And that's kind of how I leaned. I think it was a risky challenge as soon as it happened, and obviously it proved very costly in that game.
Right, but I love his attitude, even though I took it in almost in a defiant sense that, screw you, I'm going to do it. And I don't care whether anybody likes it or dislikes it. What they think doesn't matter to me in the least.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's kind of a tort's gonna torts type of moment. He's not gonna relent, especially minutes after a game ended when his team ended up losing that game. I know technically Vegas still tied the game again after that, but still overall, you could argue it changed the face of that game in terms of the back and forth, right? So I don't think he's going to want to just give up that admission on the spot.
Do you think fans are outraged after the goal was not disallowed the second time, or is that clear-cut enough? How many bodies get to be in the crease? It looked like a 6-car pileup in Turn 3 in a NASCAR race. How much action can there be in the crease before a goal is disallowed?
Yeah, it's really tough. I think you have to treat it on a case-by-case basis, and I think it's the only way you can do it fairly. You have to just look at, okay, who contacted the goaltender? Was he pushed in by someone on his own team? When did the puck cross the line? When was the whistle blown? All of those factors, depending on the review, you need to, I think, use a fine-tooth comb instead of a broad stroke to determine what's right. And I know it can lead to perceived inconsistencies. Well, what about this one that wasn't disallowed? This one was disallowed. But I think that's the only way you can do it with maximum accuracy. You have to just look at every little element of the play.
Mammoth are sitting on some assets and got some talent on the team. A guy like Dylan Larkin, I just saw a story that he may want to be traded, but they were listing Panthers, Wild, or Golden Knights, and obviously that's not the Mammoth. But from the Mammoth perspective, when do you know it, or if it even comes to that, to make a deal for an established guy if it means giving up one or two of your prospects that seems like we've been hearing about, and at least here in our area, we're so much anticipating these guys arriving on the scene because we've been hearing about them for a year or two since the team moved. It seems like Bill Armstrong, you got to be careful here. You want to improve the team, but you don't want to improve the team in the short term by giving up a young stud that could be good for the next decade.
Right. So I'm guessing you're referring to Tija Ginla and Denoyer. Yeah, those are the two big ones. You're fascinating to me. And it's funny. So I did write about Dylan Larkin and about places he wants to go. I think the story on Daily Faceoff might have just gone live on our site while we're talking, guys. And I did mention Utah still in that piece because Utah to me is a team that's in a fascinating window where they've improved a lot. They've reached that critical mass of young players. And I think you're a trade away from leveling up and joining the Colorados and Dallases and Nodas. I think you could bridge that gap with one more move. And if you're Bill Armstrong, maybe you consider holding on to one, but you're willing to trade the other. So if the problem is Detroit's lost, they've missed the playoffs 10 years in a row. They don't necessarily want futures. But if they're in a situation where they don't have the right offer, they could consider taking a Caleb Denoyer, who's a center, as part of that package. And then you bring in Larkin, and then you have Nick Schmaltz, you have Logan Cooley, Dylan Larkin. You're three deep up the middle. And I think Utah, to me, is an intriguing team to make a trade like that because, one, with the prospects they have, but two, just cap-wise, if you go up and down what they have right now, most of the key pieces are under contract. There's no really scary free agent that needs to be re-signed. So there is a window to add. With the right move, you can join the top contenders. It's just a matter of, okay, yes, Dylan Larkin, he's only listed 3 teams that he's interested in, but I'm still a little skeptical on that. I think that he's going to have to expand that list. It's not always easy, especially a team like Vegas, who's in a pretty tight situation as is.
Do you think if they just stand pat in that internal organic improvement, guys getting a year better and all that, could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
Yeah, if I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team?
Ooh. Wow.
Because there were all of 3 of those in the league this year. You'd be one of 4 if you got there.
If you add Dylan Larkin and you're trading futures, so you're not pulling anything out of that lineup. So let's say if we use Caleb Denoyer as the example, you're just dropping Dylan Larkin into a lineup that was already a playoff team this year. Yeah. So I can see it for sure.
So you're fine giving up one, but not both?
I think so. And I think if it's one, it's got to be for a real sweetheart situation. So Dylan Larkin, I think he's 29. His track is quite reasonable, right? He's less than $9 million a year. And in the $104 million rising cap world, that contract is even better. So if you can get a perfect asset that has several years left in his prime and actually gives you a real chance at the Stanley Cup for a sustained period of time, then maybe you do make that exception and trade one of your top guys. Because the thing is with Utah, yes, they have Denoyer and Naginla, but there's still more below them on the prospect ladder. They have several other, whether it's Cole Baudouin. There are so many in this system. They're really stacked. So I think they can spare one if it's for the right deal.
Well, Matt, that gives us something to ponder. Thanks for dropping that on the way out the door. Good work.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the good debate here. Good questions.
Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. It's a 100-point team if they get everybody back and stay healthy, and it could be 110 if they trade futures and get a major impact guy right now.
Well, if you do that for that level of player.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then, if you have big-time success, and it doesn't really matter what the youngster does someplace else.
Right.
You're okay with that. You just got to make sure.
If you get your results,
they
can get theirs, then it's a win-win. Whatever. Fine. You don't have to pick their pocket. You just have to win.
Right. Exactly. If you win, then whatever you gave up was worth it, because if you got to the obviously if you won the whole thing, but even if you got there to play, that's something that you can't just sneeze at, because you take your chances once you get there, because one little freaky bounce and the next thing you know, you're hoisting the cup. So I understand that. It's still, but you just can't take a player and, okay, he's doing all this over here and assume, okay, we're just going to add whatever production he had, boom, he comes over here and he's the same player and everything's great. It doesn't necessarily always work that way.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think they just saw that this year, making the trade with Buffalo.
With Pajerka, I get it.
Yeah.
But he would probably go in the deal, I would think. But I mean,
I can see what you're thinking.
But that's beside the point. Beside the point that you're making. Yeah, it does. The transition, it just doesn't go from place A and then he comes here and he's the same player or better. You don't know. That's the somewhat, I wouldn't say necessarily scary, but it's something that has to be weighed and debated and back and forth and so forth. Because the last thing you want is somebody to come in, get hurt, not be functioning at the same level, and then in a year or two, the guy that you gave up blows up.
The thing that Matt brought up, which is a really good point, which is one where, again, we're newer to this and we got too many teams to follow at the quote-unquote major league level to be following these guys on the way up. How many, and this requires projection by, Armstrong and his group, how many of these young guys really are going to be something? And how many, like if you think you have.
Not all, certainly.
Right. And if you think you have like 2 or 3 who have a really high chance, and you got another 3 who have a decent chance to be something, or 2 more, whatever those numbers are, how many of them can fit given the roster and who's going to age off the roster? It's really what the Oklahoma City Thunder have. They have so many good young players, and they have so many draft picks. Like, they got to move some. They got to do some 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s. Now, it might be a stretch to say the Mammoth are in that position. You got to go evaluate that, and we can't really do that sitting here right now.
But our boy Tej, we've been hearing about him, and thinking, okay, he's supposed to be all this.
I'd be surprised if he's all this and what we've heard about him, that he'd be in the group. But given that you have...
So you give Des Noyers?
You have some in the group, and you have other people in the system, I would think those. But wouldn't be the first time we've heard, hey, you can have, and you follow baseball, you know this as well as anyone. Hey, we got prospects in the minors. You can have some of them. You can't have that one. Now, whether you try to protect two, and that's the whole negotiation, the back and forth.
I would go with Des Noyer, because Des Noyers, it's hard to say. It's like when my kid was in grade school and doing the Capitals, and she says Des Moines.
Nice.
So basically, the capital buyer is Des Moines.
Bill Armstrong needs to understand that your charge to him is build a Stanley Cup champ, but build a Stanley Cup champ with names that are easy to pronounce.
Yeah. I mean, how do you get Des Noyer over Des Noyers?
Cooley?
Of course, he's looking at me saying, wait a second, how do you get Tawil out of Tolier?
See? Cooley and Keller, fine.
Yeah.
But you start getting 10 syllables and French pronunciations.
And French pronunciations, yeah.
So right away, biased against prospects out of Ottawa. There it is. Okay.
I mean, Quebec. Come on, Rudy Gobert. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert. Once he managed to master the language, I loved interviewing Rudy Gobert. He was gauging when he could do that. All right, more with Rudy Gobert coming up. DJ and PK, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new accident southbound I-15 just past 2600 South and Woods Cross. Delays there starting the Bountiful area. Crash northbound at 53rd South has a left lane blocked, and those delays are stretching all the way back into Sandy. Northbound Mountain View corridor so remains closed at 132nd South, and westbound 126th South is closed at Legacy Ranch Boulevard. So obviously be aware of those areas if you're traveling out in them this morning. Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit HeyDoug.net. That's Hey Doug. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeGault.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris
RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is your place. The perfect occasion for all occasions. Great food, ambiance, service. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Well, ticket prices for Game 3 in New York City ranging from $10,000 to $50,000 to get into Madison Square Garden. Apparently, the cheapest one they could find, ESPN ran a thing earlier this morning. It was just under $5,000. Somebody was sneaking in for $4,700 or $4,800 per ticket.
I'd pay $5,000.
You would not.
Fetch, I wouldn't.
You would not.
You've never been in the Garden for an NBA Finals game.
I agree, but I've watched you spend money. So I'm going to go with you would not.
I've been in the Garden for an NBA Finals game.
I could see you talking yourself into $500 for you and the missus to go to the game.
No, she'd have to stay home.
No, you're not going by yourself. Again, I've seen you go out to dinner. I've seen you go golfing.
My father actually did that. He was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they played World Series games in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And he took off work and bought 1 ticket.
I do know a friend of the family. The kid grew up and moved to Seattle, and he played soccer growing up in that. And so he bought 1 season ticket to the Sounders and got to sit at midfield because they had one they couldn't
but this
sell.
isn't a friend of the family. This is my father.
Yeah, cool.
I'm named after him. I'm his blood.
Was it a one-off?
I'm half Irish.
Because once he got in, then eventually he gets a girlfriend, gets married, and then he's buying 2 season tickets.
I'm half Irish. Get me a Guinness.
And then you don't want a Guinness. And then he gives them up because now they're saving because they want to have kids and start a family. So he's all grown up and he's
That's
out.
That's a mistake.
Yeah. Okay, let me text him and let him know that. Yeah, there's a time to put. You ever go to a movie by yourself?
Oh yeah, I've been on the road 1,000,000 times.
Oh right, yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, yeah. My wife was working Monday through Friday. I was working Wednesday through Sunday. I go to a movie on a Tuesday.
What are you
going on?
You got to check out of your room because you're driving down to Denver.
But the game's at 7 and you're checking out at noon. What do you do?
Yeah,
lock that suitcase in the trunk and go to a theater.
Exactly.
Got to go somewhere.
Plenty of times.
Classic. $10,000 to $50,000. Now, what are they going to do? Because they're not going to have the watch parties. And now there was some thought the president, and that's because of the Secret Service, Now, there's some thought that he would stay for Game 4 if they're going for the sweep and win, and other people think he won't. But when the crowd surges, like Milwaukee always sticks with me. Milwaukee hadn't won in 50 years, and when they were winning the clinching game, people were just going and spontaneously going down the arena.
Oh, yeah,
and it just kept getting, and they were showing during the game, the crowd's getting bigger, the crowd's getting bigger. Like, what will they do in New York if everyone in New? I mean, it won't happen in Game 3.
Well, they'll have the watch party in Game 4
if he's not there.
He's not going to be there.
For sure. Okay.
Well, I listened to a press conference on the way going in this morning.
Oh, okay. That's way later than what I heard.
And the police folk said he wasn't going to Game 4. He was only going to Game 3.
Going 3, okay.
Now, of course, if they lose tonight, then Game 4 is not a clincher anyway.
Right.
But if I were him, man, I show up in a retro Clyde Frazier jersey with nothing on underneath.
That Larry Miller moment.
Yeah.
Walking across.
But not necessarily the shorts.
I was saying with the shorts, though?
Not the shorts.
Okay.
But the jersey? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And give
Clyde.
me a Nick cap, slightly askew. You got your street cred right here.
Does he put on like the fake orange and blue glasses that Spike wears?
No, that's Spike's thing.
Okay.
You don't want to.
How many of the?
You don't want to incite anything. That's not his style.
If they're trying to.
That's nice.
Okay, never mind. I'll save that question for later. I'm not topping that line. All right. When we come back. Oh, there's nothing PK loves more. He loves more than a breaking story from our courts. But in this case, you're going to make an exception because this is going to impact a game. It's going to impact the field of play. Texas Tech has their ruling. Surprise. Next. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zerorez. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zerorez cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZEROREZ or visit Zerorez.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zerorez is the right way to clean.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products.
When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G, Coach Tim Lacombe, Wednesday 10 to 2 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Texas Tech has gotten what they wanted. Now we'll see if they can keep what they wanted. But
Cody got what he wanted.
Cody is Texas Tech. Brendan Sorsby, court decision this morning.
Out of Lubbock.
The court out of Lubbock, yes.
Lubbock County.
The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension, which I think is Abilene Christian and Oregon State.
No, the 2 games of his choice.
Those are the 2 games of his choice.
Yeah, but make it even more preposterous.
Back for the Friday night conference opener with Houston. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is awesome.
Distinctions were made in the court decision because he bet on individual players to overachieve versus whatever the bet was on their performance. And his defense lawyer pointed out he didn't bet on his team to lose, nor did he try to manipulate a game, nor did he play in the game. So keep moving that line, and the line moves more.
You say he bet 40 times on Indiana football.
This is I want literal betting during games.
Players over on the sideline with their phone.
And they need to be mic'd up.
Guys, I'm taking the over-under on touchdowns in this quarter.
Bachmeier's running for this first down. But you can only be, here's the new rules. Defense can bet on offense, and offense can bet on defense.
We go now to our in-game betting analyst, a third-string defensive end over here.
But then when you move the back more, it'll be, well, your defensive players can bet on the defense if they're not on the field because it can't impact that play.
No, that's too much.
Oh, that's too much?
Yeah.
You don't want to see some corner tap his helmet, sub out, saying...
No. Because...
Put a bet down.
No, I want them not to be focused on their position coaches when they're not on the field, to be on gambling. Yeah.
Got the whiteboard. Yeah. They're drawing stuff up. And meanwhile, there's a guy like, I saw a prop bet in here I like. Right. What was it?
Right. We're going to get a pick on this play. Joe Blow is going to have a pass deflection. Player X is going to have a sack, or at least a pressure.
Exactly. We're calling a blitz on this play, so I'm taking a pressure over under.
And you have a little inside info. Because the
I'm telling
offensive
you,
guys,
your in-game betting analyst is the third-string defensive
offensive
end.
guys will have headphones on to listen to the defensive calls.
There's that famous photo. There's that famous photo of Game for Our Youth. You've seen it. It's been out there for like 40 years now, right? It's right before Joe Montana throws the touchdown pass. There's a timeout, and he's standing with the hands on the hips, and it's kind of casual thing. He's talking to Bill Walsh. You just Photoshop Ronnie Lott in there, like.
Yeah, right.
It's like, I'll put 100 on Clark to make a catch.
Yeah. You know the play. I mean, come on. If we're going to be allowing it, where does it end?
Well, so far, everything we thought we knew about college sports, when it gets to the courts, it gets beat.
So you could do everything Sorsby did.
Apparently.
Yeah.
You've got the
Right on.
prior.
Right.
Yeah, you'd cite the prior ruling.
Yeah.
Assuming it's held up on appeal, which seems inevitable that there will be an appeal. The reason we have these constant transfers where kids are transferring every year is the NCAA lost in court. I mean, it's not like they turned around and said, yeah, we think you ought to have multiple transfers. They went to court and they got beat.
And I want transfers within the seasons. You could be eligible during the season.
That would be, I think that original ruling, the serious one, not the thing you just threw out there, was because other college students can transfer every year. Why can't an athlete transfer every year? It's the basis. And to your point, you can transfer every semester. I mean, when we were in college, we knew kids who transferred in or out at a semester break. So that would work midseason for basketball. And I guess for football, it would work, hey, we need reinforcements for the semifinal game. Come on down.
Oh, and the postseason doesn't count. I mean, there are no rules. And when the college season starts, it'll be another great season full of exciting action with sold-out stadiums and record TV ratings. And
players we don't know.
All the stuff that matters. Who cares?
They all moved around.
Who cares?
No,
if you know?
apparently, you're right. No, apparently. We don't know, but whatever. That's fine. Catch the touchdown pass, throw down the dunk, hit the big three, whatever.
Right. Well, I mean, they're only here for a year anyway.
Yep.
And so, like Kevin Young. Kevin Young's roster is basically year to year. He's going to recruit players who go to the NBA, and then the other guys are going to leave.
Transfer.
Yeah.
Well, we just saw it.
Yeah.
And we'll see it again.
And as long as they go and do their thing, who cares? Now, BYU, you want them to represent you well, and the two guys who are lottery picks did do that. So this is beyond anything that I thought possible. When gambling was just known as the ultimate no-no, and it just couldn't have been done, it seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter.
Because Sorsby's a third
What's
gamer.
going on with people in Cincinnati? I mean,
this is Sorsby and Rose.
Yeah. Right.
Rose was in Philly for 4 years. What was happening there?
Well, Sorsby's in Lubbock, and Sorsby, where was he?
He was in Indiana.
Indiana.
He was in Bloomington when the biggest thing
that's where
started.
it was, in Indiana.
Yeah, Cincinnati's like, don't put this on me.
Well, he was betting while he was at Cincinnati too, but he bet on his own team while he was at Indiana.
Yeah. Right. In Cincinnati, he didn't have time to gamble on the games because he was the starting quarterback.
Well, he was
too busy.
He was still betting, and then he moved to Texas where it's illegal, and he was sending money out of state to people to bet for him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all that is just added on. And somebody in Lubbock County, you're eligible.
I want to be able to go home
and
tonight.
And then I read the rules. I read some of the comments, and the guys, if you think this is wrong, you don't understand the rules. And you open up his Twitter feed, loyal Texas Tech Red. Of course
there's
you are.
no chance he was
It's
a Texas.
all about winning.
There's no chance he was a Texas Longhorn
Houston or whomever. This is I don't see how
Although
they can
the
do
judge,
this.
didn't you say the judge was a Houston Cougar?
Yeah, but
the original judge had dual degrees from Texas Tech, both undergrad and law school.
Yeah, and so does he want his tires slashed? Look where he lives.
PK, he recused himself from this case.
That's the first one, not the second one.
The second one is a Houston law grad.
And it's in Lubbock County. He don't live in Houston.
No, but he is actually from Tarrant County, which is over near Dallas.
BFD, where does he live? Where does he live his life?
He lives in
Lone Star State. Lubbock. He could have gone
Wants
to
to be
the
able to
moon.
walk.
I don't care.
Wants to be able to walk around town without getting the evil eye from everybody.
Yes.
78-year-old
This is Texas
grandmas.
Tech.
You wrecked
they have
our season.
approximately 0 professional teams in that community. And Cody Campbell is the most popular guy. I pull in the parking lot at the Cowboy Stadium, and in the back of the truck, I see a sign that covers the whole window that says Cody Campbell for president. Yeah, and he's on the Board of Regents. I think he's the chair of the Board of Regents. He runs the friggin' town. How do I know that he didn't slip the guy or the third party didn't slip him money? Not saying that happened, but everything is, if it's the Wild Wild West, then it's the Wild Wild West. And if it is that, the WWW, it's just like the WE. Anything goes, man. It's wild. There are no rules. Do whatever you want. Yeah, Sorsby, go out and bet today. What's the difference? Bet on whomever you want. Why stop now? Once you have an addiction, does it ever really go away?
The Knicks.
And gambling? I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stop?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. And that's the reality of it. I've got family members, and when they talk about gambling, I don't believe them. And I tell them, I don't believe you. Because it gets in your blood, man. I've seen it. That's why I got out when I was younger. And I went to the racetrack 3-4 times a week from like 13 to 20. But I didn't have any money, so I'm running around $2 bets here and there. But then you start getting and you get a little success. Or that's why I transferred out of NAU.
Too much chaos.
The gambling that was going on in the dorms. I told myself, there is no way I'm going to graduate if I stay here. No. That 1.6 wasn't working. And this is a true story, man.
It really was a 1.6.
I kid you not, man.
Okay. Seriously, when you said that, okay, that's funny. But no, it really was a 1.6.
Because
that's why you would say you're not going to graduate.
I recognize the situation.
You're below the Mendoza line.
I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Or I am not going to survive. And I'm paying for it. Mom and Dad ain't paying for it. They didn't pay a cent. I'm paying for every penny.
And you've got a mentor in your ear. Well, maybe you had sisters in your ear too. You had to graduate. Yeah, you got to graduate. You got to graduate. You got to graduate.
Yeah.
They knew about your 1.6?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Keep that detail.
But I knew, and I got put on probation.
Yeah.
And I knew I had to get, and I went to what is recognized as a big time party school.
Yeah.
But the reality is, when I went there, I got lost. Nobody knew who I was.
Yeah.
I was by myself. There's 50,000 students running around. I got no friends. I'm by myself.
But you were separated from a lot of bad influences.
Yes. So
a lot of noise.
And I was able to, and I was working 25 hours a week. I worked at Taco Bell when I was at NAU.
The busier you are, the less trouble you find.
Right. And it was grow up time. It was either you're going to make it or you're not. And you're going to be stuck working a construction job in 110 degrees.
Yeah.
And so gambling we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter when you get down to it. I mean, I've had relatives who were imprisoned because of it. And this is crazy that what happens. I knew a kid who my wife taught at Washington High in LA, which is in South Central, 108th and Denker. It's right below the flashpoint of the riots. And he then went to ASU and got caught up in that. And the kid was a good kid. I knew him. I knew his family. My wife knew his family. And he got caught up in that, and it just spiraled out of control. And then you're trying to make up for it. You think you can make. We all heard it. You don't have to be on the inside to know the stories. We all know the stories. And where's this going to go now? This isn't about Brendan Sorsby. Where's this going to go? How many lives are going to be ruined because of this?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop. The only thing that matches the gambling ads when you're watching live sports right now is the ads for drugs for whatever ails you. And They're selling everything.
Yeah, and be responsible with gambling. That's going to solve it.
There's two things in these ads that always catch my attention when I'm drifting mentally during a commercial break. And one is in the ads for the drugs, they always there's the pause, and then they say, it could destroy your liver, it could destroy your kidney, it could destroy your lungs, it could destroy and they all these what ifs, be careful if you start,
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful.
Yeah, and then in the gambling ads, it's there's always a number for Gamblers Anonymous to get help. Call this toll-free number. Then the print's always small. It's always said really fast. Maybe they even speed it up a little bit at the end of the gambling ad.
Right. That's just something that's a disclosure that doesn't do anything.
So both those ads, there's a lot of money in the medicine and there's a lot of money in the gambling, but they have to do this disclosure to make it okay. But that's all done by lawyers. And that's all done by insurance people who are essentially lawyers' first cousins. How do we cover ourselves? It's what you always say, follow the money. Yeah. That's why those disclaimers are there.
And
so we're covered.
Live footage inside the courtroom in Lubbock.
It's a Saturday Night Live skit with two guys who are both hilarious. Those two are hilarious.
The judge, what's Keenan's last name? Is it Reynolds? What's his last name?
No.
Thompson?
Yeah, Keenan Ivory Thompson.
Keenan Thompson, yeah.
And who's the Pete guy who's got the tats removed now? His name's Pete.
Yes.
Pete Davidson?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so the judge is now, and Keenan Thompson has the best comedic face in the history of all time.
He gives you the sly side eye,
you can't help but laugh.
You start giggling.
Right. And so he's shaking hands, and Pete's over there giving him a bro handshake. Mm-hmm. That's what we got going on now. Yeah, a judge in district court in Lubbock County, Texas, granted an injunction.
So, Yak, you can do you're good at this kind of stuff. How many appeals can there be? Does this end up in front of the Texas State Supreme Court or what?
That's the thing. You probably got 2 rounds of appeals here. I think there's a Texas Court of Appeals and Texas Supreme Court. Now, you could appeal it to the United States Supreme Court as well, but he also wants to enter the NFL supplemental draft, which is supposed to be deadline is June 21.
Well, there's no need to enter the supplemental draft now and risk money.
Yeah, I
You're
agree
losing
with you on
$5 million. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh. Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed.
I just wonder how much his legal
I read
fees
that.
have
I
cost
thought you thought I was like, yeah.
No kidding. There's no consequence for the action.
How much has he paid in legal fees to get this ruling as well?
They're probably, as long as you win, they're probably giving him for free. Pro bono. Pro Sonny Bono. So, man, this is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now? Where do we go? And so cannot a pro then? And it's because if you take him out of that or her out of the sport, you're going to do that individual irreparable harm. Well, no, you what?
There was who was the wide receiver who got busted for gambling?
Jamison Williams. He got 6 games, and he didn't even bet on his own team.
It did him up for irreparable harm.
Wasn't there a Falcon I was thinking of who missed a whole year?
Yeah, you're talking about Calvin Ridley.
Yes, Calvin Ridley. Yes,
but there have been multiple guys who've been dinged in this instance. And the other thing is the NFL will have their say on his status if and when he enters the draft, because they don't take lightly to guys betting on their own team. Because to BK's point, if you are an addict, you are considered an addict for life, aren't you?
Yeah.
And
It's
the NFL is going to have that question surrounding this kid forever.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have two locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
12 Utah law enforcement agencies working with ICE.
It's not ICE telling us what to do. These are our terms and conditions.
How do those partnerships benefit Utah communities?
Yes, it's public safety.
And why are most agencies unwilling to talk about it?
And it screams to the public that we are hiding something.
The KSL investigators uncovered some possible clues through public record requests.
You know, they said the quiet thing out loud.
KSL investigates police and ICE policy. Tonight at 10.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picking second will...
Personally, I think we really don't care too much about, the winning streak or anything like that because, all that's in the past. I think to us, is 0-0, and we just try to take it one game at a time.
This is everything that I wish for, so there's no reason to really overthink it this is what I'm built for.
Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Just heard there from Wemby. He is built for this. No intimidation. He's ready to go. Win game 3. 2-1. Oh, the pressure's on in game 4 then.
Yeah, this is big-time pressure for these guys. I mean, the Spurs coming back from 3-0 seems highly unlikely. So let's see what they got going forward here tonight. I mean, it's not like it's an impossible task. It's difficult, but it was always going to be difficult, whether they were up 2-0 or it was 1-1 or whatever, 3-1 or whatever. Whatever the series might be, every game is going to be difficult, but I don't think it's impossible. You get down 0-3, then if I'm Sorsby, I'm putting a lot of money on the Knicks.
Nice. Way to tie the hour together. I like it. If you were here for the last segment, Brendan Sorsby has the restraining order he wanted. Got the court decision he needed. He'll miss 2 games. He'll be eligible for that Friday night game, Houston and Texas Tech.
I wonder if he thought it was going to come. I bet he didn't.
You thought, yeah.
No, I don't really. The idea being, I bet.
Oh, I bet he did it.
Well, okay. There was an account I saw earlier that said how much of this was like a play for him to lower his Heisman odds so he could get in on the ground floor.
Nice.
With something
yeah,
crazy.
Yeah. Unintended consequences, right? We didn't think about that. We didn't think that all the way through.
So, anyways. But nice bet, joke, PK.
You did reference the Bridges sound there. You're like, well, that's the voice of experience, right?
Yeah, he was with Phoenix. He was one of their players when they went up 2-0 Milwaukee.
How'd that work out?
That's a franchise that has never won. They've waited longer than 53 years.
Trying to do the math?
I think they came in like 1970.
They were in that coin flip, so I thought they came in 69. But
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So 69, 70?
But the point is, it's...
or 68, 69.
It's been longer. It was before 1973.
Yeah. And they've never won it. They've had 3 chances. 3 finals appearances. And so they lost. They were up. I don't remember where the games were. My guess is they won the 2 in Phoenix and then went back to lost 2 in Milwaukee.
57 years, according to Wikipedia. 3rd longest streak behind the Kings and Hawks. Clippers, Knicks, and Jazz. 6 teams are over half a century right now.
Well, when you've never won it, whether it's 30, 40, 50, whatever.
Yeah.
They've never won it. So here we go. See what happens tonight. Critical game. I mean, the Spurs have a brand new life if they win.
Gives them hope. Puts the pressure on the Knicks in Game 4.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to squander a 2-0
Be
lead.
up
in which you
2-0
won the
coming
2
home, and then
yeah.
have to go back to San Antonio 2-2.
Right. That to me, that would be very difficult psychologically. But, not to Sorsby thing. I mean, if I were betting, which I never would, I would go with New York. I think they've got the momentum. They have the confidence. The Spurs, it's just not their time. Whereas the Knicks they're just a mature team.
Phenomenal.
Compared to San Antonio.
13 straight playoff wins. They were down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks. There was nothing to suggest this was about to happen, and yet it has.
Yeah, I always thought they were going to beat the Hawks, though.
Sure, but you didn't have one of 13 in a row and going to the finals.
I never would have anybody doing that.
Right, yeah. The East looked wide open. Man, they're the team that charged through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
I don't know what Vegas has done in the Stanley Cup final. Because they were down 2-1 in the first round also to Utah, and they've gone 13-3. And that's impressive, but at least it's precedented.
Well, more reasonable.
Right.
In terms of comprehension.
Yeah. As opposed to 13-0.
Right. Yeah, that's just amazing.
We talked with Steve Cleveland, former BYU and Fresno State basketball coach, about the NBA Finals. You can get that wherever you get your podcasts. And you also talked with him about getting a big man. BYU clearly needs one. And I get you got to have one before you have 2. But don't they need 2? I mean, if they go in with 1 and then they have another injury, we're going to be talking about
ideal.
the same thing.
I don't know if they need 2. I'd have to see. But you got to worry about getting 1. You can't be worried about getting 2.
You can't win them all until you win the first one, and you can't get 2 big men until you have 1 big man.
Yeah, unless it's the Lopez twins.
Package deal like Stanford.
Yeah. Or the Collins twins.
Also
both
like
those
Stanford.
guys. Yeah. It's kind of funny.
Chicago Bulls announced Stacey King passed away at the age of 59. 3-time champion, Emmy-winning broadcaster. 59. So young.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
That is a shocker. The golf over the weekend. How about Nelly Korda? Haven't you ever made a face or groaned or something when a putt just barely lipped in or just barely lipped out? That ball, the super slow-mo shot of that ball going in the hole to win the Women's U.S. Open when she had a one-shot lead, that's as close as it can come to going out and then drop in.
That's golf, though, man. You because there's plenty of putts where you think they're going to drop and they don't. So you take that every time. And she's a premier golfer. She's engaged, so we'll see how that affects her career.
The arc of her career here.
Yeah. Does she, in 3 or 4 years,
want to step away and have kids?
Yeah.
We've seen it.
It's a common occurrence.
Yeah.
With the
star after star, decade after decade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. We were talking about that last week, and then I just channel surfing this weekend, and or maybe it was one of the weather delays. They threw on the New York Mets 30 for 30 about 1986, and Ray Knight is in it, and at the time, Nancy Lopez is right there. He was talking about an at bat, literally, I got this. He making eye contact with her in Game 6 before he went up there because he was part of that. The comeback and the ball eventually rolling through Buckner's legs. Yeah, and they were married at that point.
And she
walked away at the height of her powers. And who was the golfer from Ochoa?
The Mexican lady.
From Mexico, yeah. She was on top of the game, totally dominant.
Mm-hmm.
Annika Sorenstam, it's just the list goes on and on. So
Lexi
we'll see.
Thompson recently retired after getting married.
So how do you the Grand Slam, baseball, Grand Slam, 4 bases, right?
Mm-hmm.
4 runs. And then the Grand Slam for men's golf and men's tennis and women's tennis is all 4 events, but they have 5 majors in women's golf. You win 4 out of 5, you get a grand? Because she's 2 for 2 this year.
I don't think
How does that work?
It is it's neatly packaged.
It is not.
As it is on the other stuff.
Right.
So, but she is right now the preeminent, certainly the preeminent American golfer. I mean, I think you'd also say even beyond the Americans, just LPGA golf. She's the one everybody is aspiring to. She's the draw. Whatever money is available at the LPGA level, it's largely because of her right now. Now, others, she's on the shoulders of others that have built the game.
Right.
But right now,
but of the
she's
stars on the tour right now, she is the top star.
Oh.
There's no doubt. Right.
And I was watching her. I was watching a lot Saturday, and I could see her lurking. I said to my wife, "Oh, she's lurking. She's within distance, and tomorrow's going to be a big day." And sure enough, she gets the job done. Charlie Hull played in the St. George one.
A star, but not the star. But yeah, she was right there. 1 shot back. That lips out, she's in the playoff. We talked with Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. The Vegas Golden Knights up 2-1 after a crazy game. They had the 4-goal lead. They gave up 3 goals in 39 seconds, but they win in double overtime. When a puck hits the boards, bounces back, hits the goaltender's skate, and goes in for the game winner. As crazy hops go, that's about as wild as it gets. That was pretty weird. And now Vegas is up 2-1. And he talked about that. He thought Vegas in 7 when the series started. He hasn't seen anything that makes him think differently. And then you got him going on should the Utah Mammoth push the chips to the middle of the table, as Dennis Lindsay once said, and use some of these assets they have, some of the young players they have in the minors or junior hockey on their way up, get an established star and go for it, or should they let this play out over time? And he's of the opinion that they are a 100-point team next year if they just bring the group back and stay healthy.
Well, there's that progression that you can see that's not outrageous, but jumping it up like that.
But he said 110 if they make a big move and stay healthy and everybody improves. 110 would be within reason.
Well, it's easy for me to say if you make the right move, yeah. If you don't. But I'm not the one making the decision.
Right.
My job, I get paid to second guess, not first guess. They have to first guess. And it's not, I wouldn't use the word guess with those guys. I think they're too much involved in it to say the word guess. It is, gamble, risk probably is a better word. What level of risk are you taking? If they acquire a star who comes in, whether it's Larkin from Detroit or whomever, and elevates them, and they're in the Western Conference Final, well, then it's the right move. But if things collapse and they regress, then it's the wrong move. I mean, it's so simple to say, but for them, it is something that has to be weighed. Because then, could they wait a year or two? Because they still are young enough, some of their guys, some of their better players, that they could wait a year or two. But, man, and we just look at them as a 2-year deal. They don't look at it as a 2-year deal. They've been rebuilding a lot longer than that because in Phoenix, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And so
players, coach, front office, depending on, you're talking, 3, 4, 5 years.
And then you have to look at your competition. Who's prepared to win now to where you would be competing with them is now the time that you got to jump in. The Houston Rockets, the prime example, that was the time. They jumped in and they got their 2 titles.
And that's the thing that we frequently say with the NBA. The NBA, this year aside, seems more predictable. Now it's becoming less predictable as the 3-point shot becomes more predominant.
I think it already is predominant. I don't think it can become any more predominant.
And that's
that
why
would help us if it does.
And that's why we've had 7 champions in 7 years, and we're about to have 8 in 8 years.
Well, yeah, I think that, but that I don't know if it's a 3-pointer. I think it's the fact that the Warriors were if the Warriors were 5 years younger, they'd be winning titles now. It's just their dynasty, their run ended.
Right.
If they were earlier, the 3-point shot being whatever, they would win now.
The salary cap rules have also made it hard to keep teams together and break them up. And that Warriors group benefited from the jump in revenue, and instead of breaking it up, they were adding to it. I mean, they brought Durant on board.
Which was needless.
It was total overkill. It made it super predictable in that era.
Yeah.
But hockey doesn't seem to have the same thing. The nature of the sport is just not unusual.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the team with the best record.
It's not unusual
to have the best record and get knocked out without winning the cup.
Well, yeah, the best players are playing a third of the game.
Right.
That doesn't exist in the NBA, particularly in the postseason. Their minutes usually increase. Rotations get shorter.
They're playing 3/4 of the game or more.
And I was thinking about that watching the double overtime the other night. Guys, when they're on the ice, they don't really have time to coast.
No.
And so they have to go full speed. You wonder why they don't play longer is because a high percentage of the time, the nature of the game requires them to go full speed.
There's a lot of sprints.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stopping and starting.
Right.
And that takes a ton of energy.
Right.
And
so you can see why they're not playing as longer. And the depth is important up to 3 levels of depth. You need to basically have 3 units, 3 teams, whatever you want to call it, 3 lines. Probably to use their terminology.
It's 3 pairs of defensemen, but there's a 4th line for the attackers. Mm-hmm. And how much you have in that 4th line, how much you can minimize. It's like having a 4th starter in the baseball playoffs. If he's awesome, it's such a luxury and it's an advantage. And if you can hide him and stash him, all the better. Get some production while they're on the ice, so that 4th starter's on the hill, then it works.
It's going to be an interesting summer for the Mammoth. I think it's going to be a fascinating summer for the Jazz. It's going to be a higher level because the Mammoth already established themselves. The Jazz haven't. And they got to go about establishing themselves.
And watching the end of Game 2, when the Spurs had a chance, and actually you can go back to the Thunder series as well. They've had a couple opportunities where who gets the ball, when, where, and why, they got to tighten up the act. Now they got so many young guys, you get it. You know why they're making these mistakes, but that's why do the Jazz bring in a veteran guy. And when we brought that up with Steve Cleveland, he's basically like, well, if they draft Peterson, and you already have these other younger guys, how many roster spots do you have? How will they prioritize this?
Well, Peterson can be that guy you're looking for.
Except my thought is you want a veteran out there.
He can still be that guy you're looking for.
But he's not a veteran. Ace isn't a veteran. Keontae isn't a veteran.
He's a veteran now.
Who?
George.
He's a fourth-year guy, but he hasn't played a single playoff game. So if you're trying to build a team that's going to win in the playoffs, you want to have someone who has playoff experience. At least one guy in that group.
You're going to have to rely on Jackson. But talent. That's what OKC had, essentially. I mean, they had some playoff experience, but minimal. But they had the talent. And they were going up against a team that had as much playoff experience as they did, except for Siakam.
Right. Siakam had won in Toronto. He went to Indiana, and he was the one guy in the finals who'd been there and done that.
So that sort of washed it out a little bit. It's clear to me that the Spurs simply aren't ready now, nor do I think their team is good enough.
When Wemby sits down, they're not usually very good.
No, and he's your go-to guy, but I don't know that he's ready to be a go-to guy. And because his perimeter skills are such that that's what he wants to do. He went 0 for 2. It was tied 104, and he takes a shot that was even longer than the game-winning shot. Nobody else had the ball in terms it didn't seem like they were immediately looking for him, and he's one of them. He's 7'4", but at the time, his height has zero advantage. Because he's not using it. He wants to be a perimeter guy. What's the point of being 7'4" and shooting jump shots? I can get Harper, Castle, the list. We know who the guys are. I don't like that, and that's going to be a problem.
And especially when it doesn't work. I mean, you wouldn't like if it went in, but if it went in, it'd be 1-1, and we'd be talking about something else.
Well, he had 2 shots. Neither of them went in.
Yeah.
And do I want him bringing up the ball? No. What's the point of being 7'4", bringing up the ball with the score tied and 13 seconds to go?
The only reason to do that whole point forward thing that Don Nelson started
is
now
7'4", he ain't a forward.
Now it's a point center.
No, it's not.
It's a point skyscraper.
It's a point wrong.
It's because the guy defending you usually can't pressure you. And so someone else would bring it up against pressure.
Brunson was right there to pressure him.
And that was
in the
to your
back
point.
court, 80 feet from the basket.
And that's your point. If he can bring it up without facing any pressure, fine. But when he faces pressure, how high does he dribble PK?
Well, the length of Brunson's body.
As tall as Brunson, yeah. How's he going to dribble and keep the ball close to the floor, which makes it harder to steal?
Right, and at that point, the seconds are ticking away.
The other thing is to put him in the middle of the court and to relieve the pressure, throw the ball to him up high, and then he pivots and looks down court. It's just 2 quick passes.
But nobody went to get the ball. Oh, they have 4 guards, essentially, and nobody went to get the ball.
Yes, and there's the play.
And Mitch Johnson over there, he probably didn't even tell him.
And they've been talking about this on TV this morning because they showed the play in the Thunder series where Wemby had the ball and he threw it up court and hit his teammate in the back. I think it was Castle, but it might have been Harper, but I think it was Castle. And he's like, well, you're the point guard. I'm going to throw you the ball. And the guy didn't even turn around.
But he's not. They don't have one.
And there you go. All right. DJ and PK. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing. Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's show? Should we do that or should we just do Cody Campbell's feedback?
Whatever you want.
Texas Tech booster and board chair Cody Campbell to On 3 on Brendan Sorsby being declared eligible by a court in Texas, in Lubbock County. He's going to have to miss the first 2 games of the season, but he'll be eligible for Game 3, Texas Tech Houston Big 12 opener on Friday night, if it withstands the inevitable appeal. So Cody Campbell, this unfortunate situation is the outcome of a broken system. I'm doing everything I can to fix it, but until there's a permanent solution, Texas Tech and its student athletes have to do the best they can to navigate and compete amid the chaos that exists in the reality of the world we live in. This is What is the term the kids use, Yak?
Bull crap.
Sanctimonious BS.
No, that's what your elders use.
No,
we would have labeled it BS.
This isn't the system. This is
not the system. The system
is old as time.
The system is he's suspended. This is turning the opposite. Gaslighting is the phrase I
thought
you were
gambling.
The gaslighting.
Because he's set it upside down. He says, the commit among the chaos that exists, you're creating the chaos. The rule's been in place forever. You get busted gambling. You're suspended for a year.
This is the one rule you can't bet on your own team. It was hard and fast.
So there are people who've gambled on their own team in the past who've missed a year. There have other people who've been suspended for a lifetime.
Hunter Deckers at Iowa State. He was a quarterback who bet and was exiled from the NCAA.
But 2 games, this is the chaos. This is gaslighting.
Those are big games, though. They lose those 2 games, man. I don't think they're going to get in.
Not losing their money game. And then they got Oregon State, who's coming off, what did Oregon State do last year? 10 losses? Or was it more than that?
But, I mean, you got to go on. You play a Pac-12 team. That's dangerous.
They were an independent last year, essentially.
Not this year. Who cares about last year?
Because they're rebuilding from that nightmare.
They're a Pac-12 team.
The reaction is largely, Cody, you're full of it. That is largely the reaction right now, the immediate reaction.
Follow the agenda. It will always lead you to, obviously, the motive. He has an agenda. He wants to win. He wants to win at all costs. He's a 50-some-year-old guy who gets his jollies watching his college team win. And he's going to do whatever it takes to get them there. And, I just don't know that they're ever going to get there. So, in essence, his money is going to be wasted year after year.
Yeah, but the chasing, it's the fun of it.
No, not for them.
No?
No.
He's not having fun chasing?
Sure, but it's always going to end in massive disappointment because he wants it all. A guy like me, if the Devils go 8-4,
you can have fun. They won the conference. They went to a playoff.
Especially if they beat the U of A. Hey, that's good enough.
But you took satisfaction in winning the conference title 2 years ago.
Well, because it was so unexpected. But if it happened 4 years in a row, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And that's what Texas Tech is going to have.
But how much satisfaction did he take last year? Literally, you're the 2 schools that won the conference championship.
And then they got shut out.
Yeah.
But they're never going to be
Ohio State.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Because the best players aren't going to go there.
Some people will say things like, we won't get outbid. And in Texas, they don't have to say it because it's already understood.
But it's an outpost. There's guys.
No matter what Tech spends, Texas will call and raise.
Kids from the Midwest aren't going to be clamoring to go to Lubbock because they can get at least ballpark the amount of money. I mean, we had Todd Phillips on the other day, and he's talking about these kids. Well, he wanted over $300,000. That's too much. So examine this. To go to UVU to play basketball, you're going to get $300,000 a year? Sign me the crap up. You're not going to get that anywhere else.
That was too much.
You're not going to get it in sports talk radio or in TV.
Yeah. Right. Now, you can get it combined TV and radio. That's another.
Oh, now you're going Scotty G.
You said, no, I'm going sports specialist. You said TV or radio.
Yeah,
I know a guy not far from me who's a sports specialist who does TV and radio. I'm just saying, man, hey.
Yeah, you can say that.
I know, and I'm saying it accurately.
He's not making that.
Have we rebranded this the sports specialist and the other guy?
Yeah, it's, the sports specialist and nobody. Sports specialist and what's his face? The guy who used to be on television before he got bleep canned for the second time.
Have you cut bleep canned yet? That drop needs to be in there. There's going to be a coach is getting fired. Major League Baseball, they could fire a manager tomorrow.
I could get fired. Bleep canned.
That's it. You just have to have that handy.
I'm running out of time as we speak.
When we come back, we'll be gone. Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, take over. 10 o'clock, right here on The Zone.
Bleep canned.
Show's over.
Okay, show's over.
Now just get out. All of you.
Neither one of us has anywhere else to go.
Please leave.
Go, buddy.
Oh, that was fun. I think it went really well. Really well.
Well, I see by the clock on the wall that it's time to bid you one and all goodbye. Goodbye. So long. So long. Goodbye till when we meet again.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Less be here for you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Monday, everybody. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Let's get it. How we doing?
I am so well. I'm so well. How are you?
Good weekend. Yep. I just hung out. Got some yard work done.
Yeah, you got some yard work done. Did you get floodlights so you could work through the night?
No, I got these solar lights though that I installed.
I know you're a sicko.
Those were fun. They actually worked better. They were pretty cheap. I thought, we'll give them a shot. And put them in the backyard. They light up pretty good.
That's awesome. How's everything looking?
Things are coming together pretty well.
It's not quite up to Ed's standard.
It's not quite up to Ed's standards, but we're getting there.
Awesome.
By the time, I don't know, another 2 or 3 weeks, and it'll be popping. Although I am upset because I had spent a ton of time and research and used our good friend Alan Iverson and everybody else out there to try to figure out.
He's amazing, isn't he?
Well, he kind of let me down a little bit on this one.
I'm curious to hear.
Because I did a ton of research on trying to figure out what I can plant in my yard that will grow that the deer will be like, I want no part of that. Well, apparently the deer in Bountiful are hungry enough that they'll eat just about anything. Even if AI says they won't, they're just mowing through everything.
What was it they ate?
Okay, I'm gonna nerd out on you a little bit.
I want to get that's what I was asking.
Apparently,
for.
marigolds are a very stinky flower, and if you plant them, you know they are very stinky. But they look nice, and deer apparently don't like them. Well, unless you're a breed of deer that lives in Bountiful, and then you will just mow through them like they're prime rib.
So the marigolds are gone.
Marigolds have been taking a beating. Yes.
Ay, caramba.
I'm mad. And then I went to the nursery that I bought them from, and I'm like, hey, I thought you guys said that the deer wouldn't eat them. I'm like, I'm getting tired of these deer. And they're like, sir, you're living on their land, so you need to work. I'm like, no, okay, look, no, I don't see their name on the deed. They're not helping out with the mortgage.
Paying with the rent.
They're not doing any. They leave a lot of deposits, but nothing that I can use. So, I bought that land. It's my land, and unless they start paying rent, they can't eat my flowers.
I wonder if you could save all their deposits and, get them all hardened up and put them as buckshot.
Oh, they are little pellets. Yeah. I don't know. Now I'm Googling, you can buy wolf urine and pour it around your plants. And apparently that's supposed to scare them away.
I can just see that package showing up
at
your house.
Right? Get a big old package of wolf urine showing up to the house. My wife's like, I'm like, hey, Amazon sells everything,
I'm kind of into vampires. I don't know.
Anyway, there we go. Hey, boy, we got every now and then there's something that happens. They're like, wow, things just changed in a big, big way. And today may be one of those days. Let's get to it. Starting lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So I guess we always felt like there was a chance, like there was an opportunity, maybe, that there would be a temporary injunction and Brandon Sorsby would, in fact, be allowed to play this season. But nobody really thought it was going to happen. I mean, come on. This is a guy that fully admitted that he had gambled. He had over $90,000 worth of bets, many, many bets, many including games that he was playing in, teams that he was on, teams that he had insight into game plans and matchups. And the injunction is granted. So, yes, you will see Brandon Sorsby unless an appeal is made and put in place by the start of the season, which is going to be hard to do. It's a timing thing more than anything because our legal system doesn't really work with a lot of efficiency. So they're banking on the fact that this injunction will remain in effect until something can happen, and that won't be until after the season is over. So Brandon Sorsby may be playing college football, folks, a guy who knowingly and admittedly gambled on college football, including teams he was on and games in which he played in. So what are we telling our kids these days? Yeah, you know what? Bet on yourself. Go ahead and bet on yourself. Literally, bet on yourself.
Yeah, it sets an awful precedent, and good thing there still can be appeals. Obviously, the NCAA, who I vehemently disagree with on most things. I agree here. They've made a statement that this is not going to lead to a good result. And, all you got to do is look through the history. I thought one of the interesting quotes in it was that the judge said that this could, this could cause irreparable harm to his reputation or his abilities. And get in line. I mean, talk to Shoeless Joe Jackson. He'd like to talk to you for a minute about that. Pete Rose, who, seriously was one of the great competitors of our time. And this happened, and it was just, it was held and held and held. And so I understand that it could damage things going forward for you, but wasn't it you that made the decision to bet?
Yes.
It's not like, you were abducted by aliens, but that's kind of what the story sounds like, and listening to the way that they have basically said, hey, this kid got swept up in something. And hey, look, every athlete knows every year the NCAA mandates that you show your team a video, and goes through and talks about Stevan Smith at ASU, Headache Smith, and that whole issue. There is zero doubt in any player's mind that it's not okay. You can't do it. You just can't. And you get people come up to you all the time saying, hey man, what's going to happen with this? They're wanting information, and you've got to tread a really fine line in giving out information. But here this guy overtly bets. And the number of bets and the amount of bets for a college kid, and you can say NIL or whatever, but it's bad management, it's bad living, it's bad choices. And so all of a sudden now we're going to bail him out from choices he made and basically buck the trend and put all these people, Pete Rose got a lifetime ban, Shoeless Joe Jackson. And we've just watched it recently in the NBA with Jonte Porter. So, there's been major suspensions in the NFL. That's the other read on this, is what's the NFL going to say about this?
Oh, yeah.
And how excited are they that this guy may just come through the regular gate? So, a ton to unpack, but I rolled over today and I'm thinking, we can talk about the games that were, we can talk about the hockey, we can talk about the basketball, and there's plenty to talk about, but I rolled over, grabbed my phone when I woke up and saw the first headline, and I oh man, I don't need to worry about what we're going to talk about today.
No. So there's a couple things that fall out from this. Number one, okay, let's say Alex, who's filling in for Lloyd. Actually, I'm not going to pick on Alex because Alex actually showed up to work today. I'm going to pick on Lloyd. All right, so let's say Lloyd is a truck driver for Coors, okay?
And a mighty fine one at that.
And mighty fine, or whatever beer, And so he's driving along, and he's like, you know what? I got a big old case of a truck full of beer back here. I'm just gonna have some fun. So he's over there loaded up to the gill, and he's driving the Coors truck, and he gets into an accident. And the Coors is like, hey, we got to fire you, man. You drank our product, knowingly drove, and you caused an accident. You're gone. And so Lloyd lawyers up and says, no, I don't think you can fire me, because that's going to do a lot of damage to my reputation. That's going to cause me financial struggles. That's going to cause irreparable damage and to my livelihood. You don't say. Okay, why is that? Is it because Coors fired you, or is it because you drank on the job and caused an accident? Can we just think about this? What world are we living in right now where we're like, hey, you know what? Yeah, he did something bad. Oh, and Lloyd goes, well, you know what? You can't fire me because I like beer a lot and I drink a lot. And I'm going into therapy. I'm going to go therapy. Okay, are you going into therapy because you have a problem, or are you going into therapy because you got caught? It doesn't matter. I acknowledge that I have a problem drinking. So you can't let me. I still need to make a living, and I still need to do all of this stuff that I was doing before, because that's what I do. That's who I am. No, you made bad decisions. You made bad choices that got yourself in a bad situation. And where are we at as a society when we can't hold personal accountability anymore? Look, you screwed up. I screwed up. I do dumb things. Guess what? I get in trouble. Whether it's, if you run a stop sign and you get pulled over, you'd be like, no, I don't really, I'm not in a good mental state today, and I didn't
really want to stop.
I didn't feel like I really wanted to stop. And the cop's like, you know what? I got you, man. I got you. It's like, no, you ran a stop sign. You pay your bill, you pay your tab, you have the ding on your insurance. There's accountability, there's consequences to our actions. And I don't know what we're telling ourselves and telling our kids these days. Second of all, I was talking to a buddy of mine who works down in the industry in Vegas, and I called him this morning on my way in. I'm like, how are you going to set lines? How is your company going to set lines on Iowa State this year? And he's like, bro, I don't know. Like, I don't know how we're going to do this, because let's go through this. Quarterbacks throw interceptions, right? It just happens because they're quarterbacks and it's going to happen. But let's say your over-under on your halftime line was 23 and the score is, I don't know, like it's 14-7. And Texas Tech has the ball in field goal range. And with 2 more plays left before halftime, and Sorsby throws an interception. The under hits for halftime. How if you're FanDuel or MGM or DraftKings, and you have all these people that are going to be like, no, wait a minute. It's the gambling guy. He threw an interception right before halftime. You know he's dirty. He's already admitted that he's been dirty in the past. We don't want to. We want that bet to be waived. And they're like, no, you made the bet. Sorry, that was the line. They're like, he's dirty. Like, there's some conversations in Vegas of like, how do we set lines for why am I spacing the name of it? Texas Tech. Sorry. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for bailing me out. No, like, how do we set lines for Texas Tech? The guy's played for so many schools.
I know. I mean, that's the thing. You can't. Normally, you see a guy and it's
Indiana,
that one logo.
Cincinnati.
Right.
Okay. No, but like, how do you set a line for Texas Tech? How do you do it? Like, I don't know. Like, gamblers are not happy about this. We talk about a lot of people being angry. There's only one person, or well, a group of people happy today. Brandon Sorsby and Texas Tech fans. That's it. Vegas is upset. Gamblers are upset. Gambling institutions are upset. Your average college football fan is upset. Your average college coaches, especially coaches in the Big 12, they're upset. Guys that have to manage kids and try to keep them away from gambling, they're upset because these kids are like, well, hey, I can gamble now. Sorsby got away with it. Why can't I? Like, this is a big deal.
Judge Ken Curry ruled Sorsby's attorneys demonstrated he will suffer a probable imminent and irreparable injury if he's unable to play for the Red Raiders in 2026 and enjoined the NCAA from prohibiting Sorsby from practicing or playing this fall. Okay, I watched a documentary this weekend. Believe it or not, it was about Colts, and it's a new one. And it was a guy who really kind of got himself in the social scene in New York, and he would find these people that he deemed beautiful. The title's called Bring Me the Beauties. And he started this group of people that ended up paying him everything, and he was the master and the whole thing. But one of the places they would go hang out all the time was Studio 54 in New York. And if you know anything about that, it was wild.
Yeah.
Really wild. This right here, sending Brandon Sorsby, who's admittedly a gambling addict, who's maybe a couple weeks off of rehab, that would be akin to sending a guy who just got out of rehab from cocaine and, hey, we're going to put you as a bouncer. You're going to work in Studio 54. That's what this is. I mean, open up all the coke to him, open up all those crazy people. He just got out of rehab and he's going to Studio 54. This kid has a really bad gambling problem, okay? And you're sending him into, basically, you just said it, where he's actually going to control what happens out there. He is the guy with the ball in his hands more than anybody else on his team. And we're going to say, okay, hey, you know what? That one take through rehab, I know a bunch of people that have struggled with a lot of things, and you're blessed if you can get through it in one rehab, honestly. Because you're still telling yourself lies at that point, especially the way this went down. It was almost like, your wife caught you with texts on your phone from some lady, and now you want to go to marriage counseling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
like,
for
you
sure.
come up with the idea. I
Yeah.
mean, so, again.
Baby, I got an idea.
I got an idea. Hey, hold that thought. I know you just found these, but I've been thinking about this. And that's kind of what this is, bro. And so, to me, it's a slap in the face to all of us who have done this before. It is a slap in the face to every athlete that's competed, that every coach in the history. Like, I think about the things that we had to do. You had to be on guard all the time from this stuff. And I remember one game, Nick Emery came in after a game and said he'd gotten a series of texts after a game that, this syndicate was disappointed and they were coming after him, and all this different stuff, because they had bet on an outcome, and unbeknownst to him, and he didn't pan out, so now they're mad at him. So the angles of through my years of this were, to me, it was an easy haul. And the only reason I think it went the other way, because this does not make sense. This isn't logical.
No.
There's, I wouldn't put it past our day and age. How much is it going to cost to get this kid to play, Judge?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you could use a new boat. Why not just buy you a new boat?
Yeah.
You get Sorsby out there to play. And again, look, everybody's like, oh, no. You got to look at it, because this doesn't make sense. Like, to smart people, to dumb people, to average people, to say, hey, this kid just barely came out of this. It's not like a flash in the pan. He didn't do it one time. And then again, you just look at the history of guys that have had to basically take their poison because they made a choice. I think he should have to as well.
This is also smelling, as you mentioned, a lot of hometown cooking on this thing.
Oh, big time.
Because now, I don't know, there's going to be a lot of people, myself included, going to make grandiose statements on how this is going to damage sports long term. This is going to get appealed by the NCAA, and there will be a judge that will be like, okay, this is ridiculous, and slap it down. Like, this isn't going to be a common issue for the NCAA to allow this to happen, because this is a hometown cooking. This is a Lubbock judge in district court that issued this injunction. The thing that it's a big deal is that it will be appealed, and it'll eventually get struck down. Like, there will be a judge that will come in as the NCAA appeals it and goes up the food chain. They're like, okay, this dude's a moron. What are we talking about? Yeah, no, throw this thing out. But the problem is, it won't happen until after the season's over. After that, Brandon Sorsby's got his NIL money. He's out of eligibility. He walks into the sunset with his money and been like, I'm good. I'm out. And so it's Sorsby, it's Texas Tech, and it's a hometown judge doing a little hometown cooking. And it just shows that if you have enough money, if you've got the right lawyers, you can get away with pretty much anything these days.
No doubt about that. Money gets you a lot of things in this world, and then you got to answer for the rest of it after.
Yeah,
that's what the next world's for. Because see, these, like Sorsby, if he were able to skirt this thing and not pay any, there's going to be something down the road, because karma's real, bro.
Yeah,
I've learned that in my life. You don't cross it. And so again, this one from the outset, I thought there is no way. Then they showed the picture of the first judge posing with the
guns up
mascot. Okay. Now, we took him out and we put a new one in. Well, you share an office with this idiot over here and the mascot. Okay, so I just I'm feisty about this one.
Yeah.
Because it is, they're trying to sell us something that we obviously can see is not sellable.
So I'll ride much like you. I talked to a lot of these athletes after games, and you got out right when the gambling thing started to hit. I will get on a bus after a game, and I'll see these DMs these guys are getting. And if a kid goes 1 for 2 from a free throw line, and that costs a game, their DMs blow up, and it is ugly, 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 ugly. And so if a kid's like, look, I'm getting harassed, my family's getting harassed, I'm getting offered all kinds of money, or like I can see where a kid's like, all right, fine. You know what? If I'm going to take this verbal abuse, I might as well get something out of it. Like the amount of vitriolic things that are said to these athletes via direct messages is just disgusting.
I mean, threats.
Oh, yeah.
They do research, and, it's not hard to find out things about people. So they do. It's scary.
And so a kid's like, all right, fine. All right, I'll do it.
But the problem in a nutshell is this. We've done this to ourselves.
Oh, yeah. This is self-inflicted.
We went from like athletes don't deserve anything to let's give them all of it. And then some with zero. Oh, you don't even have to go to school anymore? Awesome. We have absolutely done this to ourselves. It is in a thirst for right now we got to win. And you know what sucks? Because we're getting venture capital deals that are giving up ownership of the university. right now because everybody's in an arms race and everybody's trying to compete so hard, and we've lost our frickin' way. We're letting kids go for 8 months, transfer with no penalty. We're letting professional athletes come back to college and playing in games. We've done this to ourselves. We're basically, I'm sitting there looking at, I'm shocked there isn't right now on the screen across from me some sort of gambling, because it's always up there. There's always something.
Yeah.
So we can be mad at this Lubbock judge, and I'm damn mad at him. I mean, this is ridiculous. And to your point, it's home cooking. But in a nutshell, in a thirst to dominate, to be the best, everybody is stepping over things that they would have never done in the past to compete now.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the atmosphere and environment we're in. And that's why stuff like this continues to happen.
All right, 10:26, just getting things started. It's a crazy day along the world of especially college athletics. Big 12 Media Day is going to be interesting, that's for sure. I wonder if they bring Sorsby down to Frisco for Big 12 Media Day.
I might, if he comes, I might go get a ticket. You know, I might go to Vegas early and get a ticket.
Yeah.
Just put $1 on something.
What are the odds that Sorsby shows up in Frisco?
No. I want to go get an actual ticket. I'll drive out to Wendover, and I want to, when we sitting across from us, I say afterwards, hey, can you sign this?
Can you sign this for me?
Can you sign this ticket for me? That would be a cool piece of memorabilia.
There you go.
You always got to be thinking.
Yeah, Darren Ravel's out there. That's got some value to it.
That thing's now worth $2.
10:27, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Early in the morning, rising to the street. Light me up that cigarette and I'll strap shoes on my feet. Got to find the reason things went wrong. Got to find the
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. All right, so I think Alex is, with his work in high school sports, is nominated himself and has given himself, 5-1, 7-1 odds of winning the Beehive Mills Volunteer of the Week?
I voted for him on my ballot. I don't know if you did.
No.
But I think he's done a fine job. I mean, the ole stuff.
He's got, look, and I think that odds are in his favor. I think that that's like Alex nominating himself and then going back and voting for himself to give himself the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week. Look, if Sorsby can do it, why can't we all do it?
I mean, Sorsby gets to play, and Al wants those Beehive meals. Man.
I know, right? Absolutely.
Hey, great selection of music right there. Just want to mention Sublime's coming to town this summer.
Nice.
Playing Zions Bank. Having an all-day festival. It's going to be incredible. Slightly Stupid, Pennywise, Long Beach Dub, All-Stars, the Ataris. All day long out there.
I haven't heard from them in a long time.
So yours truly may find himself
That's a good throwback. Are you a festival guy? You like those?
I don't necessarily love them, but I may go take that one in to see what Salt Lake's all about.
Yeah.
July 18th with Sublime in town.
My kid and my wife went to Kilby Court a couple weeks ago.
And they loved it?
They loved it, yeah, absolutely.
And you, of course, got to stay and do yard work.
And I was at home doing the things that I wanted to do, like yard work, which, by the way, I'm not joking. That's like, if you gave me Kilby Court tickets or yard work, I'd take yard work. And that's no offense to Kilby Court. It's a great event.
I see you as a guy who mows the lawn, then walks it, kind of looking at it, and then, if needed, gets down with some scissors.
Oh, well, no. I mean, that's a bit extreme.
But you've done that before.
But I will do, like, the golf thing where you, like,
I
get down
done that before.
On your haunches a little bit and just kind of eyeball it.
I got you pegged, Ed. I have got you pegged.
Although I am a little nervous because they are throttling down the irrigation, and rightfully so, because, our drought that we're in right now. So, look, July 18th, we're bringing the whole staff over for a barbecue. And I want that lawn to be pristine. I don't want yellow spots on there.
And honestly, that's what I've experienced here in Utah. Those rules are for everybody else. They're certainly not for me and my lawn. Because it's got to be green. So they're talking about everybody else.
You judge a man by the quality of his lawn. My dad told me that. I firmly believe that as well. You judge the character of a man based on how he treats his home.
And you do what you got to do to get it right.
Yeah, you got to. No, I'm kidding, by the way.
Of course, Scotty would never.
Everybody follow the water restriction rules. All right. I mean, yes. All right. Brandon Sorsby will be playing. So the Big 12 odds are now heavily in Texas Tech's favor. They were probably, we talked to Shehan Jayaraja last week. We said, all right, if he doesn't play, which we all assume he won't, where do you have Texas Tech in your preseason rankings? And he said, I'd still put him number one. Well, they are definitely number one now with Brandon Sorsby apparently being able to play this upcoming season. So in case you're just joining us, the injunction was granted, a temporary injunction, which, given the timing, will essentially allow him, trust me, this will be appealed and it'll get struck down, but it's not going to happen until after the season's over. So Brandon Sorsby, I would say plan on him playing this upcoming season for Texas Tech. I'm still wrapping my brain around it.
Because all the way along, I've been asking you, like, Scotty, they're not going to let him play, right?
No.
There's no way.
No way. We've asked how many guests. It's not going to happen. No. Well, never underestimate the power of Texas influence.
And honestly, that needs to be probably talked about more than anything. And this is just the way this went down. I don't love it. Again, could someone in Lubbock gotten to that judge in Lubbock? Yeah. I mean, and that dude wants to be able to hang out and, go to the grocery store from time to time.
Yeah.
The NCAA has made a statement. I want to read it. The NCAA strongly agrees with the court's ruling in Sorsby's case and is deeply concerned with the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome, which undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports. The NCAA is committed to supporting student-athlete mental health, but must continue to aggressively defend against actions that defraud college athletics and threaten competitive integrity, such as betting on one's own sport, which is so well put.
Makes sense to me.
Basically, they're saying, yeah, it's too bad that it became a mental issue, and we're sensitive to that. But at the same time, see, there's this thing, and you've learned this, back when you were a kid. If you walk next to the fire
and you
burnt. You put your hand in it, it's going to burn you. So stay away from the fire. And this kid, he was living in an inferno in this instance for a couple of years here, doing things that were so far out of bounds. And now the only thing that they're considering is his mental health and not the ramifications or the accountability aspect.
All right, try to make sense out of this. Cody Campbell, who is the billionaire that's been funding the resurgence of Texas Tech as of late, and he's also trying to work in the Save College Sports, like he's behind the legislation. Like he understands that college sports is a little broken, and he doesn't want, frankly, this dude doesn't want to be funding, tens of millions of dollars into that roster every year. He would like to be able to back off a little bit. And so he released a statement today in regards to the Brandon Sorsby situation. Now, remember, he's not only a huge booster, but he's the chair of the Texas Tech Board of Governors. And so he says, this unfortunate situation is the outcome of a broken system. I'm doing everything I can to fix it, but until there is a permanent solution, Texas Tech and its student athletes have to do the best they can to navigate and compete amid the chaos that exists in the reality of the world we live in. So essentially, Cody Campbell's just throwing his hands up in the air and saying, hey, look, you know what? Until we get some rules and instead we get some regulations, we're just going to keep treating it like the old Wild West. Okay, guess what? There is a rule. This isn't NIL. This isn't full cost of attendance. This isn't, transfers to go anywhere. Those can be legally challenged. I don't like it, but they can be legally challenged, and they've been overthrown. The thing that should not be legally challenged and should not be overthrown is gambling. Is gambling on yourself, gambling on your sport, gambling on your team. That's not, there's no chaos there. That's not a broken system there. That's simple. It's like you can't gamble, and if you do, you get thrown out. Pretty black and white there.
Yeah, and that's the part that's really hard for me. Again, when you throw out just through the years, and I'm telling you, man, I grew up when Pete Rose was playing,
yes.
And I remember when this all went down, and it was just, it didn't matter who you talked to. They're like, you just can't. And the part of this, like, he was so quick to say all these bets happened while he was in Indiana. You're telling me last year when he's at Cincinnati, and this has been a pattern, that he doesn't have a couple dudes on the side that he's saying, hey, go do this for me. And, you know, that's the part of me, like, he played this entire year and then went to rehab. So what happened in Cincinnati? We don't talk a lot about it. But I would have to think with the control, because that's what he was seeking. With the Indiana thing, he was a fly on the wall. And he heard the meetings, and he knew what was going on. And he knew who was basically going to play for the other team up, you know, as soon as everybody else did and who wasn't. So he was privy to inside information. So he did it in Indiana to get an advantage. Well, why in Cincinnati when you've got the ball in your hands every snap, and even if it's betting on yourself, okay? But why are we not talking more about that period of time? And I think, again, this is run rampant because $90,000 and 2,400 bets or something like that. Is that the number was?
Yeah.
I did the math. That's a one bet a day. Okay, that's one bet a day, which doesn't seem like much, but when you go over 4 years, that's called a real problem.
Yeah. The Texas Tech athletic director has issued a statement. As we have said before, we do not believe the circumstances of Brandon's case warranted permanent ineligibility. As he returns to our football program, we remain committed to supporting Brandon's recovery and ensuring his compliance with the court's order. A comprehensive support structure, including clinical care, monitoring, and compliance checks, will remain fully in place for the duration of Brandon's time as a student at Texas Tech. Oh, by the way, student, you mean he's actually going to go to class?
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, he's going to take odds making. Odds making 101 and statistics and numerology.
Yeah. I mean, okay, when does this stop? Like, we're going to get a guy suing for a 7th year, and he'll get it. We're going to have a guy that had a rookie year in the NBA who played NBA basketball during the regular season, because we've already seen guys that have played in the preseason and have signed 2-way contracts now coming back to college basketball. So at some point, we're going to have a guy that's like, no, I can make more money going back to college. Well, yeah, you signed a rookie contract here in the NBA. No, I'm going to sue, and I want to go back to college because I can make 3 times as much there.
It's dirty. It's nasty. It's ugly.
And by the way, the adults in the room are supposed to be the judges, right? Like, we all know lawyers are slime. I'm kidding. A lot of good lawyers out there, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of people that are morally flexible. Who are the people that we expect not to be morally flexible? Judges, okay? Those are supposed to be the adults in the room. Your boosters, your universities, your fans, all they care about is winning. Look, if this happened at Kansas State, the athletic director at Texas Tech would not be like, you know what? We think you at Kansas State should allow this kid should be able to play at Kansas State. We're absolutely cool with that. You know what? Make sure he gets the clinical help that he needs, and you support him, and we're on board with that. No, you're only in favor of this because it helps you win. And if it happened to another school, you'd be all ticked off as well, like everybody else is ticked off at you. It's just black and white. It's like Seinfeld. It just comes down to laundry. That's where your allegiances are, and so that's what you're going to fight for. But come on. A judge is supposed to be above all of that. And they're not? I mean, that's pretty disgusting.
Well, and I will kind of finish where we talked about last segment. Again, in a thirst to dominate, this landscape has required every single participant to get outside of the things they typically did and go big. Because if you don't, everybody else is going big.
Yeah.
I mean, teams have $20 million basketball rosters in college. And what are you going to do? You're going to roll out a group of guys that came for a bag of donuts and a Twinkie and a meal plan? It's a crazy, crazy, crazy time. But shame on all of us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shame on us all.
Yep. We did this. 10:45, what you may have missed coming up next right here on The Zone.
Turn it up.
Let's go! It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then, introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, you and I went down to Cedar City, and we both made stops. You on your way down, me on my way back at Bar W Beef.
Yeah, I mean, I don't drive down that way anymore now that I know it's there and miss it because I had the Cowboy Burger while I was down there. And it's a patty, right? It's a quarter pound, and then it has brisket on top of it.
Ah, yeah. Yep.
So you get kind of that barbecue beef sandwich and a hamburger all in one. I went with the fried pickles.
Those are
my
awesome,
side.
huh?
Yeah, they're big old fried pickles. They're awesome. And the sauces are great. And my wife went, and she actually kind of did a Scotty. She was like, I want a salad, but I need to get protein. So she did brisket salad. She got a brisket salad, and that was her first time. She loved it. We've been eating their meat because going down and doing that remote, I was sent home with a bunch, and then we've ordered more. So I am vastly familiar with this place, not only on location, but the awesome stuff they send me.
So last night, my wife, she's like, you have dinner. I'm like, I got you. No worries. And so for Sunday dinner, I went to the freezer, had a roast from Bar W, threw it in the slow cooker, put some veggies, a little broth in there, let that simmer for a few hours, and boom. You thought we had pot roast. I mean, it was awesome. It was really slick, and it's so good. The 14-day dry age, it is unbelievable. Whether you want it sent to your house at barwbeef.com or you want to go down to Nephi and have somebody prepare it for you, it's all available for you at Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
12 Utah law enforcement agencies working with ICE.
It's not ICE telling us what to do. These are our terms and conditions.
How do those partnerships benefit Utah communities?
Yes, it's public safety.
And why are most agencies unwilling to talk about it?
And it screams to the public that we are hiding something.
The KSL investigators uncovered some possible clues through public record requests.
You know, they said the quiet thing out loud.
KSL investigates police and ICE policy. Tonight at 10.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly.
What you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to talk more about it coming up here in just a bit, but if you are not enjoying the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals, something's wrong with you, because these are awesome series.
Yeah, these are great, and it's unfortunate because I want the NBA
same.
series to go further. And Wemby's pass, if he could get that thing back, I saw an angle of it where Castle's looking at him 2 or 3 steps, and it's just one of those things. The minute he decides, okay, he's not going to throw it, and turns his head, he threw it. And Wemby actually had some. This has not been necessarily a stellar series for him, and for all intents and purposes, you got to give Karl Anthony Towns an absolute ton of credit, because I even said it here when we were talking about previewing the final. OG Anunoby seemed to me to be the guy that would be an awesome matchup on Wemby, and we have not seen much of that at all. It's been Karl Anthony Towns, who for much of his career was maligned as a soft guy and a non-winner, and I'll tell you what, he's proving everybody wrong. He and Jalen Brunson both.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The little guy and he, but he's been a huge part of it. I want to get into the numbers later in the show, because some of the stuff I read about their possessions matched up together and things like that has been pretty eye-opening. But nonetheless, I'm with you. The basketball has been awesome. The hockey is at another level. Like game the other night, I told you this. We were both sitting there watching it. That thing gets 4-0, and I'm not a blowout guy. I just don't like them.
Yeah, same.
But I went into to change into pajamas because it's getting late, and I came back out, and I was going to find a documentary.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna actually let this thing marinate for a minute.
Let it breathe for a bit.
And I pulled my computer out and I started working on things for today, making notes and stuff. And out of the corner of my eye, I see a flash of light, and bam, 1 goal. It wasn't maybe 2 minutes later, bam, another goal.
4-2. Wait a minute.
And so I'm glad I kept this on. And then obviously the rest. But the fact that Carolina had enough in the tank to score 4 goals in the third period, and darn near won the game, but Vegas held them off. That would have been a really tough one to live down if they would have lost that.
Yeah, those teams that survive a meltdown. There's teams that, obviously we worry about how they handle when they lose a game like that, but then I think a team really grows mentally when they win a game like that after blowing big leads and hanging on and finding a way to get the W. I mean, shows a lot about who a team is and how they can handle themselves. And this Vegas team, they just seem to get a little tougher. And you know what? I think what happened is that the Mammoths softened them up for everybody else in the league.
There's no question. We were
or hardened them up, I guess I should say.
Yeah. Well, they definitely had to battle. And I think that we'll look back, regardless of how this thing turns out, as a really pivotal point for the Mammoth. They could have played just about anybody, as it was shaping up, but it ended up being Vegas. And, yeah, that was a physical series, but not one that was dominated by Vegas in any stretch. And if you ask them honestly, they got to feel fortunate they got through it.
Yeah.
Because they were within 52 seconds of that thing going to a place that would have been really hard to come back from.
So the Utah Mammoth are to the NHL as the blank are to the NBA. That would be the Atlanta Hawks. Because remember, the Hawks actually won 2 games against the Knicks in the opening round of the NBA playoffs. The Knicks have not lost since. And so Quinn Snyder just got himself a massive, massive contract extension. And look, you've been around Quinn for a long time. We've all known him. He's certainly eccentric, to say the least. But when it comes to just X's and O's in basketball, you're hard-pressed to find anybody better.
Yeah, just because he lives and breathes and dies it.
Yeah.
I mean, there is zero time for that guy. He doesn't sleep much. You can see that in his appearance, the mad scientist look he's gone with lately. But I got a ton of respect for him because he works at his craft. And I told you, what did I tell you about Atlanta when we were reading that off the air?
You said, watch out for him.
They got something
brewing.
cooking. Yeah,
Yep.
They got something cooking down there. And so if the Mammoth, if we're going to put something, I would say the Mammoth have something cooking too. So that's a great point out, great call out. The one interesting thing in that hockey is, Anderson's been so good for Carolina this year. And, after the onslaught, the 4-0, he actually got pulled. And, they brought a new goalie in, and he was unbelievable in his time. So they've got now 2 goalies to kind of decide who's going to be out there in the cage.
That will be an interesting development for sure. All right, 1056, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, we'll talk a little bit more NHL straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. America First Credit Union has you squared away. There's so many great opportunities for you to better your financial situation, and America First Credit Union has got it locked and loaded. Now, here's the great thing. If you're looking for an opportunity to get that summer project done, if you want to get that remodel done, or if you need to get some home improvement projects going, or just find a way to pay for college, vacation, or whatever the case is, you really have a great opportunity to tap into the equity in your home. It's a HELOC, and an incredible low rate is available for you right now for 6 months. A 6-month low rate that you can obviously take extreme advantage of, and then after 6 months, it goes back to the already low monthly rate as well. It's all available for you at America First. Go to americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com, and you can even sign up for a credit card that will have 0 interest for 6 months. That's right. You've got a 6-month window here where you could do a lot of damage to debt that you already have. Imagine taking your credit card debt, transferring those balances over to that new America First Credit Union credit card, not worry about any high interest or any interest for 6 months, and really doing some work on those balances. That's the great thing about America First. They want to work for you. They want you to be in the best financial situation you can be in. Go to americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com, or find the branch nearest you.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
The energy, the roar,
Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, I feel bad for always bugging Shehan Jayaraja from CBS, but he will join us at 12:30. We may just have to call him an honorary staff member here at the Zone because he lives in Texas. He's all about Texas football, Big 12 football. He's in the scenes there, and he will join us at 12:30 as I think everybody's reeling from this Brandon Sorsby ruling in which Brandon Sorsby, as of right now, will be playing college football. Now, there will be a 2-game suspension. That Texas Tech has lobbied against.
There's the accountability.
Yeah, slap that wrist a little bit. I'm sure he will not be paid any NIL for those 2 weeks either.
Now, if Texas Tech plays Texas in the first game,
I bet
Cody's going to back off that one.
That's the thing. If I'm Sark, I get Texas Tech on the line immediately and say, hey, guess what? We're ready to go.
What do you guys want to do about it?
We're ready to play. Week 1. Let's go. Oh, come on, Sark. This is your opportunity. They sent that ball back in your court pretty quick last week. Now's your chance to volley that sucker right back over there.
Whoever it is that does take snaps prior to Schleister coming back. Remember Art Schleister?
Yes.
He was embroiled in gambling and actually blacklisted. So I'm going to start recalling Sorsby Schleister, if it's okay with you. So the backup has to figure out how to beat Abilene Christian University in week 1.
Yeah.
It'll be a fight. I mean, Abilene Christian, they'll bite your kneecaps.
I actually know the head coach at Abilene Christian. He's a good dude.
Good dude, but there's a little bit of a disparity.
They are what they are,
talent.
Yes. And he's willing to admit that.
And then week 2, and he's getting a big check.
Oh, yeah.
Very large check.
Yeah.
Week 2, they have to travel to that just unbelievably tough environment at Corvallis to play what is now a pretty sad Oregon State situation.
Yeah.
So I think they'll be able to get through those 2 games without Art. And then...
Who's week 3?
Schleister comes back against Houston.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Crazy how that worked out. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's not do 3 games because then he'd miss Houston.
No.
We could do 4, but let's just do 2 and then he can,
How about 3 out of 4?
I'll give you $250,000 if you make it 2 games, Judge.
All right, NBA Finals. Knicks up. They get the 2 games in San Antonio. Now the series shifts back to New York for game number 3, and this place is going to be New York's going to be hopping. The get-in price is still over $5,000 on game day, which usually your get-in price comes down dramatically on the day of the game when people are trying to unload tickets, but you're still getting a crazy amount. 2 courtside seats just raffled for $1 million.
Million.
So the demand certainly is there by New York because you got some fans there that are smelling blood in the water. And if they win game 3, imagine what those prices are going to look like for game 4. For a chance to witness the Knicks winning an NBA Finals, on the floor at Madison Square Garden. That place is going to go nuts. Wemby, though, to back up what we talked about in the previous segment, Wemby has the late turnover, not great, but all is forgiven if he's able to hit that elbow jumper and just couldn't knock it down. That game ends, and San Antonio, despite a crazy comeback when it looked like the Knicks were just rolling over and playing dead, San Antonio gets back into that thing, and then in game number 2, you know what? It's another back-and-forth game between these two teams. Now it's the Knicks making a comeback. It's a crazy back and forth. The swings, emotional swings of these first 2 games of the series has just been phenomenal.
They have been, and you've seen really clutch play. We talked going in, the Knicks' real advantage is their chemistry.
Yep.
They're, a couple of guys on that team with their do-anything attitude. Whatever you need me to do. You don't want me to shoot for 30 minutes and go get 100 rebounds? Okay, I'll do my best. And that's what you got in a couple of those guys. One of the guys that we did not talk a ton about going in was Karl Anthony Towns.
Yes, yeah.
And, he's been awesome. Do you think they sweep this series, by the way? I mean, it's hard to say.
I think so.
I think they do too.
Yeah, I
do too.
Now, if it was they won the first 2 in New York and they were going to San Antonio for game 3 and 4, I would say no, don't sweep. They would win it in 5. But now that you got 3 and 4 in New York, I think this is done.
And truly, this is in some ways, the inexperience of the Spurs has been a thing, and having to go now into that environment where they're starved for stuff like this, and it's going to be nuts. Their eyes are going to get big.
Yeah.
So it will be impressive to me if the Spurs can figure out a way to get it back to San Antonio, but I don't think that's going to happen now. And I was one that said Knicks in 7. I thought we were in for a series. If San Antonio could have finished that game, maybe we get one, but we'll never know because now it's 2-0. But I want to get back to Towns.
Yes.
Obviously, Towns came into the league in 2015. And he made an immediate impact. He was, I think he was 18-10. He won the Rookie of the Year, and he was named all rookie first team. So things got off to a good start. He went through some ups and downs with Minnesota, and a couple of things that stand out in his career there is the Jimmy Butler incident, when Jimmy Butler basically questioned his toughness, questioned his work ethic, and then later outright called him soft during a game. And that's kind of the Karl Anthony Towns. When I came into broadcasting, he had been in the league 4 years. And guys get labeled. Guys get a persona. Whiners and, great players and competitors, you get labeled. And to me, my experience with Karl Anthony Towns kind of fit the narrative. So I watched him out there. He seemed a little soft. Way more into finesse, which is great, and highly skilled. But, man, he's made a major turn here in New York. And Tom Thibodeau got it out of him. But this is the numbers right here, Scotty, that just blew me away. Okay, so first let's look at head-to-head in the 62 minutes they've played against each other. And this isn't as stark, but there are some pieces of it that are. So they both played 62 minutes. Wemby has 36 points, and Towns has 31. Okay. But you fast forward, you go to turnovers. Wemby has 9 turnovers in these 2 games, and head-to-head against Towns. Towns only has 4 turnovers. Then you look at shooting percentage, true shooting percentage, which includes threes, kind of morphs the 3 and the 2 to give you a percentage. Wemby's shooting 48.7%, and Karl Anthony Towns is shooting 62%. So you just know-how, shot quality, understanding where your shots are going to come from. That's a big indicator there. And then the plus-minus in their head-to-head matchups on the floor together, Wemby is minus 13, Karl Anthony Towns is plus 13. Okay, so you can kind of understand how that can happen in a couple games. This is the one that blew my mind. So in the playoffs and during this season, Wemby's been guarded 179 times by Hartenstein, 164 by Gobert. Bam, 71. Evan Mobley, 32. Robert Williams, 26. Horford, 25. Anthony Davis, 21. Klingon, 19. Giannis, 17. And Embiid, 16. So that's 569 possessions with all those guys. In those 569 possessions, Wemby turned the ball over 8 times.
Wow.
Against Karl Anthony Towns, 124 possessions defended, 9 turnovers.
9 turnovers.
You take that litany of a list of guys who
are good defenders.
Good defenders, and for different reasons. Some are quick, some are tough, some can reflect your shot like Rudy. Bottom line is he's really had his way, not got rattled too bad amongst all those guys. And Karl Anthony Towns, by just his mere presence, and again, I was shocked that the Knicks, that was what they went with out of the gate, was put Towns on him. I thought it would be OG. But Mike Brown's done a great job at understanding it, knowing where Karl Anthony Towns was at this point in his career. And, man, you got to tip your cap to the kid because people labeled him that way, and he's showing them that it's not that way. And it may have been at one point, but it's not now.
Sometimes you just get a feeling as a coach, like, you know what? I like this. And
I like that matchup.
And it goes against everything on paper. It goes against everything, the trends or the stereotypes of that player. But you know what? You see him every day in practice. You see where his mindset is. Like, you know what? Let's give this a shot. Let's give it a go and see how it plays out. And Mike Brown has just been phenomenal.
Pulled all the right strings.
Yeah. Look, I probably shouldn't name names. There's a Danny Sprinkle, who was the head coach at Utah State, was one of the toughest SOBs out there. And I've seen, obviously I've seen a litany of coaches go through Utah State. And so everybody had their own MO. Danny was going to fight you. Danny was going to have his team just as physically imposing as they possibly could be. And there was a player that that made the rounds and good high school player, but just didn't really accelerate as a pro or as a college player. And the MO on him was that he wasn't particularly tough. And by the end of the year, Danny had that guy playing tough, hard-nosed basketball. And I'm like, I didn't think this guy had it in him. And it goes back to Tibbs and then Mike Brown. I think a good combination of both those guys, and Tibbs being the hard-nosed taskmaster, and then Mike Brown probably coming in and giving him a little confidence in himself. You combine those two together, and Karl Anthony Towns is now an absolute force in the series. Now, is he going to remain that for the rest of his career? Probably not. But for these 4, 5, 6, 7 games, probably 4, he has been an absolute menace on that court.
No, he has. He's done all those things, and he's really – it's crazy because he's had a very storied career, in terms of the numbers. He's 6-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, and then, as I mentioned, Rookie of the Year. But there was just that little piece missing.
Yeah.
And he found it. And I do believe, having watched the transition from Rick Majerus, who was a lot like Tibbs, hard-nosed taskmaster, wanted to know what you're doing every minute and why, as opposed to Ray Giacoletti, who came in, knew these guys were really great, didn't need to get in the way of them. But at the same time, offered some, what they looked at, instead of getting yelled at, it was advice from this guy because he had a relationship with him. So that same way that happened, and you saw Bogut really flower from that. Mark Jackson, who wasn't going to come back. Yeah. Right? He wasn't going to come back. But Bogut is actually the really interesting one because under Rick, he was a good player, really good player, but with the freedom and he got the know-how, but then he was allowed to just be him. With Ray, he really flowered. And I think that may be kind of what we're seeing with Karl Anthony Towns here as well.
It's just been phenomenal to watch him. And again, that last possession, it's a good look by Wemby. But when you got Karl Anthony Towns flying at you like that with that wingspan and that arm extended, it's going to be hard for a lot of guys to make that shot.
It is. It really is. But when we went back last week and talked about all those numbers that the Knicks are on this run, it's no surprise because you're getting high-level play from Karl Anthony Towns. You're getting clutch high-end play from Jalen Brunson. And then you've got all those other guys who are just, all they want to do is win. Truly. A lot of people say that. A lot of guys say, all I want to do is win.
Yeah.
Until, they don't get to shoot the ball as much as they think they should. Or their minutes aren't what they think they should, as a freshman even. Even nowadays, especially now, I bet it's worse. But, there is a process, and I'm so excited that see a guy who, again, labeled as soft, and in the biggest moment, in the biggest city to be able to go to New York. But I just don't want to leave it. As much as I harp on Tibbs on some of his stuff, I do think Tibbs was a big reason why Karl Anthony Towns found that part of his game. And now, the sky's the limit, especially if they win a title, the confidence and everything that comes with that. This is a really cool moment for a guy who's been through a ton. I mean, You're talking about a guy who's lost a lot of people close to him during COVID and had to go through a lot of trials. It's awesome to see him having the success. But again, the Knicks, with that freedom of Mike Brown, the leadership that's instilled there, the collegial feel, the chemistry, no wonder they're doing what they're doing.
And Jalen Brunson has been, even when he goes cold during that stretch in that fourth quarter and it seems like the Knicks can't make a shot, it's like, you know what? They're going to find a way. They're going to find a way. And even on that last trip to the free throw line, he only goes 1 for 2, but he still finds a way to get to that line, still finds a way to make it happen. And if you're the Knicks, though, you're just looking at yourself like you had so many opportunities to win that game. It's a little bit like Carolina. And these two series really kind of mirror each other a little bit because it looked like San Antonio had all the momentum coming down the stretch. They'd overcome the deficit, and they just couldn't get it across the finish line. Same thing with Carolina. They just couldn't get it across the finish line after being down 4-0. And it just, I just don't know how as a team, especially a young team, how you're able to overcome that and play on their home court or their home ice for the next 2 games.
Well, and what's really hard for the Spurs is they really did, have that game in a good spot.
Yeah.
And they had Brunson on an off night.
Yeah.
I mean, he played hard in 38 minutes, but he was 7 for 25. So they were doing a great job of contesting shots. They didn't send him to the line a ton. He only had 5 free throws. But at the end of the day, who steps up? A guy only got a couple shots the night before. And he only got 2 or 3 shots the night before. And Bridges plays 41 minutes and goes 8 for 13, 4 for 6 from 3, and hits some big ones. That's what a team's for. When Brunson's a little bit low, somebody else steps up.
And was Bridges the one that hit the 3 free throws? Oh, no. Sorry. No, Brunson had the one that put him up ahead by 1. And then at that point, it was just hold on for dear life. But, props to the Spurs. Ran a great thing. I thought De'Aaron Fox was going to take that shot. And it looked like he wanted to there for a second. And then maybe the moment got too big for him. And he's like, I'm going to let Wemby handle this one.
Probably a good decision, but it's just too bad for the Spurs because, again, they played well enough. It was those turnovers in inopportune times. It was kind of a lack of identity from time to time on offense when Wemby got really muscled. So they've got to be able to find some ways to get some easy baskets in this series. They're doing to the Knicks what the Spurs did to OKC. They're making it really, really hard on them. So they've got to find a way. A couple more guys got to step up and make some shots. It's got to be more than just Wemby, obviously.
Yeah. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up at 12:30, Shehan Jayaraja will join us. We'll talk some NHL coming up at 12:05 as well. And then back to the NBA Finals at 1:05. But you got Game 3 coming up tonight. I got to imagine, for San Antonio, they know it comes down to this. This is obviously the game they've got to have. And so I wouldn't surprise me if San Antonio comes out and has a first half lead before the Knicks reel them back in. I don't think San Antonio's got enough guts that they're not going to go away quietly. But once New York throws another haymaker in the second half, it might be done.
Yeah, they've got to feel a little weak right now in the knees. The haymakers have been quick by you're down 2-0 before you blink. And so, this is a response game. And the one thing, the caveat I give in this situation is Wemby's a really strong-minded guy. And he's proven in the past when things don't necessarily go for it in New York. You heard what the tickets are going for. They blocked out the watch party outside because for security. I went through one of those details when Barack Obama came to the first 4 one year when we were in Dayton.
Yeah.
So there's just more security protocol, and they're not going to put a bunch of people outside that don't need to be there. It's kind of stinks for the state, but I heard that they're definitely, the city's rallying and putting up places where fans can go watch. It's a big deal back there.
Yeah.
Big deal. So it will take a superhuman effort for the Spurs.
All right. Honestly, though, and look, I'm not going political here. Everybody's got opinions on the president. But the one thing I will say, like, if I'm president of the United States, I want some perks to the job.
Yeah, I'm going to a game.
I'm going to games, right? Like, I understand it's a security nightmare, and I'm going to put a lot of people, and I'm going to put a lot of people on notice, and it's going to be really hard. But you know what? Doggone it. I'm the president of the United States. I'm going to flex every now and then, and I'm going to go to a game.
Yeah, sports fan, you want to see it.
Yeah.
Golf tournaments, all of it. So, yeah, neither red nor blue in that
I know,
statement.
right? Everybody's taking advantage of that one.
Yeah, if the president wants to watch sports, man, you got free flights and free tickets. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Hottest ticket in town, you get to go for free. And you don't have to worry about parking. You don't have to worry about anything. They're going to just open up the red carpet and let you waltz right in. Was replay was around when you wrapped up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I thought it was really fascinating how, so I got to know, I was really close with a guy named Curran Walsh. He's now with the staff in Cincinnati. But Curran Walsh was essentially his job at Utah State last year was he had the monitor.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we didn't have replay to that extent when I was still there. But yeah.
Okay. So he had the monitor, and his job was to tell the coaching staff, challenge that. And the coaches were 100% like, this is your call. This is your job. And we will go with what you tell us to do. And if you tell us to challenge, we'll challenge. And if we lose, you're going to get probably a good chatting about afterwards. But if we win the challenge, then you're going to get loved up. And so Curran Walsh, that was his job all season long, was to say, Coach, challenge it. And knowing that you got a limited amount, knowing that you got to hit on him or it's going to be a problem. Well, when OG hits that, or when OG shoots that three, and they just say it's out of bounds off him, and everybody in that building knew it was a foul. But that coaching staff looks at him and goes, are you going to do it? And he's like, challenge it. You imagine the huevos it's got to take to tell your coach, challenge it. By the way, the man's name is Jordan Brink. He is the director of video services and player development for the Knicks. He was the one who had the call, and everybody was loving him up after that game because at that point the Spurs had come all the way back, and it was going to be their ball. And I think, did the Spurs have a 1-point lead, I want to say?
I think it was 1.
Yeah. And then OG hits 3 and puts the Knicks back up by 2. But look, Spurs were going to have the ball and a 1-point lead late in the game. They may win that game if there's not that replay element to it. And you know how officials get when a team's really getting hot and they feel the momentum. And so they let some stuff go that they probably shouldn't. That was a night that replay saved itself in my eyes. Because that needed to be called. That was a game-changing call. Props to the video guy who had the guts to tell his coach to challenge it. And props to the NBA saying, yeah, our guy screwed up. Shoot the 3 free throws. Because he needed to shoot those free throws. That was the right call to make.
Right. And you hate to see it, especially at that level. So I'm with you. I wish there wasn't so many inane ones during the regular season.
Yeah.
It's like the cry wolf. We get tested out. And Jake Scott, when we're sitting in that studio and there's like 7 reviews.
Oh man, he gets
a little testy.
He hates replay.
Oh, hates it with a passion. He even hates the guy that initiates the replay for the Jet. Like, come on, coach, we don't need to do that. He doesn't hate him, but hates that he slows it down.
No. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, fired up. We've got, anytime we get somebody new on board here on the zone, we want to give you as much love as we possibly can and really talk about what you got going on. Ethan's here with Duratech. Ethan, how you doing, man? Thanks for hanging out with us and being part of the station. We're fired up.
Hey, pretty good. Thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Let's go. So let's talk about Duratech. And, people here, they hear everything that's going on and they hear the opportunities, but let's talk about the business itself. What do you guys specialize in and how can you help people out with their outdoor spaces?
Yeah, I mean, Duradeck is a vinyl membrane. It's made specifically for rooftop balconies, rooftop decks, even decks that have finished space underneath it. So being able to waterproof that, do it the right way from the beginning. I mean, waterproofing's our thing. So all the new construction that's going on in Utah, even a lot of remodels of houses that are 50, 100 years old, dealing with rot and all that stuff, just doing waterproofing the right way and having an aesthetic, walkable surface on these type of applications.
I've got a deck that I joke with Coach all the time that I'm ready for the wind to knock it over
teeter in there.
because it's teetering, because it was built a long time ago. It wasn't waterproofed. And so the weather has taken its toll on that thing. And here in the next year or 2 years, I'm going to have to replace that, which is not going to be fun to the old pocketbook. And so when you're doing this, you want to make sure that if you invest in a deck, to do it the right way, or your outdoor spaces or wherever you're at, and making sure that, look, we may be in a desert, but we do get rain, we do get snow, and let's protect these things.
Right, yeah. Utah's, on both sides of the coin, you have 100 degrees in the summer and 0 degrees and snowy in the winter. So, with anything with remodels or even adding additions onto the house, you want to be able to protect that asset because you're putting a lot of dough into having that space. Duradeck specializes in creating a long-term lifespan of a deck to be able to use entertainment space.
And Duradeck, it's a brand that's been around forever, but what really separates you guys from everybody else?
Great question. Yeah, 50 years of experience. Duradeck just celebrated its 50-year anniversary in 2024. So not only are you getting cream of the crop product, but also 50 years experience of doing waterproofing the right way. And there's a lot of products you can get at Home Depot and do it yourself, but if you don't do it the right way, the cash is already gone and you're having to redo it. So big thing about Duradeck is over the last 50 years, we've learned doing it the right way the first time is really what counts for longevity. So we have trained installers, trained contractors that are exclusively buying our product and can only buy our product because we know nipping it in the bud and doing it the right way is preventing a lot of bad waterproof damage happening in the future.
I'm looking at right now, you've got a very, very wide array of colors and aesthetics, to be able to fit. Speak about how, different colors that you can use in the Duradeck.
Yeah, obviously waterproofing is the number one function, but aesthetic is really the second big thing. You want your entertainment space, a rooftop deck or a balcony, to be able to look nice too, as well as function well for waterproofing. So all the patterns and all the different colors, there's over 20 of them to match the aesthetic of whatever project you're working on. Whether it be a commercial project, multifamily apartments, redoing a deck, you want to be able to have a nice, walkable, durable surface for that entertainment space to look well, but also function well.
All right, so I'm going to represent a lot of our listeners, and that are listening, and they've got questions, and so I'm going to go kind of through the process. So if I sound dumb, I apologize, but I'm sure everybody's got dumb questions. I'll just represent people with dumb questions. Does this apply on all surfaces, or what kind of surfaces does this work on?
Mainly just straight plywood or straight concrete.
Okay.
So it's different than a traditional deck. A traditional deck, you just have wood slats or composite slats where, the water will go through when it rains. Duradeck is a complete waterproof system. So it's a rollout sheet of vinyl that goes over either plywood
decks. Also, you can give them a call. Just call right now, 801-298-1950. That's 801-298-1950, a Utah company located in Centerville. Call them right now, 801-298-1950, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stopped?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Olsen IT.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday. Boy, we got a lot going on. Yeah, the Brandon Sorsby thing. We'll spend some more time on that coming up a little bit later on in the show, as we're all still kind of reeling on that one a little bit. Hey, we're going to be out and about tomorrow. We'll be at RGS Exteriors from 10 to 2. They're in West Jordan. Make sure to stop by, say hi, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. All right, we mentioned it earlier in the show, but Quinn Snyder's got himself a multi-year extension. You're bullish on the Hawks. I think a lot of people are. Frankly, they're the only team that's made New York sweat so far in the playoffs. And Quinn Snyder has just been rewarded with a big extension.
Yeah, he's done a great job. They did a nice job of, I guess, moving on from Trae Young. And it's crazy how when you get a ball-dominant me guy out of the locker room, your team actually starts to really play well. And the Hawks definitely finished the season hot as anybody. And, yeah, they had the Knicks in a really interesting spot. But the future's bright there. And I think they've got good young players. I love Alexander Walker. It hurts me to say that. But I love him to death, and he's doing a great job for them. But they've got youth. They're able to get Reese Shea in the draft, and they're building something there. So I'm bullish on them right now to be a team that jumps into the conversation in the East.
I think you're spot on. And one thing, Quinn, certainly, I really enjoyed talking to Quinn because you knew you were talking to somebody who looked at basketball differently than other people. Like that brain was different and how it was wired and how it addressed the game in a much different way than most people. And that is a guy who just absolutely is consumed by the game of basketball, sometimes to a fault. But that guy just eats, drinks, and sleeps basketball.
He does. And, he's definitely a guy who tries to push the envelope too. He was here when the Jazz started shooting all the threes, kind of pushed the three number up and got the pace going a little bit. I think he's always looking in the margins. I think games are won in the margins, and it's how can we approach this differently? How can we come at this differently than any other team? Find a niche for us. And so I love that he's that engaged. It's well-deserved. His extension is definitely well-deserved. They finished the last 30 games. They were 21-9. They were 70% of those games. They just got off to a tough start. And once they shed Trey, it was like that team flew.
There's a lot of times where you have that addition by subtraction.
You do. You get it. And, things run its course. He definitely was loved there and made the all-star teams that it just didn't go enough into the let's win a lot.
Yeah.
We'll win enough.
I mean, that's a guy that I want to cheer for, I want to root for, but I just don't know if that guy's a winner.
Yeah, I just don't know if it burns in him.
Yeah.
He's exceptional.
Oh, yeah.
But we said it the other day. I mean, the great, great players, the ones that make you remember them in a lot of ways. I don't sit back and think about Tracy McGrady much. And he was a great player.
Yeah, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. But, it was one of those guys that just never had enough. That's what I love when Wemby won the other night, in Oklahoma City, and he was crying and he was jubilant. It matters, and I think Quinn approaches the game like that. I think it was hard for Quinn to coach a guy who, I'll go today, but tomorrow, I don't know. We'll see tomorrow. Just Trae Young's attitude all the way along to me has been a little too laissez-faire in the winning department.
Yeah. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Sad story here. You may remember him as a broadcaster. A lot of us remember him as an NBA player with the Chicago Bulls. Stacey King passed away at the age of 59. The team announced that on Sunday. No cause of death was given. Here's their official comment. Stacey King was a cherished member of the Bulls family and one of the truly unique personalities in our organization's history. His connection to Chicago, the Bulls, and our fans spanned more than 3 decades. First as a player, then as an unmistakable voice that helped bring Bulls basketball into the homes of generations of families. We will miss him deeply and remember the joy, energy, humor, candor, and passion that he brought to the organization, broadcasts, and fans every day. Unique broadcaster, 6'11", average 6.43 rebounds a game. Obviously won some titles with the Bulls, also played with the Timberwolves, Heat, Celtics, and Mavericks. But those years with the Bulls when he was a big part of those teams that won 3 consecutive championships from 91 to 93.
I'll tell you, that was a great tribute to him. I think he was definitely a great personality. I remember him playing at Oklahoma and was able to be a part of those Bulls teams and hang around Michael. But the thing that startled me with that is I looked at, when I saw he died, I'm like, he can't be that old.
Yeah, I know, right?
And he was born in 1967, so he's 3 years older than this cat. So that's why every morning I wake up, I just say, thank you. I'm so grateful for another crack because it goes fast, man.
Yeah. What's funny, as a kid, one of the first NCAA tournament championship games I remember watching was Danny Manning and Kansas Jayhawks up against Oklahoma. And I forgot that Stacey King was on that Oklahoma team, that 87-88 team that lost to Danny Manning. And then King was first team All-American, Big 8. That shows you how long ago it was. Big 8 player of the year, averaged 26 points in college. His jersey is retired at Oklahoma, his number 33. And so, again, just a heartbreaking story. But if you had a chance to watch him on broadcast, he did a phenomenal job. Just a fun, eccentric, funny, and it was one of those guys that you knew was a little up there in age, but still had a way of connecting to fans, whether they were 50, 60 years old or whether they were 20. And that's unique. That's not easy to do. That's why Ron Boone's one of the best in the business, because you won't find anybody out there that says a bad word about Booner.
No, Booner, the only time you'd hear bad things about him was when he drills the putt that wins the match and you have to pay up. That's the only time you'll say something bad about Booner. I promise you that.
Feels like
I didn't realize so.
Feels like you have some experience there.
Yeah, unfortunately. So Stacey King played with Mookie Blaylock.
Yeah,
he was
how
on
about
the Mookie Blaylock clubs, and And if you know your music history, Mookie Blaylock was the original name of the Pearl Jam.
Yep.
So
Look at that, Alex.
Putting that in your book, Alex.
Yeah.
But yeah, in 87, 88, they were 35-4. That's crazy. And that style was really fun. Of course, back then, I believe it was Billy Tubbs on the sideline.
Yep.
So you talk about a guy that pushed the envelope.
So Billy Tubbs is Oklahoma. You know who the head coach of Kansas was?
Yeah, Roy.
Not Roy. And now I'm spacing his name. The guy that was the coach at UCLA was Allen Iverson's coach at playoffs. I know that I can see the face.
Oh I can't.
But was around forever, and so yeah, that was the coach at Kansas at the time. So you had a Hall of Fame coaches there.
That is crazy, absolutely crazy. So we got to find out the name because it's driving me nuts. I typically know these things really well.
This is where.
So I'm trying to think. Who was before Roy? This guy. Yeah.
Larry Brown. For some reason, I was thinking Dale Brown.
Larry Brown.
No, Dale Brown was LSU.
Come on,
it was Larry
Tim.
Brown. And no, I'm right there with you, man.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Yeah. So Larry Brown was the head coach of Kansas.
I got a great Larry Brown story for you.
Yeah.
Because I messed that up. We were at the University of Utah, and we had a bunch of coaches come in from across the country for a summer, just kind of share idea deal. And Mike Burns came from Eastern Washington. Mark Turgeon came from, at the time he was...
Mark Turgeon was on that staff?
No, Mark Turgeon played for Larry Brown.
Oh, okay. All right.
So Mark Turgeon came, he was coaching somewhere. It was before he went to Maryland, but he came out as well to this little clinic we had.
Okay.
And so we're all visiting. There's 4 or 5 other coaches, and he tells a story of, his freshman year, Larry Brown puts him in a game, and he instantly messes something up, and so the next buzzer, he turns, and he's coming out. And he's like, I'm on my way to the bench, and I'm thinking Larry's just going to blast me for that. And he walked by him, he stopped him, he said, hey, Turge, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, I put a really bad player into too big a game. And he had him go sit down. He said he's never been cut like that in his life, and he didn't do it with venom or anything. He's like, I just put a really bad player into a big, meaningful game. That's on me.
That's my bad. Yeah, Larry Brown, the next coach after Brown was Roy Williams.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's just weird because Roy was there so long.
Look at that. They've had, from 1983 to present, there's only been 3 coaches of Kansas. Actually, if you go back to 1964, there's only been 4. So Ted Owens was the coach from 64 to 83.
I got to know Ted. He's awesome.
Really?
I know Ted.
Wow. Then Larry Brown, 83 to 88. Then you had Roy from 1988 to 2003, and Bill Self from 03 to right now. How about that? 4 coaches in almost like 60 years.
Owen. Ted Owens.
Ted Owen.
After Kansas, he went to Oral Roberts. He's the head coach at Oral Roberts. Ray Giacoletti was his assistant. And so I got to hang out and talk to Ted Owens, and he's a legend. Like, he can tell you stories about so many cool things. But, I put it this way, man. I know Ted Owens.
All right. I got a Larry Brown story. My only Larry Brown story. Larry Brown, one of my first things in radio, the late great Mark Eaton had a charity drive, and we had so Mark Eaton was in studio with us all day. This is like 04, I want to say 04, 05.
Rest his soul.
Yeah,
Good
I know.
man.
Just the best human being out there. So we had all these guests come on, and we were raising money for Mark Eaton's charity. And so I got Larry Brown on, and I was like, wow, this is great. And I think I was filling in for Gordon. Gordon wasn't there, so I came on the air with Mark Eaton, and Larry Brown comes on. And if you don't know, Larry Brown was the coach at UCLA when Mark Eaton was there. And I didn't know it was going to be as uncomfortable as it was, because Mark Eaton's still a little salty that Larry Brown didn't play him. He didn't get a lot of time at UCLA because Larry Brown didn't trust him on the court. Then he goes to the Jazz, and he ends up having a tremendous career. And Larry, midway through the interview, goes, Mark, can we just, look, you and I, we've talked a little bit, but let's just clear the air here. I screwed up. I'm sorry. I didn't know what I had with you. I should have played you more. I really screwed up. It took that Jazz coaching staff to figure out just how special of a player you were, and I just wasn't up to par at the time. And then Mark comes back and goes, no, Coach, I wasn't ready. And it was like this, couples counseling, and these two sides actually kind of came together. And meanwhile, I'm the third wheel over there being like, I'm just this pimple-faced dork on the radio. And I'm like, you guys need a moment? I don't know how to handle it. Both these guys were pouring out their souls to each other about their UCLA experience and how it went sideways.
A tissue.
I know. It's like, Roy, I promised I wouldn't do this. Probably wouldn't cry. I was like, geez, this has got emotional all of a sudden.
Promise I wouldn't do this.
But yeah, Larry Brown and Mark Eaton finally came to a nice resolution there because Larry had monstrous Mark Eaton as a college player and didn't use him.
They just kept him as a practice player.
Pretty much, yeah.
So this will bring it all full circle. I know we're up against it. Larry Brown. This all came to Larry Brown after all that. They estimate about 1,300 wins for Mr. Brown. His coaching career, he coached 2 head teams in the ABA, the Carolina Cougars and the Denver Nuggets. The NBA, he coached the Nets, Spurs, Clippers, Pacers, Sixers, Pistons, Knicks, and Bobcats. Won a title with the Pistons.
Yes.
He, in college, coached UCLA 79-81 to a Final Four, Kansas to the title in 88, and then I'd forgotten this, but he was at SMU for 2012 to 16 in what was not his best stretch.
That wasn't a great run.
And that's the last we've kind of heard or seen of
can I ask
Leisure Suit Larry.
Can I ask a really inappropriate question? Is he still with us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, I'd have to check. It doesn't strike me as something I heard. I don't want to who's the people that make people dead on Twitter all the time, and I got to do my research.
I know. He is. All right. Alex comes over. Yes, he is still with us.
Speaking of UCLA, I actually hung with Jim Herrick this summer, too. As long as we got UCLA coaches. I got a picture to prove it. He was at Roger Reed's induction into the BYU Hall of Fame.
Jim Herrick, head coach, UCLA. Tyus Edney and the crew.
Watched that from the tunnel at Boise State.
I was at that game.
You were there?
Yeah, I was a fan. I skipped school.
So
I was
did
a
you watch
senior
the
in high
Utah
school.
game?
Yes.
Against Dampier.
Yep.
So we lost that. I was in the tunnel waiting for everybody. And after media and everything got wrapped up, I watched Edney go coast to coast.
Yep.
Away from me. He went away from me.
Against, was it Missouri?
Against Missouri.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I was sloughing school that day.
I think Kroenke's kid was on that team. I think the kid that runs Denver now was on that team.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Josh.
Wow. And then you got the O'Bannon brothers who were on that team who started all this nonsense in college sports. Thanks a lot, Ed.
I want my money. Just give me my money.
All right, 11:48, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, we talk a lot about home improvement and what you can do to your home to make it better and run more efficient. Well, tell you what, you need to get those carpets cleaned. Because, look, you worry about how do your windows look? How does this look? How does, and that's all great. But if you got dirty windows, all that's or dirty carpets, it's all for naught. And you're thinking, well, no, I vacuum. They're great. No, they're not. They're not. And you just came out of winter and spring when everybody's been trucking in all the dirt and water and gunk into those carpets as well. Get them cleaned the right way, and Zero Res is here to help you out. An incredible opportunity to really test out Zero Res. You heard me talk about them. They've been on the radio forever. And if you haven't had them come out to your house, I highly suggest you do so. They've been coming out to my house for a long, long time because I trust them. I know when they come into my home, They're going to use that patented water technology. I know that my carpets are going to get cleaner faster. They're going to stay cleaner longer. They're going to dry faster. And because they don't use those harsh chemicals and soaps and all that other nasty stuff, they're not going to have that funky residue afterwards. You're not going to have the crunchy carpets. They're going to dry faster, and they're going to be better for you and your family in the long run. Try them out for yourself. Here's a special to get you in the door. $129. That's going to get you 3 rooms of carpet clean. They'll even throw in the hallway. So 3 rooms and a hallway for just $129. That's not going to last forever, so call right now, 866-0RES. That's spelled the same forwards or backwards. It's 0RES, the right way to clean.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Story of the day, Brendan Sorsby has been given his temporary injunction, which, as of right now, will allow him to play. NCAA, I'm sure, will appeal, but at the end of the day, by the time those laborious wheels of justice continue to roll, by the time an appeal can be heard and ruled on, you're probably looking at the end of the season. So, Brandon Sorsby, right now, expected to play college football this upcoming season. Yes, he gambled on college football. Yes, he gambled on teams that he was a part of. Yes, he's gambled on games that he's played in. Does that matter? No, it's fine. It's cool. Just go ahead. Just keep playing.
Because we wouldn't want to cause any damage.
No, because, heaven forbid we try to protect some level of integrity in the game these days. I think you said it really well in our first segment. We've done this to ourselves. Like, the pendulum was so far to one way, and now it's swung all the way to the other side. Had we just kind of gradually just been allowing things to happen, guys to make money on their name, image, likeness, opportunities for guys to make a little bit of money, not be so administrative with how we treated players, and just found a way to just gradually increase as the market demand increased, as the money started to flow in, find ways to get players more involved. It wouldn't have been this way. But now the lawyers have all sunk their teeth into it. Everybody smells blood in the water. And who knows what the next crazy lawsuit is going to be that ends up allowing players to get whatever they want.
So in the short time we have, I'm going to tell you a little chronicle about a guy named Arthur Ernest Schleister.
Yes.
Former American football quarterback.
Yep. Art.
And obviously played at Ohio State. But this is the phrase I want to read. His, he was 4th overall at the Baltimore Colts before his career unraveled due to a lifelong gambling addiction. This guy, ended up in prison.
Yeah.
And that's the one piece of this too. The unseemly characters that maybe he's attracted over the last few years, I don't know, you want him hanging around the game. That's a whole nother aspect of this whole thing.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ethan's hanging out with us from Duradeck. And honestly, when you talk about decks, a lot of people have realized that thing is rotting. It's in bad shape. And what would be great is if you could hop in the DeLorean, go back in time, and have Duradeck come out and make sure that your deck was perfectly situated to handle the conditions of Utah. But there's no time like the present. You can retrofit your deck. You can build a new deck and have Duradeck be a part of it. You can have contractors become licensed in knowing how to use Duradeck. If you're a contractor out there, that can be part of your arsenal that you're out there installing as well. So, yeah. Ethan, there's really no excuses anymore.
No, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah.
It's always the has-beens, the could-haves. But doing it right the first time is really the best way to do it. That's why we certify all the contractors that use our product. I mean, they can't buy Duradeck unless they come to our warehouse, go through a 2-day training, and get certified on exactly how to waterproof the best way, because we want to nip those issues in the bud. We want to avoid having the hindsight's 20/20 and having to redo your deck in the future. Duradeck's such a durable material. It looks nice and aesthetic that it can last 15 to 30 years on a deck. But if you don't do it the right way, a year down the road, you're having to fork out more money to redo it. So
we talk about water, but the crazy fluctuations of just the climate and the temperature, does Duradeck help out in that regard too?
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of products on the market that say they can waterproof all exterior stuff, but when you're dealing with 100 degrees in the summer and negative 20 up in Park City in the winter, I mean, there's a lot of expansion and contraction that happens with wood on the exterior of a building. So if you're not using the right product, if you're not using a vinyl membrane, you're going to get cracking in the seams, you're going to get fluctuations on the middle and bubbling up. So really, with the training, it addresses all of that. So having one of those certified installers for Duradeck, they already know, hey, we're installing in a mountain climate that's going to be expanding and contracting on your deck. We're going to do it the right way and be able to have your deck last through that expansion and contraction for 15 to 30 years.
What's the best way of getting it? Basically calling, give me the process of what it looks like when you call and you're interested in Duradeck.
Yeah, a bunch of avenues for that. Depends on what you're doing. I mean, on the new construction side of things Utah's exploding. There's a lot of townhouses being built, a lot of big apartment complexes going up. So if there's a waterproofing need, or even balconies and decks off an apartment building, it's getting the right person to be able to waterproof those balconies. And so we have a list of really good trained installers throughout Utah, Idaho, California. So as a builder or a contractor, it's just getting into contact with someone who's certified to do it the right way. If you're remodeling and you own a deck that's falling apart, call us up and we'll get you in touch with one of those trained and certified installers to be able to use Duradeck to get the lifelong use out of that deck that you want.
I love it. And Duradeck, I mean, we talk about the usefulness in terms of protecting, but the aesthetic value is incredible as well.
Oh, huge. I mean, high-end custom homes, whether you're redoing an addition on the home, you want it to look great and be able to entertain on that space. So having, whether it be a wood plank aesthetic or a wood grain or granite, whatever color you want to match your house, whatever aesthetic you want to match this nice building that you're building up. I mean, function is always number one in protecting the asset. But number two is being able to actually use the space and love using it. So that's the number one compliment you get out of DuraDeck is that, holy cow, my deck looks amazing. I want to have people over and entertain on my rooftop deck or entertain on my balcony because it looks so awesome. And you get the great view of Utah, with the snowy capped mountains and the great sunsets we have to be able to have great times out on your exterior patio and exterior deck.
801-298-1950. That's 801-298-1950. You can contact DuraDeck right now. You can also see their website at duradeck.com/Utah-Decks. But just call 801-298-1950. Start the process. Let's get you figured out and get that home of yours and that deck and the living spaces to where they need to be. That's duradeck.com/Utah-Decks or call 801-298-1950.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Ross Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. SlowTheFlow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit SlowTheFlow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesty with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
Come on, this is a guy that fully admitted that he had gambled. He had over $90,000 worth of bets, many including games that he was playing in, teams that he was on, teams that he had insight into game plans and matchups. The injunction is granted.
We have absolutely done this to ourselves in a thirst. Right now, we got to win. And you know what sucks? Because we get in venture capital deals that are given up because everybody's in an arms race and everybody's trying to compete so hard. And we've lost our frickin' way. We're letting kids go for 8 months, transfer with no penalty. We're letting professional athletes come back to college and playing in games. We've done this to ourselves.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday, kicking off the noon hour. NHL finals have been absolutely just must-see TV. As good as the NBA has been, NHL, in my opinion, has exceeded it. Stephen Wino, who covers the NHL for the Associated Press, kind enough to join us. Stephen, how are you, man?
Doing very well. How are you guys?
I'm good. So, do you want to love up Vegas for blowing that lead but finding a way to still hold on and get a victory, or is it like you still gave up 4 goals in the third period? Where are you at on the Golden Knights on what was just a crazy back and forth game?
Yeah, a little bit of both, and I think watching that game the other night and talking to people, and it was like if the Golden Knights had lost that game, you blow a 4-goal lead and lose. It's really hard to recover from that. And it might be hard for Carolina to recover from it too, but I think it was the sort of salvaging that game may have kept the series going, because you blow a 4-goal lead in the fashion that Vegas blew that lead. It is hard to come back from that, but yeah, you have to give them credit. I think if you'd ask anybody, including Rod Brind'Amour and the Hurricanes, who was the better team in that game, it was the Golden Knights, and that they deserved to win. If deserve ain't got nothing to do with it, and especially in this sport. But they were the better team in that game, but not by a whole lot. Just for a stretch of 7 minutes in the second period, they were dominant. The first period was nothing. And then there was that stretch in the third period that Carolina just poured it on and sort of snowballed on the Golden Knights. But, yeah, I think I'm going to lead more toward it's good for Vegas that team won, and less about the blown 4-goal lead and how bad it went in the third period.
So out of that came somewhat of a goaltending controversy. Anderson's been flying through the playoffs, doing a great job, as is Carolina's defense. And now the question is it going to be Bussey or Anderson after what we saw the other night? Have you got any insight into that?
I don't have any insight. I don't have any. I have only informed speculation, and just what I asked Rod Brind'Amour about this on Zoom yesterday, and the way he answered made it seem like Freddie Anderson, like he's going back to Frederik Andersen. I think, having known Rod Brind'Amour as a coach for all this time, I'm not going to say he has trust issues, but when he trusts someone, he deeply trusts that person, that player, and he trusts Frederik Andersen to just be solid. He doesn't have to steal a game. He doesn't have to make spectacular saves. They just need him to stop the pucks. And he wasn't great in game one. I don't think he probably had a couple he would have wanted back in game two. Game three, all the mistakes were in front of him. Maybe the Marner breakaway, he maybe should have stopped, but you can't fault a goaltender for that. Brandon Bussey hadn't played a game in a month before coming in relief the other night, and that was really a mercy pull more than, we think Brandon Bussey's going to change the game. But he was perfect until that bad bounce. I think what I would do and what Rod Brind'Amour would do are opposite in this situation. I think I would go to Brandon Bussey, but I think Rod Brind'Amour is sticking with Frederik Andersen.
So if he sticks with Andersen as you expect, I got to imagine the leash is somewhat short.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think the leash is short. I think the message by putting Frederik Andersen in net to the rest of the team is be better. Be better in front of him. Stop turning the puck over. Like, think about what you're doing in the defensive end. And I'll give William Carrier maybe a little bit of grace in that. I think he was hurt when he had that failed clear leading to the second goal. But there are mistakes being made in front of him that I think more than anything, starting Freddie is, hey, you're our guy. We're putting you back in net, but be better in front of him. If he allows 2 or 3 goals in the first 5 minutes, the game's over anyway. The series might be over anyway. I think if he goes back to Frederik Andersen, that's just his guy, and the leash is long.
What in your mind? What does Carolina have to do a little bit better than they're doing right now? You mentioned it the other night. Vegas just made them look pedestrian. What is it that Carolina needs to do to kind of get the motor going again?
Hurricanes need to stop beating themselves, and whether it's a giveaway or sort of missed assignment, especially letting Mitch Marner get behind the defense, the sort of failed clears, the too many men on the ice penalty was inexcusable. and Andrei Svechnikov took the responsibility and the blame for that. But they need to stop being themselves from keep the puck out of their own net standpoint. And honestly, if I were the coaching staff, tell them the players to shoot the puck more, because Carter Hart looks eminently beatable in this series. Whenever they shoot the puck high on Carter Hart, it's going in the net. And I think if the film study shows that we already know Carolina is a shot volume team, that they do quantity better than quality of offense. But if they're able to get quality scoring chances and put the puck on net, don't miss the net, be able to get actual kind of sort of grade A scoring chances, it has a chance to add up.
So as we try to, we're new to hockey here in Salt Lake City with the NHL here the last 2 years. So all of us are trying to learn, but, starting to try to pick up the history of this sport as well. Just how rare are we seeing a situation here in Vegas where they fire a coach 7 games before the end of the season? They can't stop any goals. There's goaltending issues, with injuries. And then all of a sudden they go on a heater and they're 2 games away from a Stanley Cup championship. Like, how rare is what we're seeing here?
It's rare it's rare this late in the season, but it's also not unheard of. The Devils have done this before. We've seen a shocking amount of teams in the NHL, especially since the lockout in 04-05, win after making it a mid-season coaching change. I don't want to say it's a recipe for success, but they've gotten the bump at the right time to go on this run. They've caught lightning in a bottle with John Tortorella, and it's crazy because some coaches sort of burn through quickly. We saw that with Bruce Cassidy in Vegas. He won the Cup, but John Tortorella is a coach who probably gets wears on players over a period of time, and this has happened perfectly. He got hired, took over at exactly the right time, but it is crazy to see just how quickly everything has changed. Carter Hart's making saves as he wasn't before. He's sort of in a rhythm now, and this team is now 2 wins from a championship.
I'm curious about your thoughts, obviously covering the league for as long as you have and being in the Mecca in New York. Your thoughts about the Mammoth? What are your initial thoughts after watching the Mammoth for the first 2 years?
Yeah, they've done everything right. I'm going to echo what Gary Bettman has said with Ryan and Ashley Smith from an organizational sort of the logo, the name, the arena renovations, all the off the ice business stuff they've done really well. But also they've done the hockey stuff well, and it's a credit to Bill Armstrong, who came from Arizona, and you could see the sort of young core building. But then you've got to make some moves. And maybe that Josh Doan, J.J. Peterka trade is a bit of a win for Buffalo. We see the way Josh Doan played this season. But you've got to be bold and aggressive and make those sort of moves. And there's all this young capital there. There's draft picks. There's young players that it wouldn't surprise me if Utah goes out and gets an Austin Matthews at some point in the next couple of years as sort of a face of the franchise. A guy like Clayton Keller is someone who I think you have to watch in person. And I certainly, when watching him in person at the Olympics and more specifically when he was with Arizona and now with Utah, you get an appreciation for how good a player he is. And there's nowhere to go but up. I mean, this is a young team. I do wonder if at some point they're going to hire a more experienced coach to sort of take that next step to being a legitimate contender. But there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about the next 2 to 5 years and maybe even more for the Mammoth.
So we look at it from a standpoint of this team is 52 seconds away in Vegas of going up 3-2 and playing Game 6 in Salt Lake City. And so that's been stuck in everybody's craw, watching Vegas then go on this heater like they have, and again, 2 games away from winning a championship. So based on that alone, could you say that Utah's pretty doggone close to making a deep run?
Sure, but I'll also say, like, the Toronto Maple Leafs were very close to being up 3-0 on the Florida Panthers last year,
yeah.
And it's just what championship caliber teams do. They find a way to win in those situations when they're trailing, when things look bad. They find a way to flip the script and not have that happen. Look at Carolina in Game 2 of this series, where this was close to being a 2-0 shutout and 2-0 series lead, and everything's different. I thought the Mammoth had a real shot at beating Vegas, but then you see that goal. You see sort of how the Golden Knights, as a team, as an experienced group, many of those guys who were part of that 2023 run, that's how you win. And it's the old cliche everybody talks about, especially in the sport, about how you have to learn to lose before you win, before you learn how to win. And I think it was a good lesson for a young team to go into a playoff series like that. And I think you'll hear it in training camp, and you'll hear it when they go to the playoffs next year. They've been there before. The Montreal Canadiens had that happen last year and lost in the first round to the Washington Capitals. Come back this year, get to an Eastern Conference final, and sometimes just a taste of it is enough, of just getting into the playoffs, facing an opponent like that. And when you don't have crazy expectations, and I'm sure everybody in Utah would love to see the Mammoth win the Stanley Cup this year, sure. But there was never the expectation they were going to be this good this soon. So when you go in with no expectations and you get to have an experience like that, it's only a positive thing for next year and beyond.
So back to this year's Stanley Cup Finals, who do you have winning it? Did you make a prediction prior?
I did. I took the Vegas Golden Knights in 6, and I still sort of feel that that's where this series is trending. We're going to learn a lot about this series and how it's going to go tomorrow night, and just whether Carolina has that counterpunch, whether some of these injuries, to Will Carrier, Noah Hannafin on the other side, are going to sort of have an impact in the series, because these are two very healthy teams coming in, and now they're pretty banged up, each of them pretty banged up and missing guys, or at least missing sort of guys being at 100%. I think the Golden Knights are just a better team. It's not a huge margin. The Carolina got here for a reason, but I just think Vegas has every little thing going right for it right now.
Do you give Colorado a little bit of grace considering the injuries they dealt with in that sweep by Vegas?
A little bit, and it's like an injury happened at the wrong time. If Connor McDavid and the Oilers are fully healthy, maybe the Oilers just sort of run through everybody right now and win the Stanley Cup. Colorado was a team that surprised me, because I went into the spring and thinking this is a really good regular season team that I don't know if it's a great playoff team, specifically with the goaltending. And the goaltending concern proved to be right. But when you have an injury like that to Cale Makar and then obviously Nathan McKinnon not being 100%, it's hard to win when your two best players are injured. And it's why there's so much randomness to this sport, that you can do everything right from a standpoint of building a team and having the right coach and having all the right pieces. And something as simple as one hit here or there, and we could be seeing in this series too, with a guy like William Carrier getting hurt or Noah Hannafin getting hurt, that one injury can completely derail all the work you put in for months and years.
I want to shift gears, because you're in like the hottest spot in the world today, with New York hosting a finals game. What is, first of all, the vibe? And then you wrote a great article on Victor Wembanyama and, how him addressing them being down 2-0. Talk a little bit about that and some of the things you learned about him.
The city is crazy right now, and I'm getting ready to go to. I'm working the game tonight. I'm getting ready to go downtown in a few minutes. And the vibe around the city over the past few weeks, I was in Raleigh last week, but just the Knicks fever has taken over. Like trying to go out to watch the game the other night at a bar, you couldn't get a seat unless you were there 2 hours ahead of time. And I live on the Upper East Side, so not even close to Madison Square Garden. And so there's something crazy about it. I think Donald Trump's presence tonight and the security specifically around it, and not having the watch party and sort of the fans can't take bags in, and sort of the concerns about just the perimeter around Madison Square Garden is maybe harshing a little bit of the buzz in the city right now. But once it's tip off tonight and everybody's in the building and sees that if the Knicks win tonight, I don't mean the city's going to burn down, but the city's going to be on fire in the most positive way possible. Victor and on Wembanyama, this kid's 22 years old, and there's all this pressure and expectation on his shoulders, and he just seems incredibly mature. He seems like somebody who's mature beyond his years and just sees sports and life in the way that you should see sports and life. And I don't know enough about his background to say that's his parents, his upbringing, being from France, whatever that is. But this is a guy who could have the world in the palm of his hand and will be the face of the NBA, maybe the face of sports very, very soon. But he sure has a good head on his shoulders.
So when you look at, and I don't know how deep you are into the world of prospects, but there's a lot of people here fired up about T. Jaginya. If he's relatively close, do you anticipate him being on a Mammoth roster next year?
It's a really good question. I don't know if they want to. Yes, I think he's going to have a good chance in training camp of making it. But also, and this is not to ruin anybody's excitement, but he is exactly the kind of player that if Bill Armstrong is going to make a big move to get an established star who could be a centerpiece of a trade. And we saw this with his dad, Jerome McGinley, going from Dallas to Calgary as a prospect, helped the Dallas Stars win the Stanley Cup and wound up going on to have a Hall of Fame career. But you could just as easily see him being a sort of a centerpiece of this team moving forward, or the sort of the lead part of a package in a trade, and not in a bad way. But just he's certainly on the doorstep of the NHL.
What is there a free agent out there that you look at and said, man, that guy would be great with the Mammoth?
There's nobody out there. That's the problem with free agency is there's not a whole lot of guys who are going to be out there. One name is Anders Lee, the captain of the New York Islanders, who would be the sort of perfect veteran, 30-something, early 30s, late 20s winger who brings sort of has played in the playoffs, has gone on deep runs, hasn't won a championship, hasn't won the Stanley Cup yet, but he's a guy who is going to probably get to July 1st as a free agent. Alex Tuck in Buffalo is the other guy that I can't see the Sabres letting him go. I think it'd be foolish for them to let him out of their sights. But if you're looking for a winger with size, that I think those are two names to keep an eye on.
Would you go into your prospects for a chance at Dylan Larkin if you were the Mammoth?
Sure, but I think the question more specifically is, does Dylan Larkin want to go there?
Yeah.
And Helene St. James, the Detroit Free Press, reported today that there's a 3-team trade list. It's Florida, Vegas, what a shock, and Minnesota. The 3 teams, obviously, Florida has one, Vegas has one, Minnesota has his best friend, Quinn Hughes, on the roster right now, and very desperately needs a center. But yeah, if that list expands, he's a player who solves a lot of people's problems. I think you would line up. I think there are 25 teams around the league who would line up to give up to go get a Dylan Larkin. He might be a little on the older side for a team like Utah with the sort of young core that exists in terms of giving up assets for. I would go out and try to get an Anders Lee, an Alex Tuck in free agency before I give up assets for a player who's 30 years old, given sort of the window that we see coming.
Well, hey, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out, and let's do it again here soon.
Thanks very much. Talk to you soon.
There you go. Stephen Wino covers the NHL and the NBA for the Associated Press, and he's on his way to Madison Square Garden covering the game tonight, and I got to imagine that'll be a scene down there. Although, yes, as he mentioned, the buzz has been a little harsh since the Donald Trump announcement, so there's not a lot of watch parties outside. The crowd's not going to be able to be around the building like they were hoping for.
But what a day! I mean, just to know he's going to probably jump on the train, take that thing into Madison Square Garden. It's the Mecca, man. That's where the final should be played.
All right. I don't know how well you know your New York geography, but when he drops I live in the Upper East Side, was that honk-worthy? That felt like that was honk-worthy.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically an economic declaration.
Yeah, right. When you say, I'm Upper West Side, or Upper East Side, yeah, it's like, oh, are you? Really? Okay.
Listen, Wino. Hey, I'm going to tell you what, he was on it.
Yeah, he was dialed in.
I love his knowledge of not just hockey, but basketball, and yeah, it'd be cool to cover that game tonight.
Oh,
I'm going to cover it, actually.
Yes, you're
going to cover it?
I am going to cover it,
cover it
from the comfort of my own home. Yes. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, Ethan's hanging out with us. A lot of really cool things going on right now at Duradeck. And I was quizzing you off the air because on my deck, I've got a flat top, I've got a couple smokers. Like I live in that thing in the summer. But with those come a little bit of grease, a little mess here and there. And Duradeck makes it real easy because I'm not going to lie. I've got outdoor rugs on my deck because I've stained the wood really badly with grease and all that other nonsense. With Duradeck, you can clean these decks.
Oh, heck yeah. It's great, and you're supposed to use your deck. I mean,
right?
It's used for barbecuing, entertaining, having a good time out there, but a Duradeck system makes it really easy to clean. You're not having to recoat your deck every year. You're not having to restain it. You're not having to put new lacquer on the wood. Duradeck system is made to last long, but also all you need to do is just seasonal cleanings with it. Even if you get, your kid's drawing crayon or marker, ketchup, grease, anything, right on our website is a great PDF on exactly how to clean kind of the well-known stains on a deck, because we're supposed to be having our product on there for 15 to 30 years. You got to know how to clean it. So go on the website, figure out exactly how to clean it. Bada bing, bada boom.
And that's the one thing with decks. Obviously, a lot of them are stained in wood and they fade. That's really the benefit of this is you can clean it and it looks like when they installed it. I mean, the maintenance is very, very little.
Yeah, super low maintenance. Honestly, it's just getting the scum off of there, every season, cleaning it, making it look really, really new and nice and fresh again. But that's one of the big benefits of having such a good product on your deck is it will last a long time. It will look great. You don't have to do that recoating, that restaining, take a whole weekend away from yourself.
And that's expensive too.
True that. Cost savings, a little more up front to get the right system on there. But over the next 15 years, your cost savings are going to be great.
So whether you're building a new deck or a new construction, you've got your outdoor living spaces, those elevated living spaces, whether it's a deck or otherwise, make that part of your build process. But if you already have that and you want a retro, you can find contractors and licensed contractors that can do that too.
Yeah, that's right. No matter what situation you're in with remodeling, with building a new deck, putting an addition on the home that's going to have a flat entertainment space above there, get Duradeck on there. It's the way to go for longevity, and it also looks great for your outdoor living space.
If you're a Coach, if you're a contractor out there and you want to make yourself more marketable and be a guy that can offer that service, how do they get a hold of you to make sure that they can be licensed in installing Duradeck?
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for anybody doing remodel work, any roofing contractor. I mean, we have exterior guys doing it. Give our office a call. We offer a great 2-day training, really comprehensive on how to build up a deck, on how to weatherproof it, waterproof it, and get this kind of in your ammunition as something to use as a contractor that can do a really good job for people and make good money doing it.
Love it. Call right now, 801-298-1950. That's 801-298-1950, whether you want it installed or you want to become an installer. 801-298-1950. It's Duradeck right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Lots of companies do risk assessments to see how their supply chains are disrupted. Just like empires used to build navies to protect themselves from pirates, most businesses, large and small, have individuals or whole teams working to protect themselves from cyber threats. In polls, cybersecurity has ranked as the top concern for senior leaders in the last 5 years. When cybersecurity met artificial intelligence this year, a monster rose out of the sea and threatened to eat Tokyo. Sorry for the Godzilla reference. A new generation of disruptive pirates is using AI to attack your company. Globalization has created reliable supply chain that provide low-cost goods. It's not geopolitical conflict that will break the chain, but AI-driven cybersecurity. Learn more about the forces shaping businesses with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call Call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
The new 2026 Outback is here with a new body style, increased roof capacity, ground clearance, and updated technology features. Visit Doug Smith Subaru today to see it for yourself.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I said this earlier in the show. Shehan Jayaraja, CBS, joins us. I want to apologize, Shehan. I think you should probably be on our payroll now because you're just are an honorary member of the staff here. I don't know if sports radio in Salt Lake City is worth putting on your resume, but feel free to add it if you ever need to update that resume because we got you covered. Because you made so many appearances, and this Brandon Sorsby thing continues to just evolve and get crazier. First off, how you doing, by the way? How's your Monday?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm worried that I'm going to have to start paying taxes in the state of Utah between, all the places I'm on over here. I joke, like, including Texas, I'm probably on in the state of Utah more than just about any other place in the country.
Wow. Well, you know what? That's because Big 12's hopping here, but we're all shocked. I know everybody's shocked. The only people that seem to be happy about this is Brandon Sorsby and Texas Tech coaches and fans. How shocked are you that this went down the way it did?
Yeah, pretty shocked. I'm not going to lie. I thought that the case that the NCAA laid out was pretty reasonable. And look, I mean, in sports in general, right, there is a bright red line around one thing. And it's that you do not gamble on sports and that you do not gamble on your own games. And look, I understand sort of the inclination to compare it to other malfeasance that's happened in sports, right? Domestic violence is awful. And certainly, as a Baylor graduate, of course, the way that the Title IX scandal was handled 10 years ago, like there's a lot of shame in that. But like, put all that aside for a second, because this is something that impacts the perceived integrity of the sports. The idea that there are people on the playing surface who could be manipulating the game for whatever reason, right? And so that to me remains, in my eyes, a bright red line. This is really one of the first instances in sports, period, professional, college, any level, that we've seen it sort of impacted like this. And again, this is going to be something that I think has long-standing ramifications. For one, certainly I think that this will create a lot more urgency to get legislation passed at the federal level. Like, again, if you are a major conference or if you are the College Sports Commission or NCAA, you are going to Congress and saying, look at what's happening right now. We have the most basic and enforceable of rules, and even those aren't holding up in court systems that obviously, again, where ultimately the NCAA has no recourse over one judge's decision, especially on the timeline that they're working with. So a strange, bizarre, wild situation in so many ways. But ultimately it means that Texas Tech has their quarterback won.
So all that you said was absolutely perfect. And I think the move we need to make, Scotty, is we need to get one of, Shehan's incredible suits that he wears and maybe upholster a chair and call it the Shehan Memorial Chair.
Yes.
That's the way we can
Memorial,
remember.
Hold on. I'm still kicking.
No, just
Memorial
not Memorial in that respect. Memorial of the nice times that you come on. But, no, we talked about in the first segment, and my first statement was Shoeless Joe Jackson would like a word, because it goes back deep in history, like you talk about. And the fact that the appeal couldn't take place in time, right? It's pretty much seals the fate. He's going to play.
Yeah, it's a bizarre situation, right? And I mean, in some respects, like, it's so interesting to be here in this moment because you kind of wonder, oh, how did nobody ever think of this before, right? Before the past 2 or 3 years. But, I guess that NIL has obviously created so much more incentive to try to stay in college versus to try to get to the professional level. And again, Brendan Sorsby has a reported $5 million contract from Texas Tech. Certainly that's a factor for him. Also, as well, the ability to have some time to rehab his stock and obviously compete at the highest level at Texas Tech, most likely in the college football playoff. Like, there are all these reasons, of course, that Brendan Sorsby wants to stay in college athletics. But again, right now we've had so many versions of this case around the country. We had it, of course, very notably with Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss and him getting his medical waiver cleared. We had it with Owen Heineke at the University of Oklahoma. And we had it in the case, for example, and it was rejected at least, but in the case of Tennessee quarterback Joey Aguilar and Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris, who frankly had no case to bring to the table because they were just like, let's see what happens, right? And so, again, this is just a totally untenable situation. That's a word and phrase that I keep coming back to. Like, no sport can work if there can't be rules enforced about them. And I think, again, whether this is a short-term thing, whether this is a long-term thing, whether this is a congressional thing, something is going to happen in response to this. And I'm kind of curious to see what.
I was talking to a buddy of mine who works in the gambling industry down in Vegas. And I said, what happens when Sorsby throws an interception in field goal range when the over-under of the halftime line was 23 and the score is 14-7. Like, obviously guys throw interceptions as part of the game, but when that guy has that kind of track history and that reputation and something like that happens in a game, and he's like, yeah, dude, we're talking about, do we even put a line on Texas Tech games? We don't know how to deal with this. Like, the gamblers aren't even happy about this. The gambling industry's losing their minds about this. Like, nobody's thrilled, and this is going to hover. It's like, when Barry Bonds hits a home run, you're like, okay, he's juiced. Like, he throws an interception, like, yeah, well, he had some money on that one. This is going to be a huge storyline on a really good team next year, and it's a shame for Texas Tech, who, with or without him, had a really good team.
Well, and that's kind of the irony of this as well, right? It's interesting, like you said, to hear from your gambling context, because it's like everybody is going to have a level of scrutiny that I don't think they expected coming into the year, right? I mean, for Brendan Sorsby, of course, like you said, every single step that he takes, every single pass that he throws, everything is going to, it's going to be national news, essentially, at this point. And the other thing, too, like you said, Texas Tech probably could have won the Big 12 with Will Hammond in the lineup, maybe could have won some playoff games with Will Hammond in the lineup. And the other part of this, too, is like, you end up in a situation where if they do all the things that we expect, let's say they go and win the national championship, like, all people are going to be able to talk about is this, right? And that's interesting, of course, again, that you mentioned the gambling industry, because this is a level of scrutiny that I don't even know if they're ready for, right? Because we're having all these conversations. Again, like, down here in the state of Texas, sports gambling is still not legal. And, I think that there's going to be a lot of talk and a lot of awareness and a lot of push for this is what's happening to sports right now. The end of the NBA case a couple of months ago, of course, was a huge catalyst to this. This is about as big as it gets in terms of a player actually being able to return to the playing surface. And again, I think that for better or worse, this Monday morning is going to be something that we look back at a lot. And again, I've said it over and over again, but I'm fascinated to see what the equal and opposite reaction per se is.
Does the this obviously with Texas Tech, it just solidifies them at number one in the Big 12. I know we talked about it, and you still felt pretty confident having them one, even if he wasn't there. Does the those first two games, he's going to miss some tough ones. You think they'll make it through those two?
Listen, Oregon State on the road. I've seen those chainsaws. They're really exciting. I'm sure that the new staff over there is going to have them ready to play. And Abilene Christian, look, people forget. I think it was 3 years ago, Abilene Christian came to town and gave them a heck of a game. But to answer your question, I think that Texas Tech will probably be okay. The funny thing about it, because what I'd kind of been led to understand, frankly, is that what the judge would be ruling on is essentially yes injunction, no injunction. Yes injunction means the NCAA can't punish them. No injunction means the NCAA's punishment is sustained. I really wasn't anticipating the idea of a changed punishment and missing those first 2 games, which was something, by the way, that Brendan Sorsby's legal team did propose. They said, sure, he should be punished, but it should only be for X amount of games. I mean, look, just to be frank, right? Speaking as myself and not as a reporter, like you're saying that he's going to miss the first 2 games before Big 12 play starts, before they play a huge game against Houston on a Friday. Like some of this stuff, again, is just so craven ultimately. And I mean, look, again, you guys know that I have lots of contacts and connections all over the state of Texas. I mean, the reality is this: nobody's going to be able to make the case that this is not the ultimate villain of college football in 2026.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I mean, LSU does everything they can, but Texas Tech just skyrocketed right past them. Hey, so Ross Dellinger has a story, and in it, he quotes Kansas State athletic director Gene Taylor. So somebody saying this off the record doesn't surprise me, but on the record does. He said, we've had some serious conversations about it, whether or not we should play the Red Raiders. He said, there's a lot to be discussed. We aren't scheduled to play them this year, but it's something as a conference we have to look at from this perspective. This is greater than the Big 12. So he's saying a lot of athletic directors and presidents within the Big 12 are having conversations of, do we even show up and play these guys? Obviously, I think there's a lot of bluster there, but how do these schools in the Big 12 handle this?
No, and I've been very curious what the statements are going to be like from the Big 12, right? Because on one hand, you have a team that is probably the Big 12's best national championship shot since maybe you could even say 2017 Oklahoma. And if they were to win the national championship, that means a lot of good things for the Big 12. But on the other side of things, again, they are the ones most impacted by this, right? They're the ones, like you said, that are going to have to play this team. And again, like, go back, 10, 20 years, right? Like, the Big 12 is a conference filled with teams that were used to getting bullied by Texas and Oklahoma to a lesser extent. I think that Texas Tech, frankly, and their administration and their coaches, they have really good relationships with the rest of the Big 12. I don't think that this is certainly a Texas situation, but I think that there are people in that room looking around saying, what is going on here? Why are we empowering this? Why are we allowing this? And again, it was interesting, like you said, that Gene Taylor went on the record about it. I'll be curious to see again. Does Brett Yormark go on the record about it? Does the Big 12 release a statement? Because even though they, again, are likely happy that Texas Tech will be able to reach some new heights, I mean, they also can't be thrilled about the fact that so many of the things about the way the system works are kind of being shattered right now.
For someone who coached for 16 years, and I said this earlier, it's a slap in the face. We used to have to operate with the rules the size of a phone book. And, you were constantly trying not to make a wrong move. If I quit in 2019, if I would have been abducted by aliens prior to the NIL announcement and someone were to drop me back today and tell me, like, one of the headlines is Kentucky paid a player $7 million disclosed. Now, they've done that before, but it's been under the table. But disclosed $7 million for 8 months of his time. And now we're going to let Art Schleister back in and start slinging, the gunslinger. Art was embroiled in a gambling controversy of his own back in the 80s. But I just wouldn't believe it. And I can only say this. I do believe this is a direct result of everybody just raising their arms up in the air and saying, well, we got to win too.
No, it's 100% part of the equation. It's funny for me, right? Because, I enrolled in college back in 2012, started covering college football in 2013. And the world has changed so unbelievably much over the past 15 years. Like the sport that I even came into not that long ago is a completely different sport than it is in 2026. Again, I go back to like the idea of a player in 2014 trying to fight to stay in college is just not something that we could have imagined not that long ago. And then of course you have even just the roster management side of things. And look, I mean, Cody Campbell, the Texas Tech's mega booster, released a statement, and he was kind of like, I mean, it was actually a little bit more of a measured statement than I expected.
Oh yeah,
because he was kind of like, you know, I'm trying to solve the big picture problems while also trying to navigate this moment for Texas Tech. And it's like, he's not wrong, right? Like if Ole Miss is over here fighting whatever to get their quarterback on the field, if you know, Oklahoma trying to get their star linebacker back, like everybody right now is just kind of like, I guess there's no rules. I guess let's just see how far it goes. I mean, even if you want to go back to last year, right? Diego Pavia sues to get back on the field. He ends up being a Heisman finalist after getting another year of eligibility after the JUCO ruling. So like, this is just the moment that we're in right now. And I go back to it over and over again. There is no sport on the planet that, one, has perpetual free agency. That is just not something that happens. And two, there's no sport on the planet that can get away with just having no enforceable rules. Again, something has to happen, whether, and you know, again, will it be congressional legislation? I think that this happening in this moment maybe is the thing that sort of makes the SC and Big Ten say, all right, whatever, like, screw it. We have to do this because what other choice do we have?
Yeah, this could be, in a weird way, something so outlandish and so crazy and so bizarre that even the people that are enjoying enjoying where things are at right now and feasting off are like, okay, all right, now we've gone too far. Yeah, that's the line, and we've crossed it.
You guys don't realize how coaches think. They're thinking, okay, go find me a kid that gambles a ton that's really good.
Yeah.
And also, if you break any rule, like, I mean, I don't want to make light of it, but, you know, like, yeah, send them to you know, a mental health rehab. Like, it's just again, there's so many things about this moment that are just incomprehensible a couple years ago.
I think when you're looking for jersey sponsors, patch sponsors, DraftKings probably should be on there for Texas Tech this year.
That would be hilarious.
I mean, if you're going to go full villain, just lean right into it. All right, so you know the Texas world a little bit. Is there some home cooking here? I mean, we always have this image of what Texas is like for those of us that don't live there. This I know the guy that was the guns up dude recused himself, but this feels like some home cooking here.
Well, here's what I'll say, right, is that like you said, there was one judge that was initially slated to make the decision. His name is Philip Hayes. He's a 2-time Texas Tech graduate. He has season tickets at the 50-yard line, right? So, like, the first picture that went kind of around of him was him doing a guns up with the mascot, right?
Yeah.
So he very rightfully, in my opinion, recused himself. I think, again, like, it puts him in a bad position professionally, depending on what happens, right? So I think that was the right decision for him. The new judge who came in actually isn't a full-time Lubbock County judge. So he went to undergrad at UT Arlington in the Metroplex. He went to law school at Houston. He actually primarily worked in Fort Worth as a judge and was actually retired in 2012, was basically brought in and has been brought in to do individual cases. So they did, in my opinion, they did everything I think that was reasonable for them to try to have, I guess, sort of this veneer of impartiality. Does that mean that it was successful? Again, that's not really my place to label necessarily. I'll just say, again, based on the case that was laid out by Texas Tech, or rather not by Texas Tech, by Brendan Sorsby and his attorneys, I didn't think the case was necessarily good enough for this to go through. Though I will say also, for a hearing for an injunction, it is a lower bar of entry than, like, this isn't him being ruled that he did nothing wrong. This is, hey, do you have a chance that you may win your case down the road? To me, again, I feel like the answer is no. But if a judge can be made to believe that, yeah, this might happen in a case a year from now, like, that is a lower standard of entry than, hey, here's the result of the case.
You didn't know when you were a Baylor trying to figure out how to be a sports journalist that you'd be breaking down injunctions and court rulings and things like that, did you?
I was pre-law to start, so you know what? I didn't last, but it did serve me well, I think.
Yeah, I was, I was thinking of going that direction. Then I saw that LSAT. I'm like, I don't want any part of that. And so, I got into sports for a reason, to not talk about stuff like that. And here we are talking a lot about stuff like this. So, hey, Shehan, again, we appreciate it. We call you short notice. You're always there for us. We appreciate it. You do a great job on CBS. Can't thank you enough. And hopefully we're not talking for a while. We'll wait until we see a Big 12 Media Day before we chat you up again, okay?
Hey, my bill's in the mail. Thanks so much for having me.
Sounds good. There he is, Shehan Jayaraja, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, one of our favorite dudes on the planet, and does a tremendous job at CBS Sports. All right, take a break right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
So if you've been thinking about getting your windows replaced, I suggest that you live vicariously through Coach right now, Coach Tim Lacombe, because he's going to walk you through the entire process. Advanced Windows has come out to your home. They've measured. They're now in production. And, Coach, 1 week from today, it's the big installation day.
Yeah, they're doing 20, so it's going to take, I think it's going to take 2 days, but they're going to do, I think, upstairs and then down. So we are really excited. And I can tell you this, one of the things I'm most excited about is, as it's gotten a little bit hotter, I'm starting to feel these windows. They didn't look great aesthetically. They're worse in terms of the temperature piece. So I'm looking forward to getting really nice, aesthetically pleasing windows, and at the same time just cut my utility bill, because that's definitely what's going to happen.
You have to look at it as an investment in your home, the quality and the functionality of your home. Call Advance right now. They'll give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up on Wednesday, it'll be a Win Ticket Wednesday. We'll be giving away tickets to see Rod Stewart, legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, Tuesday, June 19th. So we'll give away those tickets on Wednesday. If you want to pick up your tickets right now, go to livenation.com and get your tickets today. And then on Wednesday, we'll be giving away tickets all day long. Rod Stewart. Who was he married? Wasn't he married to
He was married to a supermodel.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, was it?
I don't remember who. I
wasn't Kim,
can't keep him straight.
It wasn't Kim Basinger, was it?
It might have been.
Rod Stewart, man. That's another guy that honestly, had somebody said, is he still with us? I'd been like, I don't know. But now, not only is he still with us, he's still touring. So good for him.
Head of hair.
Oh,
beyond
good head of hair on that
compare.
guy. Yeah, no
It's like
doubt.
it's like the top of a mop.
Well, I will say this, we all are living in hair envy of our guy Ethan over here from Duradec, 97.5 KSL
young
Sports Zone.
whippersnapper, though.
Well, I don't know, man. That hairline looks like it's not going anywhere anytime soon, man. Congratulations on that.
Thanks. It's in the genes.
Yeah.
Got the pompadour going.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, Duradec is so cool. An opportunity for you to really not only care for your outdoor living spaces, your deck and entertainment areas, but also to make them look great as well. So let's talk about the process of colors and how to put something together that looks great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of applications you can use Duradec on, whether it be a rooftop patio or a balcony off the second story, or even like a pool deck. One of those applications where you're going to be having birthday parties out there, you're going to be grilling.
Yeah.
Having just a white TPO roof is nothing special, but once you start getting wood plank material and wood grain and granite patterns and something that really matches the aesthetic of that entertainment space, it really just exploits how great looking it is and can really turn the tone into some really great entertainment space. So there's 20 different colors and patterns that Duradec has that we have that can match any kind of those spaces. There's a great online tool where you can actually change the aesthetic of a picture you take or see what it actually will look like on whatever kind of application you're doing. So using those online tools, getting a contractor who knows what he's doing and giving you some options to say, hey, this product might look great for your house because it's this color. But there's so many great looking, like I said, plank patterns, wood grain patterns, granite patterns, anything to match the aesthetic.
What's the temperature like on it? I had somebody reach out to me and ask me that. It's like during the summer, just it's temperate. You're not going to burn your feet on the thing.
Yeah, super great question. Obviously, the darker the color the pattern is, the more it will absorb the heat. And you may need sandals walking on it when you're in St. George in the 105-degree weather. But we do have a product line called Cool Deck. It's for those hot weather areas where the sun really beats on that deck. They're more white colors, more light gray, that you can still have a great time on your deck and it not be too hot. So Cool Deck is the product that we have.
So the other element, too, we keep talking about wooden decks. Concrete works great on concrete, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the second application that you have. If you're not working with a wood-framed deck, you have a concrete deck up top. And there's even great products called Tile Deck and Plaza Deck where you can inlay tile directly onto our product. You can have a pedestal and paver system where you can put even composite. If you love the composite board look, but you have living space underneath your deck, you can have DuraDeck as the waterproofing underneath an overbuild of a composite board or pedestals and pavers, tiles. Really, the applications are endless. It's great.
Wow, the sky is the limit there. That's really cool. There's a lot that you can do to your home, really improve the quality, but also protect. I know, look, I've got a deck that's old, that's received a lot of water damage throughout the years, and I would love nothing more to go back in time. And when I do build a new deck, which unfortunately is going to have to be here pretty soon, you're darn right, DuraDeck's going to be a big part of that to protect it so I don't have to do that again. I just want one rebuild. That's it, and then we're done. But DuraDeck here to help you out. Let's go. Give them a call right now, and it's a real simple phone call. For DuraDeck to make sure that you get that outdoor living spaces really taken care of and protected. 801-298-1950. That's 801-298-1950. And again, Ethan, I want to hit this home. If somebody is a contractor out there and they want to have this as something that they offer as a contractor, it's just a quick 2-day training on becoming certified.
That's right. Right at our warehouse here in Centerville, you can come and take a 2-day training course. We actually split it up to in-house warehouse, and then I will go on to a job site with you to make sure all the details are done the right way, to know the buildup is done. But it's really comprehensive from the buildup all the way to the application of the actual product. We try to be there with you 100% of the way to get great functioning long-term solutions to waterproofing.
801-298-1950. That's 801-298-1950. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
I mean, the name really says it all. It replenishes the nutrients that your growing areas are starving for.
It's been proven for 31 years that it's a product that will aid in your gardening and make your plants beautiful as well as looking great.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage. I got my helmet strapped on tight, I've got my bike, and my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This guy's been putting in some work. If you're not following him on Twitter, you should. Eric Spyropoulos, digital writer for NBA.com and the Utah Jazz, kind enough to join us. Eric, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great. You're churning out content like crazy, man. How's the summer been for you?
It's been good. It's been, having a little bit more time to breathe while also getting that content out has been really helpful.
I haven't been able to see you as much, since I vacated the South Town over there, Eric. But it's great to talk to you, man. I got to think there's a ton of buzz. We're just within 2 weeks now of the draft here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been doing a series of mock draft Monday articles. So I just published the second one today, and we did our first individual draft profile on UtahJazz.com last week on Cam Boozer, and we'll have another one tomorrow on Darren Peterson. And the comments, Jazz fans are excited, and they should be, obviously, with the second overall pick.
I know you dig into a lot of film, and I got to imagine, one day you're probably looking at Boozer like, okay, this guy'd be a great fit. He needs to be the guy. Then the next guy, it's AJ. Oh, he needs to be the guy. And then, Darren Peterson, you see that upside. You're like, oh, he's got to be the guy. I mean, I can't imagine. I know what it's like covering the team, having an interest in wanting this team to do well. I can't imagine what it's like for Danny and Austin and Jay-Z trying to figure out what direction to go.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that is kind of one of the central things that might be getting lost in some of the discussions that you see on social media. And obviously social media can be such a polarizing place to have a conversation.
No, not really. No.
Not here in Utah. No.
Exactly, yeah. But I mean, I do think Jazz fans are, maybe should take a step back, maybe not on a daily basis, but at least on a weekly basis and remind themselves that, all three, or even if you want to throw in Caleb Wilson, all four of these guys are top prospects, elite prospects, all-star potential, all-NBA potential for some of them. And I think that is getting a little bit lost in the shuffle. But, yeah, you spend a week on a Cam Boozer and you figure out, oh, this would be great in the Jazz system. And then you watch Darren Peterson and you think the same thing. And then you watch AJ, and it's just all of them have great strengths. All of them have key areas of improvement. But at the end of the day, all of them are elite prospects.
So obviously it comes down to we get to pick after Washington makes theirs, and there's all sorts of scuttle around that, and certainly they have not landed on anything, it sounds like. Do you expect AJ to go number one because they just need to do kind of the safe thing?
I do. Right now, I do lean that way. I think he does have a pretty clean fit on the wing for the Wizards. He has been the most mocked player at number one, and like you said, it is kind of, everyone talks about Cam Boozer being kind of the safe prospect, and I think they mean that in terms of just the absolute baseline floor for each of these guys. But like you said, AJ is a pretty safe number one. I mean, he's got the kind of media attention. You know, as soon as the Wizards get number one, obviously most of the mocks have AJ there. And like I said, his fit, you know, on the wing for a team that does have a few guards in the backcourt, obviously have Alex Sarr and Anthony Davis in the front court. Like, it does seem, you know, like a pretty clean fit, and his skill set would fit in there. So as of now, I still do lean the Wizards going kind of the safe conventional pick with AJ at 1.
I think we've all been caught up in this AJ versus Darren Peterson conversation. But I want to get your thoughts as a guy that watches a lot of basketball, that breaks down film. What's your impression of Cam Boozer?
I mean, I came away really impressed with Cam Boozer from what I was watching in preparation for the draft profile that we did last week. And I think, you know, I do have kind of a soft spot for bigger players that have just natural feel and passing ability. I do think that, you know, the talk of, you know, maybe draft prospects and how you draft, you know, 5-10 years ago was like, if it's an athletic, toolsy wing, you just got to overdraft that player. And I do think we've kind of gotten a little bit more towards maybe we should be looking at guys with a lot of feel as kind of a differentiator when looking at these prospects. And Cam Boozer has that for sure. I mean, he can bully inside, which you could say maybe he won't do as much in the NBA, but with the amount of switching that goes on, I think there will be opportunities for that. I mean, he can pass as a ball handler or as just kind of a roll man in the pick and roll, and he can shoot. I mean, I don't think he's going to be, you know, a pull-up, you know, high-volume three-point shooter, but you can put him out there without the ball in his hands, and I think he can have a lot of success. So, you know, I get the concerns with the lack of athletic pop and how that will translate at the NBA level, but he'll be playing with even more spacing around him and even better teammates that could accentuate some of his skills.
And last I checked, Jokic doesn't have a ton of pop. I mean, you don't think of him and think, man, that's an athlete right there, right? He's doing most of that with the brain. He's doing most of that with the intellect and the feel, like you talk about. The Jazz, you feel like the Jazz have heard the Darren Peterson story and are okay with it? I mean, would draft him. They've gotten beyond the medical piece, or do you know anything more about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like from what I had heard, and obviously there's been a lot of reporting over, you know, the course of the past few weeks just on the Darren Peterson situation in general, is that the Jazz and other teams have been able to get the medicals and also talk to Darren and talk to other people around that situation and feel comfortable proceeding with him as just, you know, not red flagging him or anything like that. And, you know, when you factor in just the uncertainty and just kind of the weirdness of his season at Kansas, and yet you still look at what he was able to do, even playing limited games, limited minutes, and obviously limited physically, all you can wonder is you go back and look at some of his high school film, which I definitely encourage people to do when thinking of Darren Peterson moving forward. And you think about, this is what he did at Kansas when he wasn't 100%. This is what he did in high school. If we feel comfortable with him physically, you have to look at him as a prospect that could be a complete game changer.
How much do you look at, if you're a GM, not saying that the Jazz would do this, but I know that I'm quick to overreact to what's going on. I got to imagine sometimes when you have a high draft pick like the Jazz have or Washington, and you're looking at the landscape of the Victor era, which is now very much upon us, do you draft in preparation of facing them, or do you still look in the long-term, you know, best interest of your team? I'm just saying it would be hard not to be like, oh, geez, we got to deal with this guy. What's the best way to attack him out of these three guys?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you that you definitely have to, you know, be aware of stepping back and realize, and not just being super consumed by the moment. I think, you know, Austin Ainge was on last week, and he said basically something to the effect of that they view this decision as more of a 10-year runway. And obviously the league changes, eras come and go, trends come and go, and who the top player or the top team will be 8 to 10 years from now will be different, you know, than it is right now. I mean, we don't know exactly how, you know, Wemby's career will pan out or what will happen with the Spurs moving forward. And, you know, obviously OKC is always going to be a factor for the foreseeable future. And so I do think you want to look at the lens of today's basketball and say, you know, how do these prospects fit in if they had to play in a playoff game next season or 2 years from now? But then you're also doing the more important thing of, when these players are in their prime, 5 years from now, it's hard to project where the league will be exactly. I mean, you can try, but if you feel confident in where they will be 5 years from now, that is probably more of a driver of your decision making.
So Washington takes AJ, let's say, and it's Boozer and DP on the board. It's a 50-50 proposition still, isn't it? I mean, the decision maybe gets drawn home when they've met with all these guys, but do you feel like that's still a 50-50 deal, or do you feel like there's a lean?
I mean, I think it's a 50-50 deal. If it was for me, I mean, I would personally lean towards Dare, and I think the positional fit and the positional need for the Jazz to have a two-guard that can, take over a game offensively, have the ball in his hands. But also the most interesting thing about his season at Kansas is that with the injuries aspect, he was basically in a almost full-time off-ball role. And that put him in a lot of situations that the Jazz also run in their offense, coming off screens and cuts and everything like that. So I would personally lean Darren just a little bit. I think his positional fit is cleaner. The skill set is a little bit more of a need on the perimeter for the Jazz. But, Cam Boozer's playmaking, like I just said, his playmaking, his shooting, his feel is also a thing that would fit in Will Hardy's system. So I think it would be a really tough decision, maybe like a 55-45 leaning towards Darren just for the cleaner fit overall. But I think, like you said, it's still a tough decision even between those two guys.
So let's just say, for the sake of argument, Darren Peterson goes number one or Boozer goes number one, and you have AJ available to you. How do you feel like AJ, who's a ball-dominant player, fits in with what the Jazz are trying to do?
Yeah, I think, the concern with AJ is probably the three-point shooting. Is it going to come around enough for him to play and thrive without the ball in his hands? And that's something that the Jazz will have to consider, and hopefully, teams always want to bank on their internal development process. But AJ's skill set would help the Jazz. I mean, he can get downhill like few others can when he has the ball in his hands, and that is something that the Jazz offense needs, is additional rim pressure. I mean, he can get to the free throw line, deadly in the mid-range, and he's deadly finishing at the rim when he gets there. So when you factor in that skill set with the athletic tools that he has, you want to hope that getting him into the Jazz system, he can step it up defensively and then work on the jumper. And all of a sudden you've got a guy who's averaging an easy 25 a game in the NBA and putting pressure on the rim like the Jazz haven't been able to do over the past few years.
So we've talked about those top three guys, and this is typically what happens is, Caleb Wilson seems to be maybe a level down. But, watching him play, talk about his strengths, and do you see a world where he maybe could go in the first three picks?
I do definitely see a world where he can go in the first three picks, because I do think, maybe with the way that the draft order played out and Memphis having the third pick and their front office is usually pretty analytically forward, and Cam Boozer obviously ranks number one in terms of all the analytic models and all the stats. But it's just in a vacuum. I mean, Caleb Wilson does have that kind of athletic tool set that we were just talking about that teams do still can get enamored with and maybe draft and say, we can fix the jumper, we can fix his technique on the defensive end. I mean, he is a guy who, again, dominant finisher around the basket. He averaged 20 a game, over 9 rebounds, underrated passer, I think, for his position and just what you would think from that skill set. And like I said, he needs to clean things up a little bit on the technique side defensively, but he was still able to average, over a block, over a steal per game, just from his length and his feel for that side of the floor. So he's a dynamic athlete. The shooting isn't there, but if you can bank on improving that, the rest of the tool set is really intriguing for Caleb.
How concerned are you about shooting at that age? I mean, can you really improve a shot once you get into the NBA?
I mean, I do think it is concerning. I mean, we've seen some players obviously, not be able to shoot early on in their career or at college and then come into the league and eventually become really good shooters. I do think it is one of those skills that people just tend to kind of say, okay, well, he didn't shoot at college, but, we'll just get him in the NBA around our coaches and he'll be able to shoot. And I think it's just one of those skill sets that people just kind of assume you will be able to fix. And I also think there's levels to fixing it. Are you fixing it from a guy who shot 25% in college, and are you just getting that up to 32, 33%? That's still not good enough at the NBA level for teams to really view it as a threat. So you really have to think about, can we get this guy to become an actual threat that teams have to close out on, that they're not daring him to shoot? And I think that part gets a little bit overrated, that it's a little bit, maybe people think it's a little bit too easy to kind of fix jumpers and make people shooting threats in the NBA.
On that very thing, I think with Wilson, the vibes I get from him, I feel like high-level athlete, certainly, like you said, technique-wise, but is switchable. He's a guy who can guard multiple positions, and you see his value on the defensive end. But I just keep coming back to Taylor Hendricks in my mind, because Taylor had all that stuff, and his unfortunate thing was the injury. But even when he was trying to acclimate, those timely threes, if he could have just buried more of those, you know what I mean? And that's where that shooting comes down to. So do you see a similarity there in terms of the things that pop and then the things you worry about with Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I do. There is kind of the idea of when you get these players that have the tool set, the size, the length, the athleticism, and you're kind of looking at comparisons for some of them, and it's easy to look at other players who have had those kind of similar tools to work with and then haven't necessarily panned out. I mean, the thing with Taylor Hendricks is that he was an elite shooter in college, percentage-wise, on a pretty good volume. And so he was flashing that skill. And then, he came into the NBA, had a limited run before the injury, was sometimes hitting shots, was sometimes not hitting shots, and then obviously the injury really changed everything for him. I do think Caleb has a little bit more kind of explosiveness, with the ball in his hands, a little bit more craft as a playmaker. But, again, lack of shooting, or if the technique doesn't improve defensively, you're kind of looking at a guy who is switchable necessarily, yes, but also what kind of impact are you getting? Is it just kind of, he's switching on, but then they're blowing by him and he has to switch to someone else to kind of scram and save the possession? Or is he, able to kind of lock down a guy in the perimeter and defend the rim? But again, with the skill set, you're always, and the tools, you're kind of looking to compare and see that, guys like, Jaden McDaniels is like another guy who has become an elite defender and a pretty good, offensive player over the past few years. So there are different avenues for a player like Caleb Wilson to take in the NBA.
So for a while, especially when Golden State was going on their run with the death lineup, it looked like it was the end of the big man era. Is the big man making a return to the NBA?
I think so. I think the big man is coming back where it's kind of, you want to play skill ball these days, where it's like, if you can get the right amount of skill on the floor, then obviously the taller, the better.
Yeah.
Tall players do have an advantage in basketball. It's just kind of how it works. But they have to be skilled too. So, you're looking at, for example, even for the Jazz, they're going to play a huge lineup next season, regardless of who they draft or who they start, in the starting five. But we know it's most likely going to be Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Walker Kessler pending the re-signing and free agency. And that's a huge group right from the start. And so a guy like Cam Bruiser, he's a big guy, but he's a really skilled big man. I mean, same thing even with AJ and Caleb, who aren't as physically, they don't weigh as much as a guy like Cam Bruiser, but they're long, they've got the tool set, but they've got skills. And, I think if you're looking at the big men coming back, I think it's not necessarily the traditional rim runner big man that's coming back. It's the big man that can pass, have some feel, maybe space the floor. So it's not small ball anymore. It's really about skill ball.
Karl Anthony Towns has been unbelievable in the playoffs, and a guy who, shockingly, I thought that Mike Brown would put OG Anunoby on Wemby. It seemed like kind of a good matchup, but man, Cat's done a great job. What's been the big turn for him in terms of being able to kind of adopt the physicality of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of one of the things that's worked in his favor in that matchup against Wemby, is just being super physical with him. And, it's interesting because, Karl Anthony Towns was considered an elite defensive prospect when he was at Kentucky entering the league. And, he gets into the league and all of a sudden he becomes this dominant offensive force that struggled on the defensive end. But he has a background as being this physical defender, and, the whole Knicks team really has found such synergy that everyone is just locked in with their rotations and how they're providing help defense against Wemby when he's rolling to the basket and not closing out as much on San Antonio shooters, because that's not a strength of a lot of their guards, especially. He's hitting shots, he's being physical, he's taking advantage of what the defense is giving him, and he is he is bringing it to Wemby on a nightly basis in the finals.
All right, you are creating a checklist for Ace Bailey in the offseason to work on. What does that look like?
I think the two biggest ones are probably ball handling. I would expect with the Jazz having that big front court, Ace to play a few more minutes, maybe more on the perimeter, and handling the ball would be super helpful in terms of running pick and rolls or even just attacking one-on-one against mismatches. And then defensively, I mean, he showed some flashes towards the end of last season in terms of, getting in the passing lanes, blocking shots around the rim. I think that help defense will be key, but, with Jaren in the fold, with Walker back, just with the size the Jazz are going to have, I think they're going to be better suited to protect the rim without Ace's help. And where they'll need more help is on the perimeter. One thing we didn't really talk about with Darren that makes him a clean fit is that he projects to be a really capable defender on the perimeter. So if Ace can kind of steer his way into that lane as well, the more options you have for perimeter defense, the better. And the Jazz are certainly going to need that next season.
All right, so write the script for me. Obviously, we're not holding you to it. I mean, we may blow you up a little bit if you're really wrong, but for the most part, we don't do that because we're wrong all the time. At least I am. Coach has been pretty dialed in on these playoffs. But does this thing end in 4? Can the Spurs send it back to San Antonio? What are you thinking?
I do think, maybe I just am holding out too much for what the Spurs were able to do to get to the finals. I do think they will be able to win one of the games in New York. I mean, I think it really has to be tonight to not feel too deflated. But I do think there's a scenario where the Knicks can close it out in 5, even if Game 5 comes in San Antonio. I think they're just playing too well, and everyone's they're knocking down shots. They're being physical defensively. They're rotating perfectly, and I think the Spurs have a little bit of kind of this lethargic feeling coming out of the Western Conference Finals, and then to lose Game 2 as they did in that deflating fashion, I think it's going to sink them a little bit too much in this series.
Eric, thanks for hanging out. We got to do this more often, man. Appreciate all you do. Again, great follow on Twitter, great breakdowns as always, and look forward to doing this again here very soon.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks,
There he is, Eric Spyropoulos, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Eric fills in for me when I have to miss Jazz nights, and he does such a good job that I always wonder if they're going to have me come back. But so far, so good.
You don't want to get Wally pipped.
Well, I've got it going on. I got Alex staring at me every day from the booth, knowing he's next in line, and then I deal with Spy. So yeah, it's just my world.
They're all coming for you. That's what I remember talking to a player up at the University of Utah, and he's having a good career. He's like, you know what keeps me motivated? The coaches just try to recruit over the top of me every year. He's all like, okay, who do they got now? Because they don't think I can do this, so they're going to recruit over the top of me every single year, and I got to fend off some freshman who comes in looking for my job. So,
hey, that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Be sharp.
Yep. All right. Well, you want your outdoor living spaces to look sharp. You want your deck to look sharp, your elevated spaces to look sharp. Well, there is one place to call. DuraDeck is here to make it happen for you. And look, the great thing is you've invested in your home. You've invested in your property. Now it's time to protect them as well. And DuraDeck, that's right up your alley here.
Yeah, absolutely. Waterproofing is number one. Whether you're redoing a deck, putting an addition on a home, or waterproofing something that's already there, it's all about protection. And you don't want to write a check every 2 years redoing the same deck over and over and over for rot issues and waterproof issues. So DuraDeck has a minimum 15-year warranty on our top-line products, but those decks can last anywhere from 15 to 30 years just fine with the one-time application of DuraDeck, which is a vinyl membrane.
I've got to think that the weather here in Utah is probably accelerating that rot. We get so much moisture, and then obviously it gets so hot. So this has got to be a great place to use DuraDeck.
Oh, absolutely. Up in the mountains where it snows multiple feet on an exterior surface, sometimes it doesn't even melt, and the ice just sits on there, the snow just sits on there, but always the summer, it's going to come the melting. So DuraDeck is great. It's elastic enough to withhold freezing temperatures, super hot temperatures, expansion, contraction. So especially in a climate where we get super hot weather, super cold weather, it's really versatile. It's one of the exterior products that's the most versatile and can stretch over 2 times. It's over 2 times, 220% elastic.
People are spending just ridiculous amounts of money on their deck to get, this product that is expected to be able to handle all this stuff, I'd say, you know what, look, a wood deck, there's something special about a wood deck. So build your wood deck, save your money, and then throw that DuraDeck on the top of it, and you can have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of spending the money, recoating, repainting year after year, even with epoxy resins, liquid applied stuff, instead of spending that year after year, just do a one-time shot. Put an investment down on that deck so it will last a long time. So you'd rather have a one-time cost that's higher rather than having that same cost every single year, a couple of years, over and over and over again.
Because how many times, and I'll raise my hand, do you get out there with the sander and you got the stain and you spend a ton of money on that stuff and you're like a third of the way through it and you're like, this sucks. And then you end up spending money to have some guy do it for you and you're just losing time, you're losing money when you can just make that one coating and have a professional contractor do that and then you're done. 15, 30 years, you're good to go.
Yep, exactly. Do it right the first time. We've said a couple times here, hindsight's 20/20. You'd rather do it right the first time than have to go back, keep redoing stuff, and deal with the raw. It's pretty amazing when you go onto a deck that's 5 years old and you can put your finger right through the wood. It's rotted out that bad. Yeah. It's amazing. I never would have expected that before I got into this industry, but it's real. And the weather does some crazy stuff on the exterior, especially just with plain wood, pure wood. You want to get a vinyl product on there that will last.
I got to think we've got contractors driving around job to job that are looking for something else to add to the repertoire. So if you're out there, you're a contractor, that's a great avenue to contact y'all and get something done.
Yeah, absolutely. Roofing contractors, everybody knows flat work. There's a lot of pool decks, balconies outside of homes, and even big multifamily commercial products that are coming up here in Utah. Really big things leading up to the Olympics coming up. We're adding a lot of new builds. So if you're a roofing contractor, exterior, even general contractor, this is something you can add into your pocket and something that you can do long term, make a lot of money doing it, and be very successful.
Starts with a phone call, whether you want to apply that to your home or you want to be the guy that knows how to apply that to other homes. 801-298-1950. It's DuraDeck, 801-298-1950. Again, DuraDeck, 801-298-1950, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
He covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zerorez. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zerorez cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZEROREZ or visit Zerorez.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zerorez is the right way to clean.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is Sports Roulette right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coach and I have been all over the place today, so it gives us a time to focus in on the big storylines and put it on a roulette wheel. Alex has been given the keys to the roulette wheel, and so Lloyd, shockingly, on vacation. It's his hazing that he likes to do again for you, Coach, because he was like, I think he wanted to give you the impression that he actually works hard, and now he's kind of settled in, and you've been around for a bit, and now he's like, okay, I'm going to tell Coach what it's really like around here, where I'm working 2 days out of the week.
Well, I went to him because I've got a wedding coming up that I was going to have to miss an hour of the show, and he thought that maybe we ought to call Congress and see if they have a ruling.
I see how committed
He's
you are
going
to
to
the
seek
show.
an injunction.
Yeah.
Anyway, it turned out that we're off that day. It's the 19th of June.
Oh, okay.
So I won't have to miss anything. But, man, he gave me a hard time over an hour, and he's been gone 17 days since I started.
I know. The man loves his vacation. And,
the man loves himself. Let's just be honest.
True. That's true. He was such a good, down-to-earth guy, and then he got the PD job, and now he's wanting to rule with an iron fist. He's like Stalin over there, just like my way or not just the highway. I'm really going to make you pay.
Yeah, that's my way or I'll make you pay. That's his motto.
There you go.
And I do think it was either the promotion or definitely getting the number stall downstairs.
Yeah, the parking
That does
spot.
something to a guy. I mean, average Joe like me rolls in the far end, down there by Ensign College, and no marker or anything. I just hoof it down.
Yeah, because you get your steps in. You appreciate who you are.
Lately, that's the only walking I've been doing.
They give you some. They give you some good parking at BYU, or was it just Dave Rose?
We actually did not get our own, but we were there so early in the morning. Pick your poison.
Oh yeah, no big
We could
deal.
park in the student lot, so I just park right at the front. Take that.
Take that. All right. Well, I bet they got some parking.
Well, there's faculty spots too. I know, but I didn't ever have to worry about it. I was there early.
Yeah, the coaching lifestyle. You probably miss game day. Maybe you miss the competitiveness, the locker room, but those early morning working on cut-ups and the practices and the film study and the recruiting, you probably don't miss that one bit.
It's all the bad news that comes through all of it.
Yeah.
That you're just getting pounded all the time with bad news, and you're trying to keep a positive outlook. So actually, even game day, I don't miss anymore. This is far more my speed.
Yeah. There's
no contention in the room. We talk about things passionately.
Because Lloyd's not here.
Well, that's part of the reason.
Yeah.
But it's great to be where I am. I don't miss those days. Those days were great.
Yeah.
I actually hung 12 plaques in my guitar room this week. One plaque for every year that I was at BYU, and just looking at the faces, having those relationships, I would not trade that for anything. But now someone else can deal with the $1 million and the millions of dollars going out there.
They're all yours. You take them now. I've done my time. All right, 137. Let's get to it. Sports Roulette. Let's fire up that wheel.
Spurs-Knicks, Game 3 tonight.
Game 3 tonight. Do the Spurs try to pick up their first win? Do the Knicks go up 3-0? The average ticket price for tonight's game, $7,632. That is your average ticket price to get into this game tonight. It's unreal.
I would guess the bars on the Upper East Side for Wino are going to be packed.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's a big town, too. I mean, if you're going bar to bar, because you say that in Salt Lake, you can run out in a few. But, man, New York's got more bars than they have taxi cabs.
Yeah, they hand out liquor licenses like they're popcorn.
Yeah, and you just have to have an Italian last name to qualify.
That's true, yeah. But
Guido.
What do you keys in this one? Is it the same, or is there something specific you're looking in this Game 3?
Well, I think really Spy hit it best. I think the Spurs have to answer the question now, and they have played obviously well enough to win the first one, and the Knicks kind of pull that act to come back, and then they've got Game 2 in their grasp, and it fumbles away. They get a great look at the end of that game, so you're not totally discouraged that you're just getting beat all over the place. I think it is a focus day. They just showed a picture of Wemby this afternoon in the park.
Yeah,
in Central Park with a sketchbook.
Yeah, there's a statue that he's trying to draw.
Right. So I mean, he's obviously not like laying in his room in the fetal position, which would probably take up the whole room anyway.
Yeah.
But he's out, doing his deal. I feel like the Spurs will show well in New York. I know it could be a lot for a young team, but I think this team's shown they're young, but they're they've got some past, what's the word? Panache.
Yes, there you go. I like that.
They can handle it.
We've worked in repertoire. We've worked in panache. Look, it's hooked on phonics, folks, working for us. Let's go. All right, let's spin it.
Sam Presti defends Chet Holmgren.
It's real easy to go after Chet these days after that miserable playoff series against Wemby. But general manager Sam Presti gave his vote of approval for Chet Holmgren, said he's one of our guys, meaning he's your guy because you drafted him. He drives winning on so many different levels for us. He's a first-time All-Star, second in Defensive Player of the Year, third-team All-NBA. We're sweeping our way to the Western Conference Finals primarily because his efforts in the Lakers series. Said that he is motivated. He will get right. He will continue to be a great player for us. Also called him an underdog, referencing the doubts that scouts had to him back in high school. So he knows what it's like to have that underdog role.
Well, this could play well for Chet. I do know a lot of people that know him. The friends at Gonzaga and the people that worked with him speaks very highly of his work ethic. This was a shot to the ego, and it's not one that just happened in a 24-hour fitness that you got to recompense with 15 other guys. It's the whole world knows it, and I think he's made of the right stuff physically. Can he add enough bulk where he can actually be more impactful in the paint?
Yeah,
I think that's what it's going to come down to. And sometimes guys just can't gain weight. I've been around dudes. It's dangest thing. I wish I could have been Lee Cummard because I'd be so skinny. But Lee could eat and lift, and he's just an ectomorph. So Holmgren, the big issue is next year it kicks in. He makes 44, 48, 51, and 54 million through 31. So I probably, if I'm the GM, I'm probably saying we like Chet, because if you say anything other than that, then you're just confirming what everybody else saw.
No, there's only one thing you can say. The one thing that I took out of this press conference that I'm like, wait a minute, was his sticking up for Shea. Get this. Shea is playing against 6 people. He has 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media. Boo freaking who.
Wow.
And then he goes, it's a reality. Now, he's not going to be the last player that the machine decides to target, but nobody is going to handle it as gracefully as Shea.
He had a tinfoil tie. The machine.
Wow. you're really making Shea a victim in this. Like, so Shea's getting every call known to man, and you're going to not just spin this and saying and sticking up for your guy, and the fouls are being called, but you're making him a victim, saying that the NBA or the social media world is picking on your guy. It's like, come on, you got to be kidding me.
That Presty?
That's almost as dumb as leaving your cell phone on.
That
Ringer on in
Presty
a radio
heard
segment.
You. Presty's so aligned to the machine, he heard you, and he's calling you out.
Man, it's
no,
unbelievable.
that's a situation where you just don't say anything. You say, we love Shea.
Yeah.
Shea's the man. He has to go against double teams every night. But, of course, you get your emotions involved and you say dumb stuff.
He said, second of all NBA players do is complain. They bee and moan and try to intimidate the officials with bad behavior to get foul calls. He's gotten 3 technical fouls this year. That's it. None for complaining. One was for waving a towel in support of his teammate who hit a shot who doesn't play very often. He not only is doing it the right way, he's not complaining. He earns everything he gets out on the court. Sure.
He's not complaining because he's getting like 9 out of 10 calls.
Yeah, he's got nothing to complain about.
He's not dumb. He's not going to ruin that gravy train.
Well, there's nothing to be complaining about. So there you go. Sam Presti calling Chet an underdog and calling Shea a victim of social media. Look, there's a reason why people point it out on social media. Look, I like to rail against social media as well, but the problem is there's a wisdom of crowds, if you will. Like, we all see it.
We see it. We watch it with our own eyes. And the machine is actually everybody watching it and saying it.
Yeah. I mean, sorry. It is what it is. All right, one more. Let's spin it.
How far does $1 million go in Green Bay?
Not just $1 million, $100 million. Christian Watson. Randy Watson. Name that movie.
You're asking the wrong cat.
Come on. Oh, Coming to America.
I just don't know movies like that.
Randy Watson. Sexual chocolate.
If you would have said So Glow, I would have known.
There you go. Jaden Reed, now Christian Watson, all signed for Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. Watson agreeing to a 4-year, $110 million contract, $31 million signing bonus. That's after Reed got a 3-year, $50 million contract. So not only have they invested in Jordan Love in Green Bay, but they've invested in his wide receivers as well. Watson did sign a 1-year, $11 million contract last September as a gap deal during his return from a torn ACL that he had in 2024. He went out, had himself a great year, and has been rewarded with a massive contract that will pay him, could pay him $110 million. But the one you always look at is that guaranteed, and he gets a $31 million signing bonus. That's always nice when you sign your name and they're like, all right, you sign this, we're going to give you $31 million.
He could make a big, like, Duradeck.
Yes.
Couldn't he?
That's a lot of Duradeck.
That's a lot of Duradeck out there. I had to be careful with my phrasing.
Yeah.
Yes. Watson comes from North Dakota State.
Yeah.
That's cool. He's a former Bison.
2nd-round pick.
I bet he gives a little money back to the school.
I would certainly hope so. There's a lot of guys that, especially from smaller schools, they look like they got to where they're at not because of a school, but in spite of a school. And so they turn their back like, no, I made it even with you guys trying to hold me back with all you. And other guys like, no, I made. Then there's the Damian Lillards out there that are like, no, this helped me become who I am. And they give back in spades. So hopefully
I'm going to guess he's that kind of guy.
I would think so. All right, let's wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stopped?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love me some Beehive Meals. There's so many great options at Beehive Meals. And now the way you can prepare those meals, they've got options as well. You want the old school slow cookers, the one that meals that coaches had forever? You get a bunch in the box every month. You cut off the top, you put them in a slow cooker, and boom, 4 or 5 hours later, you have a great meal. But now, Coach, they've got the flat top meals, and there's nothing better than opening up one of those bags. Everything's proportioned, everything's cut, everything's seasoned. You just get to do the fun stuff, and that's work the flat top.
Absolutely, which is what you're the master of. That, and of course, landscaping, which they're both outside activities, and we love our outside here. It's a great time to be outside with the weather changing, and yeah, these flat top meals are awesome. You can look the hero, but I'm also just I'm the old guy. I like the stuff that I decide in the morning what to get, put it in the slow cooker. My wife and I had 2 meals this weekend, Beehive meals, and we love them. We're living on them, man.
Go to beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Lots of companies do risk assessments to see how their supply chains are disrupted. Just like empires used to build navies to protect themselves from pirates, most businesses, large and small, have individuals or whole teams working to protect themselves from cyber threats. In polls, cybersecurity has ranked as the top concern for senior leaders in the last 5 years. When cybersecurity met artificial intelligence this year, a monster rose out of the sea and threatened to eat Tokyo. Sorry for the Godzilla reference. A new generation of disruptive pirates is using AI to attack your company. Globalization has created reliable supply chain that provide low-cost goods. It's not geopolitical conflict that will break the chain, but AI-driven cybersecurity. Learn more about the forces shaping businesses with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
12 Utah law enforcement agencies working with ICE.
It's not ICE telling us what to do. These are our terms and conditions.
How do those partnerships benefit Utah communities?
Yes, it's public safety.
And why are most agencies unwilling to talk about it?
And it screams to the public that we are hiding something.
The KSL investigators uncovered some possible clues through public record requests.
You know, they said the quiet thing out loud.
KSL investigates police and ICE policy tonight at 10.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoche. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, remember, coming up on Wednesday, we will be at RGS Exteriors. Tim and the crew ready to make your home look great. All you have to do is just listen in. We'll give you a lot of opportunities to be a part of that. RGS Exteriors coming up from 10 to 2, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. All right, Coach, it is Game 3 tonight. New York, a 1.5-point favorite against the Spurs. You know what? I'm gonna go San Antonio tonight.
Okay, I'll take the Knicks. I was thinking San Antonio too, but I don't know if I have the guts. So you got more heart than I do.
Yeah, I just look, I owe you already a couple Diet Cokes, so let's just add to the total.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me though. It really wouldn't, because we talked about it. San Antonio is not like they've been blown out.
No.
And in certain spots, they've really made New York have to work for shots. So I'm just excited. I'm excited for Game 3. It's on us, and then we got to wait one more night for hockey, I think.
Yes. Wemby's an interesting cat, man. Seeing, on a game day, he's out there in a park sketching a statue that he sees. I kind of like that, actually.
I like his makeup
because I want guys to be a little bit diversified.
You noticed how Wino, when we talked to him, Steve is his name, Stephen Wino.
His name is Stephen Wino. Yeah.
He's from New York, and he had a chance to sit down and talk, or interview Wemby and talk to him about what it is that kind of keeps him. In the right mindset. And he said he's got his priorities in order. He puts basketball and life in the right part of where life should be, and a lot of why we are where we are is because everybody accelerated it. We had guys trying to make super teams when they're 10.
Yeah.
I'm going to make the 12-year-old team because he's that good. I mean, this has just all been driven for years, and this is the landscape we got now.
Yeah, on many levels. All right, wrapping things up, Ethan's with us from Duradeck again. And look, there is an opportunity for you to really get that deck looking beautiful, making sure it's protected as well with Duradeck. But you also have railings, too, that we need to talk about.
That's right. With every deck, there needs to be railing, especially if it's on an upper level of a house. So our sister company, DuraRail, we manufacture aluminum railing, cable railing, glass railing, whatever aesthetic you want. If you're waterproofing the deck, you're redoing it, or putting on a new house, might as well have a waterproof railing as well and not have to replace that over time. So multiple different forms of rail, like I said, aluminum, cable, glass. It's all online to look at pictures and galleries of some really awesome looking railing on a great looking deck.
So our listeners, if they have an interest in learning more about it, and obviously you're going to line them up with a contractor. That's how that works. What's the process look like, and how long does that typically take?
Yeah, so either online submitting a request for us to reach out to you, or just directly calling our office. Our office manager is great at getting you the answers you need, getting you in contact with a certified installer to redo your deck or build a new one. It's just a simple phone call or visit us on our website and then get into contact with a certified installer.
So a lot of us, if you have that deck and you love that deck, protect the deck, because you don't want it. Look, you want to enjoy it. You want to be living out there. Look, I love firing up the flat top or my smoker out on my deck. And but you don't want to, yell at a kid because he's running across the deck with some mustard in his hands, and you're like, you can't get that thing on the deck. Come on, we got to keep this thing pristine. You can actually live on your deck, enjoy it, keep it clean, and with very little maintenance and no restaining, any of that nonsense. Duradeck's the way to go.
That's right, from the beginning. I mean, a vinyl membrane is long-lasting, it's smooth, it's still slip-resistant, so you're not going to be slipping around. And number one is protecting the asset of the deck and being able to enjoy the nice Utah views, enjoy the sunsets outside, grilling, just make that entertainment space the best it can be. And if you're in a townhouse that has a rooftop patio or even in an apartment building that has a balcony off there, make it someplace that you're going to use, build the value of that, and that's what Duradeck's all about.
So you can go to duradeck.com/Utah-decks, or you can just call 801-298-1950. That's 801-298-1950. And again, can't emphasize this enough, because a lot of our listeners are in a truck right now eating a Maverick hot dog and listening to the station, and they're like, what can I do to get more jobs? Well, you can offer Duradeck as one of your services, and it just takes a 2-day licensing procedure up there in Centerville, and you're good to go.
Yeah, huge opportunity to grow your business, have another option to the business, or even if you're a sole proprietor or a handyman, I mean, make this your business. It's huge. You know, with how much we're growing out here in the West, especially in Utah, there's a lot of opportunity to install this and really make a business out of it. So contact us, get trained, do Duradeck the right way, and be successful.
801-298-1950. Ethan, thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you,
It's
Ethan.
been great.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Jake Scott will be back tomorrow, I think, but Jake has terrible luck when it comes to traveling. Today he was scheduled to be off. This is not a surprise that Jake is not here, but we do expect him to be back with us tomorrow. But in his place, once again, for the third time in the last 6 days, my co-host on the Jazz Notes podcast, Chandler Holt. Chandler, thanks for sitting in.
Yeah, absolutely. Sad it's coming to an end, but happy to be here one more day.
And you've done a great job, so we'll be utilizing you more, I'm sure. But looking at how we want to do the show today, I think we're going to do similar to what we did last Monday, when we basically record an episode of our Jazz Notes podcast throughout the first couple of hours of the show. We are 2 weeks and a day away from the NBA draft. It is go time, and we know the players the Jazz are looking at. That's AJ DeBonsa, who we dove quite deep on, I thought, last week, and Darren Peterson, who we're going to look at very closely in this first segment. And then we're going to talk about Cam Boozer next week, but we're going to do Cam Boozer in a normal recorded podcast the same way we usually do. So that will kind of get back to normal, but you can always listen to this in podcast form as well. Coming up at 3:30, and just to give you a sense, or 4:30, we will be doing top 3 stories. We're just kind of moving the start of the show back. We're going to be breaking down the Brendan Sorsby news. We'll be talking about Game 1 of the finals. In fact, we got some questions about the finals in our mailbag we will talk about. But we will get to all the big stories of the day. But the NBA draft remains an absolutely enormous story, and one that's going to change the outcome of the future of Utah sports more than any other. So, as we begin this conversation, let's start with Darren Peterson, the guard out of Kansas, who, Chandler, if I'm not wrong, I kind of get the feeling has become the it guy for Jazz fans. Not universally by any means, there's too many fans, but seemingly that's where Jazz fans have pointed most of their attention.
Yeah, as soon as the Jazz landed the number 2 pick, all the mock drafts started coming out. Darren Peterson constantly falls at number 2. He was the number 1 prospect coming out of high school. And then just, I would say, because of consistency and all the tools that AJ DeBonsa showed in his lone year at BYU, Darren Peterson sort of slid from number 1 to number 2. Some people might have him behind Cam Boozer as well. But regardless, both nationally and, like you mentioned, locally, Darren Peterson is the favorite to land at 2. And I think from what I've seen, a lot of Jazz fans, as soon as they landed that number 2 pick, started watching a bunch of Darren Peterson film, maybe ones that were watching more AJ DeBonsa throughout the year, and just sort of fell in love with the guy's game.
Yeah. Let's start with what he is, and then what he's not, and then kind of get into what we've actually seen, because I have a bit of a different perspective on him, I think, than most people do. And it's not like way different, but I do think there is some differences and some questions I have. So what Darren Peterson was a top 2 recruit in the country. He averaged 20.2 points, 4.2 rebounds, 1.6 assists, 1.4 steals. He shot the ball pretty well, 44% from the floor, 38% from 3, like really good numbers. Mm-hmm. And most impressively, I think when it comes to the shooting, he shot 38% on almost 7 threes a game. And he did that while playing fewer than 30 minutes because of the injury history that everybody knows about. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on the injury history. We will inevitably have to talk about it a little bit. But where we are today, and everything I've gathered, every interview you've heard, we talked to Austin Ainge on the show last week, it doesn't seem like anything has come out that has disqualified him from being draftable.
Yes.
However, there was also no smoking gun of like, oh, we figured out what this was. We can guarantee it's never going to be a problem again. I don't think either of those things has happened. While I had said on this show, if the report came back clean, his team would be parading it around. Where I will adjust that is, A, he's got a very small team. It's like his parents and his agent, and it's not this like huge group of people that are out there being the loudest, in the draft community. That's not really who he's surrounded by, which is just fine, by the way. And then B, like Austin Ainge said on our show last week, sometimes you get a medical report and it just doesn't really give you any understanding of what it was. Like, you get info, you can take all these tests, you can send them off to doctors, and the answer can still be, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean it's disqualifying. It also doesn't mean that it's like, this is never going to happen again. He's never going to have another cramp, and here's the obvious way to treat it. Like, I kind of don't think we've gotten that clarity on Darren Peterson from anybody in the draft, because if we did, I do think we still would have heard that.
I 100% agree with you. I think the best case scenario for this whole Darren Peterson injury and all the cramps and everything would have been like from his medical reports, and this would most likely be a report that comes out at least from Darren Peterson's camp, because it would raise his stock absolutely, is this is the reason. This is why this was happening, and this is how we can fix it. I do think maybe the second best would be what it is right now, which is there's nothing coming out that's like, oh, this is really bad. People have thrown around like creatine kinase or however you pronounce it. And of course, worst case scenario would be like it's still going to happen. This is what it is, and we don't know how we could treat it. But there was a whole bunch of stuff, and of course it came out that he had the situation where he thought he was going to die on the table, and
from full body cramps.
Yeah, from full body cramps. And then why he was subbing himself out of games, according to him in his camp, is that when he started feeling it coming on, he just didn't want to have that happen on national television, basically.
He also dealt with hamstrings and the flu at one point, so he had an unhealthy freshman season, and despite that, he was still extremely productive.
Yes.
Now, what he is not is a point guard.
Yeah.
He is an off-ball guard right now. That doesn't mean he can't develop into one. I would remind you that Keontae George played off the ball during his first season and only season at Baylor, actually had a negative assist-to-turnover ratio, and by the time he's in his third year in the NBA, he's a full-time starting point guard and a pretty good point guard. Now, I will tell you, the Jazz feel Keontae is equally good on and off the ball.
Yeah.
So the Jazz think he can play on and off the ball if they bring in a guy who needs to have the ball in his hands. They also think that Darren Peterson, from my understanding, can also play both on and off the ball because he is not a true point guard.
Yes.
Now, that's not really a thing so much in the NBA anymore, but De'Aaron Fox's skills don't allow him to play off the ball because he can't shoot. Well, Darren can really shoot, so he can play off the ball, but also at times he can play on the ball and create for himself or create for others and run plays.
Mm-hmm.
So what they should be able to do conceivably is play in the backcourt together and then give it a year or 2, 3, and figure out who's best where. And I do think that would be the plan if Darren Peterson were to end up in Utah. Maybe he ends up on the ball, maybe he ends up off the ball, but I don't think you have to have one or the other determined by the time you bring him in, despite the fact that Darren said in this pre-draft process to Shams Charania, I'm a point guard.
Yeah. I actually have a question for you based on this because like you mentioned, Keontae George came in out of Baylor. He was definitely a scoring guard as well. But the benefit that he had is he came into a rebuilding team, and also, I don't want to say thrown in the fire, but that's kind of what the Jazz did with him at the point guard position. He was able to work through all the highs and the lows, learn the point guard position a little bit better, learn how to run an NBA offense. Year 2, of course, there was a time where he was coming off the bench, but he still got a lot of that experience on a rebuilding team. The Jazz are now shifting to, hopefully, playoff contention. That's the goal next year. And with Keontae and with all these, even Isaiah Collier coming off the bench, I don't know if Darren Peterson will have the reps to really go through the fire like Keontae did, for example, and be able to evolve in that way.
No, you won't be able to experiment with him as much without consequence.
Yeah.
The nice thing for Keontae was if he made 5 mistakes in a quarter playing in a certain position, it just did not matter.
Yeah.
Darren is going to be on a team that's trying to make the playoffs likely at least every year of the first 3 years of his career. And we'll see if 4 years from now the Jazz stink and, the Jaren Jackson Jr. thing or Lauri Markkanen thing doesn't work out, then you hit the reset button and ideally he's still a part of that. But no, he's not going to have that leash to develop. Mm-hmm. So he's going to have, I don't want to say a more narrow pathway, but a shorter developmental window to figure out who he is if he's expected to play big minutes right away, which, by the way, may not be the case.
True.
He may play 15 minutes a night. He may not be playing 30 minutes a night the way Keontae George came in. And if you looked at his numbers, I think he was number 1 or 2 in total minutes played for the Jazz each of his first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Now, this year he didn't play that much in the second half of the year, so that number dropped a little bit, but he was way up there because the Jazz were giving him a ton of reps. Okay, from there, the other thing is he's not Kobe Bryant and he's not Michael Jordan, and those are the other kind of things he was labeled coming in. And we've got a question about it in the mailbag, so I don't want to over-address it. But I don't think he particularly plays like either of those guys, actually, to be honest with you. First of all, I don't think he actually kind of has that fire that those guys have, which made them unique. They were also very mid-range heavy footwork, post-up guards. Jordan, obviously, more than Kobe, and Kobe shot more threes later in his career. And as that, moved to where the NBA was going, you had to. But that is not who Darren is, nor is he that caliber of athlete. Darren is not on the same athletic level, certainly as Michael, or even as Kobe. And I think Michael was a step above Kobe on kind of the athletic ladder.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that with all the injury stuff at Kansas, because if you go back a year before that, prolific prep, he was all sorts of crazy dunks. Of course, he probably had the dunk of the year against BYU. But and then that raises another question is if he will go back to the prolific prep athlete or maybe he'll be the Kansas athlete. All signs from him, or at least everything that he has said is everything is fine. He did post, 37 and a half inch vertical at the NBA Combine, which is, we talked about a solid number.
Yeah.
He also measured in at 6'4" and a half, which you would about 6'6" in shoes on, 6'5" and a half. So yeah, he definitely like slides in at that off guard position. I agree with you, and I think we've talked about this, and maybe we have a mailbag question about it as well. But like, I don't think any rookie would start day one for the Jazz. A big thing with Will Hardy, he talks about earning your minutes, and that like not only like from a rookie aspect, but also from a play aspect, you need to try on defense. Like a lot of times, like last year, for example, before the injury report started stacking up for the Jazz, like you would see some of these guys come in for Kyle Filipowski or Bryce Sensabaugh if they weren't really trying. It'll be the same thing for Darren Peterson. Just because you're the number 2 pick doesn't mean, like you've said, you've earned 30 minutes. It might be 15 off the bench to start.
Yes, and I think that's right. And he will play some with the ball in his hands. I still think if he's like on the Jazz, he probably comes off the bench next to Isaiah Collier, and you let Isaiah run all of the offense and ease Darren into his responsibilities. So where Darren does step in day one and has an effect is he's an okay defensive player. He's not like an elite defensive player. Again, that label's kind of fallen on him that he's the best of the three. I actually wonder if Cam Boozer's going to be the best defensive player day one just because of his strength and his rebounding is going to be a real positive for him on that end and his, just IQ of what's being asked of him. Darren is going to have to mature physically. Still, he's strong. He's kind of lanky strong, as is AJ DeBonsa. Boozer's just ready to play day one.
Yep.
Darren's going to have to get bigger and stronger and fill out, and he still has games. Like, you can go back and watch the BYU game, and he gets burned by average BYU players. It's not just Rob Wright or AJ DeBonsa. He does get beat up. Now, he's really good at jumping passing lanes, so he does get steals, and he turns those into pick six opportunities and, gets layups or and ones or goes to the free throw line. He will be a good defensive player. In fact, I think he's a more proven defensive player coming out of college than either, Ace Bailey or Keontae George, which isn't saying a whole lot. And you saw how much better I thought Ace got during his rookie season. Still has a long ways to go. But, there's a world where at the end of games, you're pulling Keontae George off the floor because he's not good enough defensively, a la Jalen Brunson, and you're leaving Darren Peterson on to run the show. And that has a ton of value.
Yeah, I was actually asked about this recently. I'm not seeing, someone asked me, I'm not seeing the defensive stuff with Darren Peterson. He's by no means right now, at least, like an on-ball lockdown defender.
He's not Alex Caruso.
Yes, I would say he's more of like a defensive playmaker right now. He has really good steal and block percentages. He has some of those highlight transition. He had a few nice blocks in his 1 year at Kansas. And then some of the advanced defensive numbers are pretty good, like 92nd percentile defensive blocks plus minus. And then also I think it was opponent shot 39% with him as the on-ball defender or in the vicinity. So there are some positives there. He does have to improve as a point of attack guy.
Yeah, but you know what? There are times when he's being attacked and he's getting pokeaways and he's getting his hand on the ball and he's just kind of a disruptor on that end. So in a place where that's not what Keontae George, it's not anything that Donovan Mitchell ever did. I can remember 1 or 2 good defensive possessions late in a game from Donovan Mitchell. It's just not really who he is. I think Darren Peterson does have a chance to be that.
Yeah.
Now, again, another area where Darren is maybe a little different than the other top 3 picks in Boozer and certainly AJ DeBonsa is physically, I think he has okay size.
Yeah.
I don't think he has plus size by any means, where AJ, there's a chance if he's playing the 2 or the 3 with his 42-inch vertical and his 6'9" height and huge wingspan, has plus size. And Cam Boozer is going to be one of the 5 strongest players in the NBA probably his entire career. And that's a plus thing. Darren does not have that. I don't think his quickness is crazy elite. I think it's pretty good. I think his length is pretty good, but he doesn't have the 7-foot wingspan that was rumored. It was 6'9", 6'10".
Yep.
Vertical, good, not great. I think he has good size. I just don't think he has great size.
Agreed.
So when you look at why an AJ or a Cam Boozer is still getting looked at compared to him, it's you look at the top players in the NBA over the last 15 years, 10 years, if I were just ask you who's the who's who of the NBA, 8 of the 10 have superior physical tools.
Yes.
LeBron, Jokic, Wemby now, Kawhi, KD, all of these guys have plus physical assets. There is the Steph Currys of the world.
Yep.
There are, if you want to say Dame Lillard's in that conversation, but, Paul George had plus physical tools. Dwayne Wade probably didn't, other than some great quickness and, real strength. Dwayne was a really strong player. James Harden at 6'6" is a big, strong player. Luka has exceptional size for a point guard. The best players in the NBA have something along those lines. And I don't know if Darren quite has that. He is a little closer to Shea, and I bet you he's a little bit shorter than Shea actually is.
I feel for these guards specifically, I think Steph Curry's probably the one that this doesn't apply to, and he's just a top 5 ball handler and the best shooter of all time. But you have to have at least, like with Dwayne Wade, you mentioned his quickness. You have to have one thing about your athleticism that is a tier above, you know? And I think if we are talking about Darren Peterson and he can sort of get back to that prolific prep sort of athleticism that he showed, he has like an incredible first step. Like he
really good first step.
And he's like twitchy athlete, you know, and I think if that comes back, I'm not saying it wasn't there at all at Kansas, but if it gets back to that level and maybe even improves a little bit, then I do think that can be his sort of skill that he relies on. Because that's another thing that's worth noting. Coming into college, he was seen as an inside-out kind of guard. Like he just got whatever he wanted basically at the rim at prolific prep in high school. And then when the athleticism wasn't there, he turned into an outside-in, which is actually probably better because I think that's sort of the way the NBA plays right now, especially for guards. Like he was just one of the best shooters, if not the best shooter in college basketball when he came in, thinking that was sort of a secondary skill for him. So I think that's probably a good sign regardless. But yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. He doesn't have great positional size, and a lot of his stock, a lot of what his NBA outlook, it depends on if he can sort of get back to some of his old athleticism.
Agreed. And honestly, maybe his best outcome is that he is a point guard and he's 6'5.5", you know, or 6'6" in shoes. If he's playing shooting guard, his size is even kind of a little less dramatically great. It's just kind of okay. But it's fine. It's certainly not, again, disqualifyingly bad. Donovan Mitchell falls to the end of the lottery because he's so little. You know, or Darius Acuff's not going top 5 because he's so little. Okay. Those are kind of the physical, I don't even want to sound negative. The sell on him, the reason you're buying him is he has a chance to be truly like the best shooter in the NBA.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of where people overlook what his great value is, where you talk about Shea. Well, Shea actually isn't all that prolific of a three-point shooter. You know, he's a great shooter. He's super efficient. There's a chance where Darren is like a way more ball in hand, fluid, creator, gets his shot behind screens, etc. And we saw how important Con Knippel was last year in Charlotte. Like, there's a chance Darren's right there with Con Knippel for the next 10 years as far as like, well, these two are the best shooters in the NBA, which is where you do have, you know, Damian Lillard comps that come in, but he is bigger than Damian Lillard is. So you have the fluidity of a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander athletically with similar size, but his game is even further pushed out on the perimeter, which is just such an incredible weapon.
And I think he projects to be I don't want to say extremely better, but very objectively a better defender than Damian Lillard ever was.
Oh yeah, no question.
Like maybe
day one he's better.
Yeah, like maybe he won't be Shai level. I think Shai is probably an underrated defender as of right now. But yeah, I'll add to that. Not even best shooter. I think he has a chance to be a top 3 scorer in the NBA.
Yeah,
and that's of course like depending on how the mid range, how the athleticism, how getting to the rim, all that evolves. But he showed all of it. He showed all 3 levels, both at Kansas and at prolific prep.
Yeah. He's been a big-time scorer. He's had huge prolific games. Now, actually, he's had fewer prolific scoring games in college than either A.J. DeBonsa did or a Keaton Wagler or a Darius Acuff. Like, I rewatched the BYU game. It's because it's his best 20 minutes of basketball because I've watched probably 10 games now of Darren Peterson from college. And just like some games where he doesn't play well. There are like a lot of games where you're just like, where is he? Why is he not doing more? And like I do have some questions about his motor. I actually don't think he has like an elite motor, which again probably separates him from Jordan and Kobe and maybe even a Dwayne Wade, where those guys were so involved all the time. Like Darren sometimes seems to just be letting the game happen to him, and he's like, well, I'm so talented, like it'll come. I'll just like stand there on the perimeter with my hands out, like waiting for the ball. Now his team didn't pass him the ball enough. He was the best player on Kansas, and they didn't give him the ball enough. And sometimes that's because he was not in the lineup, or maybe they didn't think they were going to get the ball back. He still probably should have touched it every trip down the floor, and very often he didn't. But you know, you watch the way that he does play and can shoot the ball. Like that does have a chance to be a difference making skill. Where when you get into the NBA and you have better teammates and you have better spacing around you, and there's maybe actually a game plan to get you involved versus kind of you take it and you go do everything, where he can get up to the 30-point per game scoring, a la a Tyrese Maxey. You know, we've seen some of these players that get into that range.
Yeah. There are so many aspects of his college season that make him so hard to read as a prospect. Like there is the injury stuff, and then how that affected how he was used in the Kansas offense. Because I agree with you, like I get why Kansas didn't play him at point guard, because you need your point guard position to be consistent, and he was in and out of the lineup, right? So Bill Self thought that for the better of the program, like we're not going to have him play point guard because we need our point guard to be here every single day, right? Yeah. But with that being said, like he's maybe the best player on the floor in every single game he ever plays.
Yeah, not even maybe.
Yeah,
you know, like he just is.
Yes, exactly. So like I get it, but also I do think that he could have been utilized a lot better. And of course, there are a lot of games missed. There are a lot of games where he doesn't reach 30 minutes, but I almost wonder if he could have had more similar point averages to AJ DeBonsa if he was used the right way.
And his teammates couldn't shoot.
Yes.
So especially the point guard next to him couldn't shoot. So even if you had like a Rob Wright next to him that would have actually created some space, like when your point guards can't shoot, Melvin Council, I think, had the ball a lot. It's like it really limits how you can use Melvin Council because you can't keep him off the ball.
Yeah.
There's just no reason. Then you don't have to guard him, and then there's no space for Darren to operate at all. So those things are all part of it. Where I think I was wrong last year on VJ Edgecombe was like not recognizing, even though they had some space around him and more shooters and played kind of in more space, that jump of once he got to even more spacing in the NBA opened up VJ Edgecombe to be like an awesome NBA player, even as a rookie and a contributor on a playoff team. You could see absolutely the same thing happen for Darren Peterson. Yeah,
absolutely. Some other crazy shooting numbers. He shot 53% on spot-up threes, 47% on handoff threes, like 65%. Here's another thing. 65 of his three-point attempts were off the catch, right? So he that really emphasizes that he was used off the ball a lot. Like
also he knows how to get open, which is a real skill, yeah.
And I think that a lot of people talk about the fit with the Jazz, and I think it's a lot of just positional fit. Like, he could slide into the two really nice between the front court and Keontae George, but also like he's just a movement shooter, and that works so well in what Will Hardy runs.
Yeah, there are. You try and look at downside guys, and I'm not trying to be, glass half empty all the time, but, if you look at AJ DeBonsa and you're like, well, what if he's Jonathan Kuminga, and all of a sudden just like spoiled milk? And you look at Darren Peterson, you're like, yeah, but what if he's Alec Burks? And it's like, okay, well, that's spoiled milk. Like, that's the number 2 overall pick. It's like, yeah, he's super smooth with the ball in his hands and like might be able to play point guard a little bit, but it's like, what does that matter? And then you're like, oh, well, actually, he's going to be such a good shooter that Alec Burks outcome doesn't really exist.
Yeah.
Because worst case scenario, you take the ball out of his hands and he's just kind of running circles around a defense and running all these like sets to get space in the corners or whatever. And you realize, okay, there is always value in that elite level shooting that I think is going to translate. I have this point where I keep coming back to when I'm looking at these guys at the top of the draft. I'm like, well, what if they all end up shooting 38% from three?
Mm-hmm.
What if Darren shoots 38%, AJ shoots 38%, and Cam Boozer shoots 38%? By the way, Cam Boozer is the best shooter of these from a percentage standpoint.
Yeah.
AJ's the worst, but I could see AJ getting there just because of his ability to get off shots in the NBA. And Darren's right at 38 right now. If they all stay there, like who's the best player? I'm like, it's probably AJ DeBonsa at that point. The truth is, like, it's a pretty safe bet. It feels like that Darren does get there. Like, Darren is going to shoot such a high level that there's a skill set there that's going to translate really quickly. And then if he's doing it off the dribble or can get open anytime he wants, and that's just like a knockdown shot, that's where the huge, positive value comes in of why you're willing to take a top 3, use a top 3 pick on him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I almost wonder if his floor, like absolute worst case scenario outcome, of course, barring any injury stuff coming up, is like a little bit smaller Mikal Bridges. You know what I mean? Like 4th or 5th best player on a championship team who's just like a really good shooter and plays defense really hard.
Yeah. 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
And 3-and-D guys are always valuable. Two-way players are always valuable. Obviously Andrew Wiggins is dramatically overpaid and really underperformed off of being a number 1 overall pick and still was the starting small forward on a championship team, made an all-star team, keeps getting traded to teams that are competing because you just don't see a lot of guys who are true two-way players, and Wiggins has never been a good shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Darren can be that. He's certainly not as big as Wiggins, but can be a valuable defensive player who can really shoot. Like, those guys do always have some value in the NBA, and that's the lowest end outcome, not the highest end. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll keep diving into Darren Peterson a little bit more. Let's talk about maybe specifically how he'd fit with the Jazz. You fit in Utah, etc. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah athletic department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different. What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Man, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Continuing to break down the NBA draft and looking at the Utah Jazz, specifically what they're going to do with the top 3 picks. They get the number 2 overall selection. Looking at Darren Peterson, that's kind of who we're focusing on right now. We've talked a little bit about his offense, kind of what he is. I think he's an off-ball player early on who's going to grow into more of an on-ball star. You know, it's kind of the identity of him.
Yeah.
And I brought up Tyrese Maxey earlier. I think like that's a pathway. Now Tyrese Maxey is like 6'2".
Yeah.
At best. Might be 6'1.5", you know, in his bare feet. Like that's where you start saying, well, okay, 6'5". Like 6'5", Tyrese Maxey is a top 10 player in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yes.
Tyrese Maxey is probably a top 20 player in the NBA right now. I've said several times throughout this playoff run, like I think the gap between him and Donovan Mitchell is nearly non-existent because Tyrese is a more willing defensive player, not like elite by any means, but a little bit more willing and is younger still at this point. If you're getting that player and he's 6'5", 6'4.5", it does change, like the outcome is so high. And so potentially does have a chance to be one of these star two guards. Now, again, he's not Anthony Edwards and he's not Dwayne Wade and he's not Michael and he's not Kobe, but he's something different entirely. You know, he's not Damian Lillard and he's not Steph, but like the reason comps are so stupid is because go back to any comp before the draft. Who actually turned into that comp? Like nobody ever has.
Yeah.
No, nobody's ever been like, that comp was right on. That every player is different. That truly is so unique. And, you know, there's nobody on the Jazz who's exactly like anybody before. Keontae George is not Devin Booker, you know, or Donovan Mitchell. Now, he does some similar things of value, but he doesn't play the same way. So that's where, you know, if you're trying to find a perfect comp for Darren, and we got a question about it that we will answer, I think it gets a little screwy.
And I think that I'll reiterate this again later for the question, but you should never compare any draft player to like a top 10 player of all time, first of all.
Right.
I just think that is never going to work out in your favor. For example, Andrew Wiggins, who we just talked about, he was called Maple Jordan coming into the draft, and it's just like, okay, he's an awesome player, but he's not Michael Jordan.
And you can go back and be like, well, Magic Johnson and LeBron James are not similar players. But that's kind of who they were comped to. Now, like, there's some big, I can run the point guard stuff and like be 6'9", but he doesn't play anything like Magic Johnson did. And similarly, like everyone knew, I know Wemby was totally unique, but like we didn't know what to compare Wemby to. It's like, yeah, well, he's a little bit like Hakeem, but he also is a little bit like Kevin Durant, but he's also some things we've just never seen before. We've never seen somebody do this to the defenses. Not even what Rudy Gobert does, you know? So to that point of trying to find out what the ideal comparison is for Darren Peterson, I don't think there is one. Personality-wise, though, I do think he's an interesting player because he is so reserved. He is so quiet. He is such an introvert. And I actually wonder if that... I don't know how that mixes with being in Utah.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, I think it's a positive. Keontae George is super outgoing. Jaren Jackson Jr. is super outgoing. You don't have to be expected to be something like as a vocal star in Salt Lake City the way you may have to if you're in Los Angeles. You know, if you need to be the face of a franchise or come in and set a culture, that might be a real plus for him. At the same time, like maybe he needs to be somewhere where he is the most important player and kind of everyone revolves around what he does. Maybe he's not that comfortable in some environments. So I don't know. That's where the Jazz have work to do to figure out kind of like how he's going to fit, what he's going to look like.
Yeah, I agree. Going back to the comp thing really quick, I also think that if you're a great player, then like you shouldn't have anything that really fits you in that sort of NBA comparison sort of range. But yeah, I think you're right. What was the quote? He basically said, like came out and said that he's an introvert.
I'm a loner.
Yeah. And I think that, like, yeah, I agree with you. There's some good parts of that. There's some bad parts of that. I think you pointing out that Keontae and Jaren are maybe like the vocal lead, locker room guys right now. I think that'll be a good thing for him early. I don't think really any rookie you expect or maybe even want to come in and be a super vocal guy. But then again, like as he gets his reps in, as he gets more comfortable on the next level, maybe that's like I also think Keontae George kind of broke out of his shell a little bit. Like he's always been an outgoing guy, but I think in his third year, as he broke out to be an all-star level kind of player, that the mental and the sort of leadership side also came out a little bit. And I think maybe that's an evolution we can see from Darren Peterson, but you're right. He is definitely a kind of a closed-in kind of guy right now.
Yep, no question about it. No, he's done some pre-draft stuff and talked a little bit, and like I don't think he doesn't like people. I just don't think it's like his natural vibe to be like super loud, and I think that's totally fine. Because you know what? It's not really Shea's either. Yeah. Shea does a little bit more. He's done some of the commercials that are funny, but I don't think Shea is like Mr. Loudmouth.
Yeah.
And you know that can be a positive. It can be a negative. So that's part of the mystery about him that I think some people really like and might turn some people off. I don't really care.
Yeah. I also think he's like even though he is kind of closed off, he like his confidence shows in these interviews. Like it was I think it was the one on SportsCenter where he both said like I've come out on top every single time when going against AJ DeBonsa. And then also he was asked about the Shea comparison. He was like, well, we're both unguardable. So like there are some confidence shows from him.
No question about it. Do we want to get into the mailbag? Because we can talk a little bit more about fit, but I think a lot of these questions we start to address as we get into the mailbag of listeners who have sent in questions. And we've got like 25 or 30 again already. And if you want to respond before the end of Chandler's time here, which he's going to be here through 4 o'clock, you can find me on social media at Ben's Hoops or Chandler at Seahold Sports. I tweeted it out, so you can just go and respond there. It's probably the best way to get a mailbag question answered, or you can use our call-in feature on the KSL Sports app and just leave a message with Christian, say it's for the mailbag or for Jake and Ben show, and we will try and get that answered for you before 4 o'clock. But let's start with the mailbag. I don't really see a whole lot of reasons not to, and other than I got a question earlier this week that I did already answer via DM. I'll just I'll mention it here really quickly, and I kind of already did. We'll just get to the responses. Cash Merrill says, you mentioned if the medicals came back clear, Darren's group would parade it. He says, I haven't heard anything. Does that mean anything? Again, I don't. I don't think the fact that we haven't heard like a full clearing from people inside of Darren Peterson's camp that like he's 100% healthy and ready to go, and it's not become like the loudest, like we had to get this test back before we knew. I just don't think I don't think we're going to get that clear answer of like what exactly happened, why it happened, or how it got fixed.
Yeah, agreed. And I think maybe we won't hear anything about that, including after the draft and into his like rookie year or whenever, when maybe something similar pops up again. And then it's like he's thrown on the injury report or the team says something about it. Like that might be the first answer we get.
Yeah, and how long is he going to be out if that does happen? If he starts to feel cramps again, or if he does have to sit out games. The nice thing for the Jazz is they can legitimately play him 10 to 15 minutes a night to start his career and say, fine, we're going to bring you along slowly and make sure you're in good shape.
Yeah. Over to Extra Plies?
Yeah, let's do it.
Jazz Nation News. I've seen a lot of comps of Peterson to Kobe or Ray Allen or Anthony Edwards. Do you feel these comps are fair, or does it put lots of pressure on him and possible letdown for some Jazz fans? So this is what made me think about it, like in terms of putting pressure and like letdown. That's why I don't think you should ever compare any draft prospect to like a top 10 player of all time, right? Like comparing like AJ DeBonta, like if you want to compare him to T-Mac instead of Larry Bird or whatever, like I guess that makes a little bit more sense. But honestly, the Ray Allen comp, ever since you said that, I think it was a few weeks ago, I can't get that out of my head as like the perfect comp for him. Like specifically talking about the like Milwaukee and Seattle Ray Allen.
The early Ray Allen.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is shooting was a weapon. It wasn't his only weapon. That became more so in Boston and Miami, where like that's kind of what he was known as. But he was far more like ball in hand, let me get to my shot. I can certainly still kill you from three, but it wasn't like, oh, is this the greatest shooter of all time?
Yeah.
There was kind of some conversations like, oh, he's got some Reggie Miller to his game or whatever, but he was just so much more dynamic with the ball in his hands than he was later in his career. And again, that's kind of maybe the career arc that you see from Darren, where by the end he is just such an elite shooter and still has a lot of value there, where, let's see what happens to AJ if his, athleticism dips a little bit later in his career, or Cam Boozer, how his changes. He should age just fine because it's so strength-based. But, I could see that pathway for Darren, and I do think that is kind of how I would set up my expectations. Again, yes, I do think the comp thing has hurt him, because I think it's, can I tell you who I think it's hurt? I think it's hurt Jazz fans. I do think it's hurt fans' ability to actually look at what he actually is.
Yeah.
To see who this player is when he's on the court. Because if you want to see Kobe and you just watch highlights, you can be like, oh, wow, 6'6" guard who's making jump shots. Like, that's what Kobe did. It's like, okay. Yeah, a lot of 6'6" guards that make jump shots in their life. Or he's Jordan because he's got this like flowy athleticism. It's like, okay, yeah, again, so many people have, but no, it doesn't play anything like any of those players at all. So I think it has hurt fans' ability to have kind of a normal, well-adjusted perspective on who he actually is. And I do think it's part of the reason why he's become the favorite for fans at number 2 overall, because they think the upside is Kobe or Jordan. And I'm not going to say he doesn't have like top 10 player in the NBA currently upside, but like you don't ever bet on anyone to become a top 10 player. Like, who was the last top 10 player we've seen in the NBA? It was like, who was drafted in 2003. Like maybe Steph. Maybe Steph's in that conversation. It's possible, but like Wemby's not there. It looked like Jokic might get there and then has like fallen off just because he's not winning enough championships now. Just that bar is so high.
Yeah.
So I think it's hurt fans' ability to take a real look at him. And I said I wanted to do this. So my hard thing with Darren is that he actually, for me, takes the most convincing to see what other people see in him. Like, what the common narrative on AJ is exactly what I see when I turn it on.
Yeah.
And the common narrative on Boozer is exactly what I see when I turn it on. Like AJ, this crazy, I can get to my mid-range jump shot, I can finish at the rim, I can kind of create for others, I don't play defense, but like the physical tools jump off the screen every time I watch him. It's like exactly right.
Yeah.
And Boozer, it's like, well, power-based game, but he's pretty ground-bound, but like the passing is awesome, and he's going to be able to run pick and roll on either side of it, and like the efficiency is just off the charts, and the rebounding's great. And then there's still moments where you're like, you got your shot blocked 3 times in 5 minutes? Like, what happened there? I see that.
Yeah.
I see the like Kobe, Jordan, whatever, like super dynamic guard, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I watched the Texas Tech game, and while he hit 2 huge threes late that changed the outcome of the game, it was the 14 minutes before that, I was like, are you in this game? Are you a part of what's going on here? I think he had 2 points in the fourth quarter or in the second half until those big shots. And those big shots were awesome. But still, he finishes the game 5 of 14 with 19 points. It's okay. It's there's stuff there.
Yeah.
But it's not just this undeniable force of a basketball player that I feel when I watch AJ and I feel when I watch Cam Boozer. And it doesn't mean he can't get there, but where I do think people talk about this oh, he's the obvious number 1 pick. Are you crazy? You'd have to be an idiot to not think that's the number 1 guy. I'm watch the games. It's It's not obvious when you watch him play, actually. He's not that loud. He hits really loud shots. He makes some really loud plays. His game isn't that loud all the time. It's a lot more kind of choosy in its spots, which is fine. Yeah. But it's just not domineering.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes where I may just miss on him, period, but where I feel am I missing something that everybody else is seeing?
Yeah. And he scored 15 or under in 5 games this year. And those are those games matter. You know what I mean? You have 30 games in college basketball to show why in his situation you're the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. Every one of those matter. For AJ DeBonzo, even I think his baseline was much higher than what Darren Peterson's was at Kansas. So it's that matters, absolutely. And I think yes, Cam Boozer is not the best athlete, but I think that the strength and the IQ means something. Mm-hmm. Yes, AJ DeBonzo has better tools than him in every single category, and he's also a 25-point per game scorer. I don't think I agree with you. For the people who are oh, it's Darren Peterson. How could you think anything else? That doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't see it.
And that doesn't mean he can't be the number 2 overall pick or shouldn't be the number 2 overall pick, but just this unquestioning, I truly believe AJ in college, anytime he wants, can get 30.
Yeah.
And chose to get guys involved. You can go back and watch the game against Darren Peterson. People are it's so obvious how much better the Darren is than AJ. It's I don't know, AJ's passing the ball. AJ doesn't touch the ball on some possessions just because it's Richie Saunders and Rob Wright passing the ball around. And he throws some great passes out of the post and they just don't make shots, so he doesn't get the assist. And he's still drawing fouls. There is a little bit of an inevitability about AJ that I don't feel with Darren every time he's on the floor, where I bring up the question of maybe the motor isn't quite as elite as we think, and that's going to have to be part of his identity if he wants to really reach that star level at the next level.
And that's why, like you just talked about, that's why AJ DeBonzo will have better stats in his rookie year most likely, and probably for much of their careers.
Yeah, totally agree.
Maybe Darren Peterson will average more points in a handful of seasons, but I do think AJ DeBonzo and Cam Boozer just show a lot more of everything. And I think this all comes full circle back to the question is okay, AJ DeBonzo is compared to T-Mac and he's compared to Kobe. People are going to take Kobe over T-Mac.
Right.
And that's just the expectation.
Right. But who's more likely to reach that thing?
Yes.
I think Darren has more ifs to his game actually than AJ does. And I think a lot of people feel it's the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Or Boozer has a lot of ifs to his game. And what I mean by that is if he does this, then this happens. My if with AJ is if AJ shoots 38% from 3, then what's stopping him?
Yeah.
Nothing. This is if Darren's really truly able to play on the ball and be a distributor. Okay, well he didn't do that a whole lot. If he can hold up physically. Okay, well he hasn't shown an ability to do that. If he's fully involved with everything going on in the offense, okay, sometimes that was not the case. If the team is better with him on the floor than off the floor, which was not the case at Kansas this year, it's just some weird ifs to me that are not so obvious, where I think some of the things with other players were obvious. Now, obvious doesn't mean that's the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. There's a reason why Zach Edey didn't go number 1 overall. The obvious, what Zach Edey was going to be able to do in the NBA was really obvious. Well, he's 7'5" and he rebounds and he makes a couple of easy shots and he makes free throws, and that's not hard to figure out. But some of these guys that have bigger ifs, when those ifs hit, they have a ton more value.
Yeah.
I just think there's a couple more with Darren that have to click in before he becomes the best player in this draft.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean he can't get there. I just feel there's a few more ifs for him to do it.
Yeah. And I think this could be taken in a bunch of different ways, how we're talking about this right now. And we can sort of take this into the next question from Connor Morris. If AJ goes number 1, this is taking back to right after the Jazz got the second pick. We hopped on a podcast, talked about this. Would Chandler still pick Darren at 2, and would Ben take Cam at 2? Right? I think Darren has all the talent in the world. Yes, he has these ifs, but I have faith that at least like 1 or 2 of the 3 work out in his favor, and then yes, he turns into a top 20 player in the NBA. Like, he's in this conversation for a reason. And I still think I would still go Darren at number 2.
I think I would probably go Darren at 2 as well.
Okay. Yeah.
In all honesty.
Yeah. And I think, again, I've died on the hill that fit should not matter at all, because hopefully this is your best player for 5 to 15 years, you know? But the fit is awesome with Darren. Like, he really can slide in. Maybe in his second year, he's the starting 2 guard for the Jazz. And I do think maybe, of course, depending on Ace Bailey's development, like, you can really see a path for the Jazz to go from one era to the next, right? Like, sort of make some decisions. And it's just like, okay, you're a competitive top 6 team in the West for 10 years. Like, I do think that this core has a chance to turn into something like that. And I think that with all this, like, yes, Darren doesn't have the best positional size, but if he is 6'6", and if he does eventually play point guard, like, I do think there is a Shea-esque outcome. I don't, like, it's not safe to bet that anybody will be a 2-time MVP and an NBA Finals MVP, but I do think, like, he fits well, and I think that he could check a lot of the boxes the Jazz need.
There are definitely all NBA outcomes with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question about it. Now, I think the same thing with Cam and the same thing with Darren, or the same thing with AJ. It's why this is not an easy decision, and also why you're so thrilled just to be at the very top of the draft, because these are all good outcomes. Mm-hmm. Every single one of these is a positive outcome. This is all admittedly very nitpicky.
Yeah.
All right, let's do one more question, then we'll take a break.
Okay. Connor Morris, speaking of Ace Bailey, would it be more meaningful for the Jazz for Ace Bailey to develop into a plus defender instead of a 20-point-per-game scorer?
No.
Okay.
I actually still think, I mean, the best outcome is that he does both, and he's good enough to do both. It's a nice thing with Ace. But, like, I actually think, like, big defensive players who don't score at a high level, you can get those guys. You can actually go out and find some of those players. Like, I know it's not what the Jazz have done recently. It's like, that's not what they've been looking for. But, like, if you tell me Cody ends up being a plus defensive player and Ace ends up scoring 20 points per game, who do you want?
Yeah, exactly.
Give me Ace Bailey.
Ace Bailey.
You know what I mean? And then Cody becomes available, Cody Williams, at not, like, a crazy impossible cost to go out there and find. Like, defense really matters. We get to the finals and we all start to really, like, be like, oh, you got to be all these great things defensively, and you look at what Bridges can do or whatever. It's like, you still, I think, want the 20-point-per-game score. As long as it's not complete empty calories. And there are empty calorie scores in the NBA.
Yeah, agreed. Like, I know that right now it seems like, okay, like, the NBA is all offense now and all this stuff. Like, we need more defense. We need more aggression. Yes, but at the same time, there are 23 humans out of the 8 billion on this planet that average 20 points per game in the NBA this year. Like, you need guys like that. You can get guys who are going to work their butt off every position and be good defenders. So,
Bridges has real value right now, Jalen Bridges, in the finals. He also, I think, was 8 of 12 in the last game shooting and had 19 or 21 points or whatever it was. Like, that also really helped. So I think you actually probably need both. You got to be a two-way player. You can't just be a one-way player. And if you're a one-way player, I still think for the most part, offense is more important than defense.
Yeah, I was looking at playoffs, by the way. It is actually 47, but same argument.
For
20-point per game
scores?
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get to some more mailbag questions, continue to break down the NBA draft with Chandler Holt. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
New siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever, or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All systems go.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we are going to break down what's happening in the Big 12 in college football. John Kurtz is going to join the show with the mess at the Brandon Sorsby ruling. We'll do top 3 stories at 4:30, and coming up at 5:05, Brian DiArdo from CBS Sports talking the NFL. about some of the big moves we've seen so far this offseason. Stick around for all of that. Stick around Wednesday for Win Ticket Wednesday. On Wednesday, make sure to listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This week, we're giving away tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at livenation.com, or get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win, and go check out Rod Stewart. All right, we are continuing some of our mailbag questions. Not all of them are draft related. You can always send in questions on whatever you want. All right, Chandler, what's next?
Another one from Connor Morris. As far as you know, are Cody Williams and Ace Bailey on that 5,000 calorie diet this offseason?
So I talked to Cody late in the season, and I think he told me he was up to 200 pounds.
Okay.
And he said his goal was to be anything more than 200 pounds. So he's trying, you know. Yes, I'm sure he's eating a ton. I know there's a video of AJ DeBonsa talking about like he ate Wendy's and then went out and put 35 on somebody. He's like, I'm trying to gain weight too. Yes, I'm sure Cody is trying to put on as much weight as possible. Ace, the same thing.
Yeah.
You see the videos of them, like Ace has been in the weight room and doing the boxing thing that the Jazz have posted. So, yes, again, so much of the NBA is just getting these guys physically prepared, which, again, is why Cam Boozer is going to have some enormous fans in the NBA front offices. They're like, I don't have to spend 3 years working on his body. Like, this dude comes in and is ready to play and be a high-level physical tool, asset, throughout his career, and he's ready day one. It's a real positive. Now, AJ's got a better body than Darren Peterson does, and certainly better than like Cody Williams does, and still has room to grow. I've stood by AJ a few times, and like he's got to get bigger. He's got to get stronger. Those are all things that are going to be involved in all of these guys' career, basically with the exception of Cam Boozer.
I think it was in between his last offseason. I think Cody Williams put on like 12 to 14 pounds, was in that range. Like, if he could do that again, like, he already showed some great flashes. I think you could already see how much even that weight helped him, like, especially, like, when he was getting all those minutes late in the season. Like, I still think that there could be a big jump from Cody Williams. Like, not a Keontae all-star jump, but I think he could definitely be, like, a certified 7th, 8th man for the Jazz next year.
And I would remind people, the big jump I saw, now this is totally unique because his leg broke in half, but the big jump that we saw from Taylor Hendricks was from year 2 to year 3 physically.
Yeah.
Now he was able to just like work out upper body stuff, and his shoulders got absolutely enormous, and probably has better shoulders than both Cody and Ace did as far as just naturally being able to put on weight. He was always going to turn in that direction, but that was the big jump, was going into year 3. So do we see year 3 jump from Cody, where he gets to kind of closer to his grown man strength? He's getting closer to the age now that his brother was when his brother joined the NBA and was pretty, filled out physically and has become much better. And then Ace has a better body than Cody does.
Agreed.
Naturally. He's pretty thin-hipped, which I think is always going to kind of be a setback for him, though might allow him to be more perimeter-oriented. But has pretty good shoulders, and I think they will fill out. I was not sure he's going to be there year 2.
Yeah, and I think he can absolutely benefit from adding pounds, but I don't think he needs nearly as much as like Cody did coming into the NBA.
Cody's game is going to be so strength-based because he's just not as skilled or as athletic. He's very athletic. He's just not as athletic as Ace, so he's going to have to be more ground, physically, not overwhelming, but competitive.
Yeah.
And that's where he's got to step up.
Another one from Connor Morris. If Tyrese Halliburton never tore his Achilles and when the Pacers went on to win Game 7, how much of our conversation changes about the Thunder? How much of our conversation changes about roster building?
Well, our conversation dramatically changes about the Thunder.
Yes.
Because they've never won a title, and then they lose this year, and we're thinking like, oh, they're never going to get back. Well, we've seen them reach the mountaintop, so it's easy to envision them getting back, and maybe even getting back next year if they're fully healthy. So I think that's possible. How do we change roster building? Well, I actually think the effect has changed. And because we get another question about this with Jalen Brunson, and I don't know if you can find it quickly as far as like who's the Knicks' best player and where do they fit? Like they are the best player in the NBA. Did you find the question?
Not yet.
Okay, if we find it, I think the effect of you don't just have to have a number one superstar at the top of your roster to win. I think we've already seen that kind of take over the NBA. Teams are recognizing you don't just have to have one of the 5 best guys. Shea was, but if the Knicks win, or the Pacers won last year, clearly that narrative kind of falls apart.
Matthew Wheatley, the next best player is top blank in the NBA. If they win,
Nick's best player. Sorry, Nick's best player. Yes.
If they win, does it change the narrative that you need an MVP caliber player to win, or is it just a 1 year deviation from the normal? I do think that the Thunder, the conversation changes because it would go. I think the Thunder and the Spurs are kind of in a similar, like, at least area when it comes to team building, like just stacking draft picks. Of course, the Thunder traded for SGA as opposed to the Spurs drafting Wembanyama. There are some key differences, but still, like, the narrative that you need battle scars in the playoffs was kind of like hurt by the Thunder and then killed by the Spurs this year.
Yeah.
Right? I think that would be a totally different conversation if the Thunder lost in the finals last year and didn't make it this year.
Now, what I would tell you is 2 years ago, I should say, this is the 03-04 season, Jalen Brunson finished top 5 in the MVP voting. Like, traditionally, that's probably your best bet about figuring who the 5 best players are in the NBA. He was also all-NBA second team each of the last 3 years, including this year. So, maybe he is just a top 10 player in the NBA.
Yeah.
Not your traditional top 10 player in the NBA. Maybe what I'm seeing, honestly, is teams can be more flawed, including your best players.
Yes.
Can be more flawed than before and still be able to win. And honestly, thank goodness, you know what the result, why that is? It's probably because LeBron's just not the best player in the league anymore. Like, that might be a testament to how good LeBron was, that you basically had to be perfect to combat LeBron James because LeBron was a better point guard, shooting guard, small forward, and power forward than every other person at that position in the world. So if that was the matchup, he was going to beat you in his matchup, and not just like, got the slight edge. He's going to be so much better than your player at that position.
Yes.
And then you can just be the best player on the floor on top of that. And he's gone now. Like, he's still around, but he's not that LeBron anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't know if players have to be that perfect right now to be able to win.
For roster building, I don't think it would be some crazy, like, completely different, completely changed thing if the Thunder didn't win. I still think both with the Thunder Pacers last year and the Knicks Spurs this year, it's like depth is the name of the game. Like, you're not making it to the finals with like just 2 top 20 players anymore. Like, you need to have a full 8 to 10 man rotation that you can swap in and out and give all these different looks.
But offensively, at the very least, all 5 of your guys probably need to be able to dribble, pass, and shoot.
Yeah.
Defensively, Cat has been great this playoff, so don't get me wrong. Like, he's been a very good defensive player, but he is not top 5 defensive center in the NBA historically. And Jalen's an actively bad defensive player. And even in the final game, or the final play of the game on Friday night, after Jalen Brunson splits the free throws and the Spurs call a timeout, Mitch Robinson and I think Deuce McBride are on the floor, and Jalen Brunson and Cat are both off the court. So you can still play offense, defense, and win. And that's what the Knicks did. So maybe you don't have to be like, well, he's got to be 5 guys who dribble, pass, and shoot and are also like adequate or above average defensive players. Maybe you don't need that.
Yeah.
Because actually that's not what Tyrese Halliburton is either. He's like not a very good defensive player. And he was 3/4 away from winning a title.
And also the 5-out dribble, pass, shoot, that goes back to the Celtics title year, at least, if not further.
At least, yeah.
So I don't think roster building changes all that much. Definitely a little bit, but I think like you look at the Thunder completely differently if they don't have that ring.
But again, and we'll take a break here and come back and talk more about some of the mailbag questions we have. AJ Bonsa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, dribble, pass, shoot.
Yes.
Like, AJ's biggest knock is he's like not a great shooter. He's 33% and like has games where he made 5.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about like his absolute inability to ever be able to shoot the ball. And, you know, I think that will come around at least to a respectable rate where you have to guard him. And if you don't guard him, he's just going to crush you. So all of these guys fit into the, I think this team can play on a high-level playoff team, and that's the real value.
Yeah.
But by the way, Lowry can certainly shoot. Dribbling and passing are okay. The passing's not great. We'll see what Walker ends up doing. Obviously, Jaren can dribble, pass, and shoot. Jaren Jackson Jr. Ace can dribble, pass, and shoot. Like, you're starting to see how it all fits.
Yes.
A little bit for the Jazz. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll answer more of your mailbag questions with Chandler Holt. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
12 Utah law enforcement agencies working with ICE.
It's not ICE telling us what to do. These are our terms and conditions.
How do those partnerships benefit Utah communities?
Yes, it's public safety.
And why are most agencies unwilling to talk about it?
And it screams to the public that we are hiding something.
The KSL investigators uncovered some possible clues through public record requests.
You know, they said the quiet thing out loud.
KSL investigates police and ICE policy. Tonight at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Band, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Chandler Holt, our Utah Jazz insider at KSLSports.com. Joining me for the next hour as we continue to look forward to the NBA draft, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. We've been talking about Darren Peterson a lot today, but we are in the mailbag segment of our conversation, which we usually do on the Jazz Notes podcast. But with Chandler sitting in for the first 2 hours, I didn't also want to make him record a 90-minute podcast earlier, nor did I have the voice for it. So... By the way, Jake Scott will be back with us tomorrow. We are doing the mailbag right now. Where did we leave off, Chandler?
We talked about some Ace Bailey, some Cody Williams. We're going to go back into some Darren Peterson really quick. Master Ute asks, any new updates through the grapevine of who the Jazz are going to pick? And then also any news through the grapevine of Peterson's medicals? There have been some reports, I think... Actually, I don't want to miscredit, but there have been some reports that there's nothing has been glaringly wrong with Peterson's medicals. Regarding through the grapevine, no one's going to say anything about who anyone is picking.
Correct.
Austin Ainge said on the Zone with an interview with you, by the way, shout out to you, last week, we don't know who Washington's going to pick. Washington doesn't know who we're going to pick. We wouldn't tell who's behind us who we're going to pick. So no one knows anything right now.
And I will tell you, and people I've talked to as well, other media members, radio silence. It has struck. We have hit a point where nobody is talking.
Yes.
So I don't know how much you're going to hear. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try to do my job. Obviously, I am. Now, I will tell you the truth. I'm not going to text anyone and say, who are you picking with the number 2 overall pick? Maybe I should be more brazen, but I've never asked that. I would never ask that. So I don't expect to have that revealed to me before draft night when Shams spoils it for everybody. You're
going to get a wouldn't you like to know weather boy text?
Yeah, right. Yeah, of course. So the Wizards are notoriously tight-lipped. The Jazz are tight-lipped. If I were the Wizards, I would be extremely tight-lipped because I do not trust the Utah Jazz. Mm-hmm. I don't want Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck and Ryan Smith having any info on me that I don't want them to have because, again, we can go back to what happened last year where the Wizards want to trade up to 4 to draft Ace Bailey, and the Charlotte Hornets have no idea what the Jazz are going to do at 5, so they can't make that trade and the Jazz get Ace at 5. If the Hornets knew, because Ben Anderson had leaked, that the Jazz were dead set on taking Jeremiah Fears, then maybe the Hornets make that trade.
Yeah.
But the Jazz don't want you to know that information.
Yes.
So if the Jazz are dead set on taking Cam Boozer at number 2, and the Grizzlies have him number 1 on their board and want to trade up to 1 to get him, but they think maybe they can get him at 3, but they're not sure, or let's flip it around, the Wizards are dead set on getting Cam Boozer at 1 and feel like, well, we can drop back to 3 and get him because we think the Jazz are going to take Darren Peterson. If Memphis trades up and takes AJ 1, and the Jazz are like, why do you think that's going to happen? Why you don't know who we're taking?
Yeah.
Then you can't make that trade.
Yes.
So the Jazz basically, because of where they are, have this leverage to gum up the system entirely, which is beneficial.
Yes. It is beneficial for other teams to not know what you're doing. There's a real argument. You just laid it out. There's a real argument that if the Jazz weren't tight-lipped, Ace Bailey isn't on the team.
Correct. Exactly right.
And you end up with insert player here who isn't as good as Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
Bryce Sensabaugh fan club with a question about Bryce Sensabaugh.
Interesting.
Do you guys believe Bryce will be able to improve his defense well enough to become a vital piece for what I now think is a Western Conference contender?
I guess the question is what is well enough?
Yeah.
Because, I don't think Landry Shamet, and I hate to just be lazy because this is always what we do during the draft, is look at the other guy who does something kind of similar to what Bryce does and just say, well, that's who Bryce is.
Yeah.
Well, Bryce is not Landry Shamet.
No.
Doesn't play like Landry Shamet. Actually is not as good a shooter as Landry Shamet. Gets absurdly hot, don't get me wrong, but we've reached a point right now in the finals where if you make a mistake, if there's an offensive rebound and Shamet touches it, or if you don't rotate and Shamet's in the corner, it's going in. Mm-hmm. You're toast.
Yeah.
We are in, as we talked about, the flow state of the NBA where just these teams are so good, they're so dialed in, they're so focused now, you can't make those mistakes. But Landry Shamet is not prime, Lou Dort defensively.
Yeah.
But he's good enough to be on the court, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
He's still playing in the NBA Finals. Yeah. So can Bryce be passable enough and then a dangerous enough 3-point shooter? It actually probably comes down to how dangerous of a 3-point shooter he can become that you can live with whatever defense he can offer.
And here's the other thing that I think that some people might not really see when they talk about like evolving defensively. I don't think Bryce Sensabaugh needs to become like some point of attack, like really strong on-ball defender. He already did a pretty solid job last year. I saw this improvement from him compared to the first couple years of his career. Is like he ended possessions, like he grabbed some defensive rebounds, he drew some charges. Like that's already a good sign. I think the evolution is just like being in the right place more often and just always having that effort. You know, like if those are like relatively simple steps to take, and then it's like, yeah, he's absolutely playable then.
But yeah, just be a good team defender.
Yeah,
be
absolutely.
Kyle Korver. You're in the right place at the right time. You have some size. You're not just an absolute pushover, and teams trust you enough to at least get to the playoffs and see that that's the case.
Yes.
Because, again, a lot of these guys who are playing well enough in the playoffs were not considered good defensive players. Then you get to the postseason and every possession matters, and for some reason, oh, look, they're trying way harder, and they actually have the physical tools to get there.
Connor Morris adds on to this conversation about Bryce. How much of a competition for playing time do you think Bryce and Blake Hinson are having? If Blake is bigger and shoots better, I can't see Bryce playing a ton.
If Blake continues to play as well as he did in the second half of the season after signing a two-way contract with the Jazz, it's going to be hard for any of the backup wings to have an argument to play over Blake Hinson.
Yeah.
Because he shot 47% from the three-point line, and that's truly elite on like an absurd number of threes a game.
Yeah.
6 a game, 5.5 a game, shooting 47% from three. I suspect that's not who Blake Hinson actually is, and because he's also not like a dribbler or like a playmaker, his game is very heavily reliant on making threes. Now, he had a 30-point game in that weird game against Memphis where nobody played. He had a 21-point game against Washington, another game where nobody had any interest in winning that game. And those influenced his stats a little bit, but it did feel like he got to that point where every time he shot it, it was going in. Yeah, maybe that's the Landry Shamet. Like, that is what's going to come down to. Like, it's making the roster and being in the rotation, especially where the Jazz are going to have to start pinching pennies and being, smart with everything. And you can't just like wait for a guy who's making mistakes or still has to grow when you're trying to develop Ace Bailey and number 2 overall pick, who are going to be guys who you're willing to give more time to make mistakes to, have a longer leash with. The guy who makes the fewest mistakes that's playing on like the periphery, on the edges of the rotation, probably is going to get the edge. And if that's Blake Hinson, it's very possible.
I'm going to sound like a hypocrite because I kind of just used that like stretch of months as a positive argument for Cody Williams, but you can't put too much weight into what happened basically in the new year for the Jazz and like specific individual players. But I'll extend that to like not only go back on like saying that was valuable for Cody, but I think for everyone on the Jazz roster other than Jaren Jackson, like you got to show that you can do this in like games that are competitive,
real
games that mean something.
No,
you know
you've got 82 games to prove it. Really, you're probably going to have 30 games or so early in the season to prove that you belong. But, I look, Blake Hinson, I think his agent was in my mentions one time and was like, why don't you have him playing for the Summer League team? I'm like, I think he's on the team next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just think he's on a two-way. And you can always waive a two-way, which is fine. I just don't think he's auditioning for his job in Summer League, to be honest with you. I think he's worth bringing in. Now, look, Kenny Lofton was really good at the end of the season for the Jazz a couple of years ago, and then was absolutely terrible once you got to the Summer League and actually like preseason. Like I don't even know if he's on the preseason roster. I think he was, and then got waived. But
didn't he have like a 50-point game in Game 82 for the Grizzlies
42.
or something?
I think he had 42 points as a lone start ever
crazy.
before that. Yeah. So take all of it with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Gut bubble, another Blake Hinson question. Hinson seems a good enough shooter and good enough defender to approximate the tools you get from Bryce and Cody. Can't create like Bryce and not as good a defender as Cody, but for the price and considering the reduced role both guys will probably have, legit or foos gold. Kind of what we just talked about. But I see what he's saying. Kind of the best of both worlds if it shapes up.
And look, guys like Julian Champagnie get waived by the Philadelphia 76ers for Mac McClung, and they get picked up by the Spurs. Like, what Blake does, some guys... the author of A River Runs Wild, I think, wrote that when he was 70 years old. Like, sometimes people peak later in life. Blake Hinson may have peaked at 70 years old. Or not 70, 26. Might as well be 70 in NBA years. But, some guys aren't ready at 20 or 21. Like, some guys have to go through it a little bit before they figure it out. Royce O'Neal was 24. Maybe that's who Blake Hinson is.
Yeah. On Tired Dad Energy. How much, if at all, have Jalen Duren's playoff struggles impacted the amount that Walker is going to demand or receive in free agency, be it from the Jazz or someone else?
Maybe a little, but probably not a whole lot.
Yeah. I still
think Jalen Duren's going to get a good contract, and Walker will also get a big contract.
I think that Walker and his camp will have arguments for his contract and for a bigger number, and then the Jazz will have sort of some reality checks to throw at that. But I think he is dead set in that 25 to 35 range.
Totally my gut feeling. I think the Jazz are going to get a better contract than people think.
Okay.
I think it's probably in the 20 to 25 range more than like the 35 range, which I think a lot of people are concerned with.
Yeah.
That was probably always the case because he's a restricted free agent.
Yes.
It's hard to tie up $30 million on an offer that's going to get matched when you also are like, well, if we miss on him and Robert Williams is off the board, then what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we go from there? Then you're picking up scraps. Like, I don't know if anyone's going to tie up their cap sheet for Walker on July 1st and miss out on other opportunities.
Agreed.
Because the Jazz are going to match.
Yeah. J. Brandon Olson, what is Justin Zanik's actual role with the franchise with Austin in charge now? I was surprised during Ryan Smith's interview with Bill Simmons that Justin's name wasn't brought up at all. During other interviews, he's always been careful to include Justin's name.
Justin is the general manager for the Jazz.
Yes, that's still his
again,
title.
Austin is president of basketball operations. Danny Ainge, I think is still CEO.
Mm-hmm.
So Justin, is just as involved in scouting. Like, Justin's always on the road. He goes and he sees a lot of these tournaments. I think he still goes to Europe. I think he started out as an agent. Remember that's important to remember when it comes to Justin's other skill set that he brings. So in addition to talent observation, decision making, etc., he's done a lot of contract negotiations, balancing salary books. Like, he knows how to do some of those things, or knows how to do a lot of those things as well. My understanding is, I'll be curious. I don't know what Danny's experience historically, but Justin is extraordinarily well connected because he's been an agent before, knows other agents. People trust him. I think he can get on the phone with anybody, which you should be able to for the most part if you're in an NBA front office. But yeah, Justin's connections are very good, is my understanding as well.
Yeah, and I think that all of these guys have specialties, and all of them, like you mentioned, general manager, president of basketball ops, CEO, they're all just giving their opinions in the room. Everyone has a share. Yes, Austin Ainge is the top of the ladder. He makes the decisions, but yeah, he's still a general manager. That's still his title.
And I've never confirmed this with Justin, but my understanding is a lot of the negotiations in 2022 with the Donovan trade and the Rudy trade, that was all Justin. And then it has to get signed off. But Justin is the one we'll talk about this and let's have this conversation and let's see this. And would you be willing to think about this? Justin is integral.
Yeah.
Integral. He's an integral part of what the Jazz are doing. Sorry. Yeah, he's very important still.
Yeah. Chance Stark, let's say the Jazz draft Aaron Peterson. What do you think the team needs to address in free agency? Austin Ainge, of course, didn't say anything about who they're drafting, but said pretty plainly, we know we need to be a better defensive team. I believe also in an interview on The Zone, and said that whether it be from internal development or bringing other people in, that will be a focus. So I think no matter what is done in the draft, defense will be a focus.
He said AJ, if the Jazz draft AJ, that was the question?
If they draft Darren Peterson.
Yeah. Oh, so the Jazz would probably still go find another ball handler. Mm-hmm. If it's AJ, they probably need two ball handlers.
Yes.
So that's kind of how they're looking at it.
Yeah. Next up from Adam King. How are all of you in the media going to handle the Jazz making playoff appearances again? Are you going to push the other teams aside to give the Jazz the spotlight once again? Real quick, for me, I'm the Jazz guy, so I'm all Jazz all the time. But you, being on the radio, you touch on everything, so I'll let you answer.
Well, it depends on what the Mammoth are doing. If the Mammoth is in the playoffs, we'll still be talking about the Mammoth as well. They have never overlapped before, so I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. Yeah. I will tell you, April, May, June, pretty dead season for college athletics. Our basketball teams generally aren't playing in college anymore. No one is after the end of March, so April, May, and June is kind of a dead period. There's nothing going on in college football at all, so a little bit of post-spring camp, I guess a little bit, but there's not a lot of news that comes out. Now they've killed the transfer portal, there's even less. So, yeah, truthfully, I think it would be very heavy Jazz for the summer. And then, we'll get a Major League Baseball team, I think, in the next 24 to 36 months, and that will start to matter as well. But look, the Jazz in the playoffs is still the biggest topic I think we generally have in the state of Utah when it comes to sports. It's our biggest Major League team. It's our most storied Major League team that we've had. BYU college football obviously is huge. Utah college football has an extraordinarily rich history since 2000 and beyond a little bit, but really, since winning the Fiesta Bowl. But yeah, Jazz in the summer, if they're winning, it's the Jazz.
And something I will say, from your perspective, even in December, 20 hours a week plus articles plus other appearances is plenty of time to touch on every single team
There's
in
a
the
lot of
States.
space. 4 hours is nice. You can touch on a lot of things.
Next up from Tired Dad Energy again. If the Jazz draft Booze, what are the chances they let Walker leave in free agency or sign and trade him to another team and play Triple J Nurk re-signed more at center? I will say, not non-zero, but as close to zero as you can get that the Jazz just lose Walker in free agency. Like, there have been trade talks from him with the Lakers and so many other teams for years and years. Why would you let him go for nothing?
Yeah, yes, there's a 0% chance the Jazz lose him in free agency.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Like, you need the asset, you need the financial tool to be able to trade. You can always trade back. You can go over the salary cap and over the tax apron and trade off guys for bad contracts or second round picks or include picks and drop under the cap. What you can't do is trade a player you don't have anymore.
Yes.
So Walker will be around regardless, but I actually think bringing in Cam Boozer makes Walker all the more important.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, he's just like, those two should fit together extraordinarily well.
Similar to how I have said a billion times at this point that having Walker makes Triple J a lot better, I think it's the same thing for Cam Boozer.
Yep, absolutely right.
So, another one from Tired Energy. We always talk about how our 4 young players, Collier, Cody, Flip, and Bryce, and in terms of their value to us, which of them would be the most valued by other teams?
Flip. I think Flip would have a lot of value. Like, Flip is really good. He's big, can shoot a little bit, he can play make a little bit, he can dribble a little bit. Then Bryce, then Isaiah, and then Cody.
I agree.
There's a chance, though, it's Cody and then Isaiah, just because people might think the upside with Cody is still there, and, Isaiah's three-point shooting hasn't really come along, and it just seems like it's going to get more and more valuable. Now, Cody doesn't shoot either. That's why they're both at the bottom. But that'd kind of be the order I'd look at.
They add, what's the most you could arguably get for each of them in a trade this offseason?
I don't think you're getting a first for any of them.
No, I don't
maybe
think so
a late first for Flip if there was a team that's like looking at the end of the first round and they're like, what we want is Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah.
And we can't get him at 29, but we can get him with the 29th pick if we trade it to the Jazz. But I don't think you're getting a first for any of them.
I also think maybe you could get like another, like this is probably a bad example, but like another young player who just also hasn't really hit his stride yet with the other team, like Jarris Walker or something like that.
Yeah, if you were going to flip like guys getting ready for their second contract.
Just like a change of scenery type of trade kind of thing. Yeah, I think that's what you're looking at. Next up from Garth. Do you think that Utah still needs perimeter defenders regardless of who they draft? Will perusing the available free agents be enough, or will they need to look to trade for one or two? With so many teams in need, will that even be a possibility?
It is a premium.
Yes.
Perimeter defenders are a premium. I'll be curious what Lou Dort gets in the offseason.
True.
But like Marcus Smart, Anthony Melton, Gary Payton II. We've talked about some of these guys that are going to be available that are kind of good perimeter defenders, and I think it's always worth noting that like there is a reason those guys are always kind of available. Like they have value, and they're also not the end all be all.
Yeah.
We still get to this point where it's like, oh, they're so bad defensively. And it's like they are.
Yeah.
The Jazz are certainly really bad defensively. You can generally find guys who are okay defensive players.
Yeah, this doesn't really apply to perimeter defenders, but I also wouldn't rule out in free agency, like for the Jazz or just any team, this always happens in free agency, someone signing like a 1 year, like let me prove I can get more next offseason kind of deal. Like maybe like Robert Williams in Portland. Like he has the injury stuff. Maybe he comes in and is like, yeah, I'll be a backup and I can show that I'm maybe better than a backup.
Sure.
Like something like
Mitch
that.
Robinson.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think there are young guards that you can go find, or maybe not young, but veterans and guys who have some experience. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get to more mailbag questions, more Utah Jazz talk. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stop?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me. Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wait the town and tell the people about the musical disc coming your way.
No, no, no. You don't love me, and I know now.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Monday. Jake Scott will be back with us tomorrow. Big thanks to Chandler Holt filling in for a third show of the last 6. We've been talking about Darren Peterson a lot, but we also like to answer your mailbag questions, and we got a lot of them. All right, Chandler, what's next?
Next up, from Dell, any idea if any of the top 3 have had an official visit/dinner with Utah yet, outside of the Combine, that is?
I have not heard.
Yes.
And again, this starts to be quiet. Now, the one thing I have heard is that, it can happen all the way up to, the weekend before the draft. So, the 19th of June, which is that Friday, the Jazz are probably hosting somebody.
Yeah.
Now, the question becomes, is this the second time that person's visited? Or is that person visiting Sunday? Like, you probably come in on a Friday, you might leave on a Saturday or a Thursday or a Sunday. Also, it's not like these guys have 9 to 5 jobs. They can come in on a Tuesday and leave on a Friday, whatever. However long you want these conversations to be, you can keep them in Salt Lake and, say how long they want to hang out and see the town and et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't have to be a weekend visit just because I think that's how I traditionally think of it.
Mm-hmm.
You can bring them in whenever. But yeah, the question is do you bring them in for a second? That's where it gets really interesting to me.
I feel like right now with Jazz-related draft stuff, it's like reading a book when you slap a piece of Swiss cheese on it. You only get a handful. You can see through a couple of words through the holes. We know Michael Brown came in for a workout, and then a week later it was like Darius Acuff is going to be coming in for a workout.
Yeah, he said he's going to be coming in.
Yeah, so maybe it's maybe the Jazz are going from the bottom of their board up, that you could assume maybe something like that, and then you're getting the top 3 guys as you get closer to the draft.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Like that?
We don't know for sure.
Nope, we don't. And I don't think we're really going to hear.
Yeah.
But, what I can guarantee you is all 3 of the guys are going to come in.
Yes.
So is Darren Peterson. Darren Peterson's been doing, or not Darren Peterson, Caleb Wilson. He's been doing draft stuff, or NBA final stuff, excuse me. And AJ has been in France. So, I don't think AJ did the pre-France, pre-draft workout in Utah. I suspect he's just going to come back now and go meet with everybody. But they will all come in over the next 2 weeks, if not multiple times.
Yeah.
And then what I also wouldn't fall victim to is I saw this guy in the airport. Utah is the main Delta hub of the West. So if you're flying to LA, ideally you would get direct flights. It's not always the case.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you might get a weird layover. There are NBA players at the Salt Lake International Airport all the time.
Yeah.
Now, I would hope NBA teams would be able to get you a direct flight. Not every city's easy for direct flights either. Sacramento, I don't know how easy it is to be we've got a flight out of whatever your town is that you're staying in right now, Chattanooga to Sacramento. I don't know. Is there a direct flight? I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly don't. So wherever you're working out or spending your off season, you might have a layover in Salt Lake or have to stop over. So
yeah. Aggie Strong. Do you get the feeling that sentiment has shifted towards Darren Peterson, likely going number 1 now versus AJ? Is that a sign that his medical issues appear to be mostly resolved?
I don't get that sense in the slightest.
Yeah.
I think AJ is going to go number 1. I don't get the feeling at all, other than inside of Utah, because fans only now started watching Darren Peterson for the first time, that anything's changed. Chandler, what could have changed? There's not more footage of these guys coming out. There's not more video. They've already watched every single game these guys have played since they were 14 years old. Yeah. They've met these guys before, and if they haven't met them, they have a real sense of who they are. They've talked to coaches. They've been on the scouting cycles. They've met everyone who's ever met them and interviewed those people. While things change for fans at this point because, you've never watched this YouTube highlight clip of him before, it's not how the Jazz are scouting the draft.
No.
We had Derek Parker on the show who does really good YouTube videos. That's not how Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck are, prepping of, I haven't ever seen this guy before.
Oh, we got the number 2 pick. Darren Peterson highlight.
Who's the mock draft? It's not how it works. That's not how they do it.
No.
So I get why it's new to fans or even media members, myself included. I have said I don't watch these guys during the regular season unless it's I have to cover AJ DiBonsa because he plays for BYU and we're talking about them. I don't watch them because I don't want to develop kind of an idea on only one player because I'm not watching every game. But I do like to watch 6 or 7 games after the season when we get into the point. Now, this has been easier to watch 6 or 7 games. Usually it's 2 or 3.
Yes.
Because we're talking about 15 guys that are available.
Yeah.
We're talking about 3 guys.
Yeah.
So it's easy to really dive in and break down all these guys a little bit closer. But they've watched all these players. There's not a lot changing for these guys after the last time we saw them play, to be honest. I can't imagine. It can happen, but I don't think it happens a lot.
Yeah. I think you might agree with me on this. I think I would be most surprised of the top 3, not counting Caleb Wilson, top 3, if Darren Peterson went 1. I think I could see more scenarios where Cam Boozer and AJ go number 1.
I think that's certainly possible. I think AJ's just going 1. I just have a hard time even imagining it's not AJ, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Next up from Die Harder. If Danny and Austin disagree on who to pick at number 2, who wins that battle? I know Austin is supposedly the number 1 guy, but Danny Ainge is still Danny Ainge.
I think it's Austin.
Yeah, I think it's Austin.
He is the president of basketball operations, and it should be his choice because he's the one who like has to make a living still. Like Danny's, I imagine doing okay.
Yeah.
I imagine he's set if he has to retire.
Yeah.
Austin's got to continue to make his worth.
That being said, I don't think the front office is some like tyrannical sort of like on the zone last week. Austin Andrews like we have so many opinions and we're arguing, and it's like I don't think it's just on Austin either. Like they talked about not having a consensus. I doubt there will ever be a 100% consensus, but they're talking.
Yeah, and I don't think Danny would like undercut Austin and be like going to Ryan and being like, Austin's wrong.
Yeah.
You've got to draft this guy. And then Ryan has to make the final choice because it is up to Ryan. Like Ryan has to greenlight everything. But no, I suspect Austin gets that say.
Yeah.
Then again, I bet you they will come to a consensus. That doesn't mean everybody in the room will feel the same way, but like they will weigh all of it and get to the end and they'll be like, well, we voted on it and this is the guy or this is what we view.
Yeah. Jazz Time Jones. If the Jazz end up bringing Keontae off the bench a year from now, 2027, he cannot be a 30M per year guy. If you take Darren Peterson, then Key likely moves to the bench at some point. Thoughts?
I'm not that convinced that Keontae's going to the bench.
Yeah,
especially at a $30 million player.
Agreed. That's like a shocking storyline to me. Like I think Keontae is much more developed, like we talked about earlier, as a lead guard than Darren Peterson is.
If you lose Keontae, you have to go out and find another ball handler to replace him.
Yeah.
So just keep Keontae.
Yeah, agreed.
Unless Darren like really makes huge strides there.
Yeah.
And then maybe you do trade him. But like at this point, I'd say it's almost more likely that Lowry gets traded of this group than it is Keontae.
Yeah.
Because A steps in and replaces what Lowry does.
Yeah, agreed.
And I don't mean next year. I mean several years down the line, or you just let his contract expire or whatever.
Yeah, and like even if Darren Peterson evolves to be a great on-ball guy, passing, playmaking, dribbling, etc., like why are we ruling out like a Luka and Kyrie situation? You know what I mean? Or even like a Chris Paul, James Harden, like
Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe.
Exactly. Like there are so many outcomes where you can have two maybe ball dominant or lead guard-esque players.
In fact, that might just be more valuable.
Yeah,
that have two guys that can create their own shot and make some plays for the others. And
exactly.
Spread the floor.
Yeah, and then also you can replace one of them, put one of them on the bench, and you still have a really talented lead guard there. So, Ben Ellison, with defense being such a huge issue last season, which of these top three would help the most with that? Probably Darren Peterson.
Day one, I think Boozer. Again, I think Boozer is like going to know where to be and grab a bunch of rebounds and be really strong and like not get pushed off the court. Like, guys, go watch Jordan Clarkson play any rookie. He torches them. Like Jordan Clarkson knows every trick. Jordan Clarkson's like out of the rotation now. It's a finals team. It's not like he's a bum, but like he's out of the rotation right now for Jose Alvarado. Okay, get any rookie on Jordan Clarkson. I don't care if they're like a great defensive player, a bum defensive player, whatever. Jordan torches dudes. Jordan on a rookie is the funniest thing I've ever seen because he knows every trick in the book, and he knows when you step here, I'm going to kill you going the other direction, or I'm going to pump fake, or whatever. There is not a guard that's going to be a good defensive player day one. It's just not. You know, Darren's not going to help day one.
Yes.
Like, truthfully, he's not going to change the Jazz's defensive rating. He can get there eventually, but I don't expect it day one. So if you're talking about next year or even 2 years, like, honestly, the size of Cam probably changes more than anything.
I agree with you. I think early just him being 250 is going to matter. And then I think maybe, again, Darren Peterson has shown some of the really like good defensive flashes, but then maybe by the time that maybe Cam Boozer's strength doesn't matter as more, I mean, I think it will always matter for his whole career, but by the time these other guys evolve, like maybe just AJ having the tools to be a better defender matters then, you know? So
or just Darren being like a great playmaker. Like he will get there. He's a good shot blocker. Like he can all round into form. It's not going to be early.
Yeah.
So long run, I would probably say Darren, probably Boozer 2, and then AJ 3, but they all have the chance to be plus defenders. They could also all be bad defenders.
Yeah.
Like that. It's an outcome where all of them are non-serious defenders.
Yeah. From Ben again, which would also fill the other need of a starting backcourt partner for Keontae. Like Darren Peterson is the obvious answer. Cam Boozer isn't going to be that. Maybe AJ plays too early in his career, but I think he projects as a 3.
I think so too, but AJ could absolutely move into the 2 spot at some point. You know, he could. AJ is going to be able to play the 2, the 3, and the 4. That's his real value, and that's also why I see him going over Darren Peterson, who is a 1 or a 2. I think AJ plays the 2, the 3, or the 4, and is still like a rebound and initiate your offense, or is going to be able to get like stuff where he runs pick and rolls and just makes simple reads.
I was about to say, we talked about that last week. Like he played point like occasionally, like brought the ball up at least for BYU. And then, do you think the Jazz have trades, all ad free agency moves in mind for both of those, defense and like filling the guard spot? I think, like we talked about, like the Jazz are probably looking for ball handling and defense.
Yeah, and very little of it may actually have to do with who they draft.
Yeah.
In all honesty, maybe like if they felt like they needed another front court player, they don't need it as seriously if they draft Cam Boozer. But I think if whatever role you're trying to have filled in the playoffs, you're probably still addressing that via free agency.
Yeah.
And if they get beat out, then great.
Yeah.
Dylan Harper's more ready to play for the Spurs than people thought at this point. Awesome. If AJ DeBonsa or Darren Peterson can do that, cool, but you probably still go out and get that guard just in case.
NBA.com, Pedro. Getting hypothetical here, let's say that the front office is sure that Ace is going to be either Batman or Robin in 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
They are also sure that they will find the other guy in this draft, especially because they will have the fit with Ace in mind. Question here is, out of all the possible top picks in this draft, who would be the perfect player to pair with Ace?
So one of these guys is going to become the Batman?
Or the
you're
Robin.
drafting?
Yeah. Ace and insert name here is Batman and Robin. Who is the perfect fit with Ace?
If I knew you were going to get the top outcome of one of these players, I would take AJ.
Okay.
Still.
Yeah.
I would take AJ.
I can't help but see like a Jaylen Brown and Tatum-esque combination, like win combo with both of them.
Yes, and that's not saying that's what I expect, but if you're talking about they become Batman and Robin, that's the outcome I see, which is, 6'9" guys at both spots. I know Ace measured a little shorter than that, but like I've seen him. He's not 6'6". He's more than 2 inches taller than you are, Chandler. Like he's a much bigger player than that. So I would go with that because I just think that becomes super versatile, impossible to defend on the perimeter, pick your poison, 2 top 5 MVP candidates at their best.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think, like we talked about, like the NBA is just moving to positional size and everybody doing everything.
It's just size.
Yeah.
Just the NBA is about size and super big, skilled players, and Cam does that. But like if you're talking about these guys becoming top outcomes, I think I prefer AJ's just kind of like athleticism, flexibility over Cam's.
Yeah. And I think last question here from Colton. Do we know who scouts what areas? We know Carlos will be pushing for Cam, but was there someone else over that area more than him?
Well, guys actually scout areas. Like what you're saying is right. You like parts of the country.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the Northwest. I'm in the ACC country. I'm in Florida. I'm in Texas. Like, and even then, like Texas is huge. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jazz have like a scout in the South who moves over. And, there are people all over the place. So, and the truth is I don't know who scouts all of those areas. And then the nice thing is you can watch all these games, but yeah, you have regional scouts. I remember Sheldon Williams used to like to come to Jazz games all the time, or John Paxson, or if it was Jim Paxson. One of the guy who drafted LeBron, like ended up just getting demoted from being a GM, which is like, hold on to your job really tightly. You can end up being a regional scout. And that's the lowest level. It's still fine, but like you're going and watching all these college players and writing up reports and sending them back, and guys will come in and disappear. Yeah. But every once in a while you do see a funny player doing it. Then again, like Carlos, I think was at every Duke game this year watching his kids, and rightfully so. So I don't know if Carlos is filling the like regional scout. And by the way, Avery Bradley was at like every Jazz game this year that I remember seeing. Like they will duck down and watch a Utah game or a BYU game, or maybe they will fly out and go see an Arizona game. But I think for the most part, some of those guys are staying in Utah.
Yeah.
So I honestly don't know who the Jazz's like scouts are. I will tell you this, the last time I went to the draft, or one of the last times I went to the draft, I don't remember exactly the last time, but I was at the Dante Exum Rodney Hood draft, and a guy comes out, and he's decked out in Jazz gear. And I'm like, I just thought I was a fan. I was like, are you happy with the draft? He's like, yeah, I think they're really going to like Rodney Hood. And I was like, oh, cool. I was like, that's kind of a deep dive. What do you think on Dante? He's like, oh, I'm a Jazz scout. He's like, I was in the Duke area. I was watching all those guys play. He's like, I just was in the ACC watching all those. He's like, I just think Rodney's a good player. He's going to really play well. None of these guys had ever seen Dante.
Yeah.
Like Dante just didn't do he worked out with Kobe's agent, Rob Pelinka, who's now the GM of the Lakers. Yeah, he was just like, I was in the Duke area.
Yeah.
I watched it play. I don't know who it was. I honestly don't have any idea. So there are random dudes or women all over the place now. Like we just wrote a story, you wrote it up, that Shane Fensky has taken over as GM for the Jazz. Katie Benson, who used to be the Jazz's GM for the Stars.
Yeah.
Like she might be scouting now regionally. Like I was told she was relocated. I think by her choice. I don't think the Jazz would get fired. She wasn't fired.
Yeah.
She's just moving. It wouldn't be surprised me if that's what she's doing, scouting a different area.
Yeah.
So she's from Maryland.
Yeah.
So maybe to pull back the curtain a little bit, maybe she's going to the East Coast in that area.
Kind of cool. Imagine like you work for an NBA team and you move to a different state, but like you can still work for us. Like just pick up scouting and watch these kids who might be on our team one day.
Remotely.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will wrap up our time with Chandler briefly on the other side. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a disabled vehicle in Springville. It's blocking the right lane of the exit ramp to 400 South with some delays behind it on southbound I-15. Elsewhere along the Wasatch Front, the major freeways are rolling along at a good rate of speed so far. Attention, commercial property managers. GoPave Utah handles seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. Protect your asphalt today before winter damage hits. Scheduled today at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Try this combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to be talking about the latest with the rapidly collapsing NCAA model after Brendan Sorsby is allowed eligible to play despite gambling on his own team with John Kurtz. He's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes. Chandler Holt has been sitting in. I guess we're wrapping it up. I think all of our mailbag questions came out. We are 2 weeks away from the draft as of tomorrow. Next week, we'll be taking a closer look at Cam Boozer. We will be doing that in traditional recorded fashion back in the other studio like we always like to do. If you had to guess today, what do you think the top 3 picks are going to look like in the draft?
I think it is safe to say it'll just be AJ to the Wizards, Darren to the Jazz, and Cam to the Grizzlies.
I think so too. I think that's where it's going to go. I'm a little more open to the idea that maybe the Bulls don't go with Caleb Wilson at 4. But then again, you look at his production; it's like so hard to argue. So it probably does just go chalk. It probably is just a little bit boring, and then the draft starts at 5. But that's not what the Jazz have to worry about. And then, personally, not having to dial up all these different games has been enjoyable for me. But it is funny to watch this caliber of player. Like, you are watching the best of Ace Bailey games last season, but it's like almost every night these guys play. Yeah. It's really surprising. Where Ace, you were like, I think he can get there. Like, I think if it all clicks in, there's like a pathway for like that stardom to shine. And I actually think he's shown more signs like he is going to hit. Like, I think Ace Bailey is going to get way closer to his top outcomes than like the basement, which everyone was worried about. I think all of these guys like legitimately have like very high level floors. Like, again, I brought up the Alec Burks floor or like Jonathan Kuminga. Like, I think the odds that they turn into those players is so low.
I agree. Yeah. Also, I just want to say something real quick. The season ended on April 13th. We're like, okay, finally, the losing's done. It's like, a month until the lottery. Then the lottery's here. And now we're like, it's a couple weeks into the draft. This offseason's been zooming by. Yep. And I think, like, you look forward, I think there are enough sort of milestones throughout this offseason that it's just going to go one after another. The next thing you know, it's October.
Yeah, September is always pretty boring because it's always just the dead season. Yes. August and September are always really quiet. Though, the end of September, you get
Media Day.
Yeah. So it picks up relatively quickly. No, it's a busy summer. It's truthfully one of the most exciting summers in Jazz history just because of getting the number 2 overall pick, and I still think they're going to be pretty active in July. So, Chandler, thanks for sitting in. We'll be back next week in our normal Jazz Notes podcast with Cam Boozer on Mondays. If you liked what we've been doing on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone the last 2 weeks, come listen. The podcasts are fun. They are jazz heavy and geeky, but it is a kind of a different approach than what we take on the radio every week. And thanks for sitting in for the last couple of, I guess last week 3 times.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the invite, of course.
All right. When we come back, we will talk college sports, college football specifically with John Kurtz. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Ross Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, don't we all like a little organization? Don't we all like everything to be easy and connected and simple? Well, when it comes to your finances, that's absolutely true as well. Get everything under one roof, and Trajan can do that for you. Of course, they're a fiduciary, so they're going to help you. They're going to help you set goals and work on your retirement and make the right decisions. But they also have Trajan Estate now and Trajan Tax, so they bring all of your financial needs right under one roof, so the same team can be connected and working on all of it. It just makes so much sense. Give them a call today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. They just want to get to know you. It's free consultation. I went through the process. I went to their Draper office. It was so easy. They'll help you set goals and show you what you've got to do to get there. And as I mentioned, they have your estate and tax needs covered as well. 855-TRAJAN-1. Or you can go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, the Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tragedy, I've been close to folks who have. Have you ever felt the pain so powerful,
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Let's welcome in our next guest. Big thanks to Chandler Holt, who just sat in. But John Kurtz joins us. You can find him on Twitter at JLKurtz. You can also find his podcast, Open for Business, the Big 12 podcast. John, thanks for jumping on.
What's up, Ben? How are you? No problem.
I'm doing well. This is such a bizarre day. I can't remember, John, a day when everybody expected one outcome, talking about the Sorsby trial, for it to go the total opposite direction. I don't think anybody expected him to be available to play next year, and now that looks exactly to be the case.
And it's completely shocking, and it feels like it's somewhat united the college football world, which is not something that happens often anymore, with everybody, pulling at different ends of the Senate bill that's going on right now. Like, everyone's got different motivations at play and wants different things, and nobody can agree. Outside of Texas Tech fans, it feels like 99.9% of college football fans, media, coaches, administrators, et cetera, are in agreement here that if you bet on your own team 40 times while underage, right? It's illegal. You're underage. You bet on your own team 40 times. You sent over $65,000 across state lines to friends to place bets for you once you went into a state where you could no longer bet because it was also illegal. If you're able to play after that, you can still play. It's a 2-game suspension. That's all we're going to hand down for that. You're going to find a consensus on hey, we can't be doing that. And I just, I forget you may have to help me out because I'm driving right now on the specific wording of what the judge basically said, hey, there will be irreparable damage done to Brendan Sorsby here if this were to happen and he could not play. And we find that they proved that. I mean, I'm sorry. First of all, consequences for your actions. What kind of a precedent are we setting where, hey, I was speeding. I was going 110 down the highway, and it affects my mental health. I have a condition where I can't take my foot off the gas, speeding down the road. That's the justification here. All of a sudden, it's going to cause irreparable damage to him because of that. And I would even disagree on that point, because irreparable damage to me is not being able to still have an NFL career. The guy would have been taken in the supplemental draft. He was projected to be a first-round draft pick next year. NFL teams are quarterback starved. Someone's going to take a flyer on him. I don't know, man. It's ridiculous, and it obviously just sets this precedent that you can bet on your team and get away with it, because the trial for this is not going to be set until February. So it's after the season. So even if the NCAA wins this eventually, it wouldn't come until after Brendan Sorsby's already played a season. So you're just setting a precedent. Do whatever you want. Go find a local judge to issue an injunction to delay the thing, and you can play. It's crazy, man. I cannot believe it happened.
Yeah, the actual wording is by not allowing him to play, he would suffer a probable, imminent, and irreparable injury. It does feel like such a rogue judge. There are instances where we see court cases and you're like, oh, well, that's a weird precedent, and I guess that this would make sense in this case. This just totally seems to fly in the face of everything, and I guess, John, what it does is it just further neuters the NCAA. I mean, it just feels like there's no rules, and rules don't matter. Even this being the most sacred of all of them, I don't feel like the NCAA has any authority on anything any longer if you can't even enforce this rule.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this was the one last stand that the NCAA had, where we thought, anyway, that they had. I mean, they have lost everything else in the last 5 years in a courtroom, to where, as we see the environment now, I mean, you can literally just sue them over virtually anything. But this is the one thing everybody was like, hey, if you do this, you're going down the slippery slope to becoming the WWE in professional wrestling, where everybody's going to question the outcome of what's actually happening there. But unfortunately, now the NCAA has found out apparently they can't even effectively do that. And so I agree with you. I mean, the NCAA was just hanging on by an absolute thread before this. I mean, it's not like anybody had much respect for whatever teeth that they have left, which are basically none. But now that's out the window. And I think the really interesting part, the follow-up to it is, okay, so one, what's going to happen with the Protect College Sports Act, which is out there in the Senate right now? I would think this probably bolsters the case to get some kind of congressional help from Washington to help the NCAA enforce something, or whatever governing body it's going to be, enforce something here? And does this push toward collective bargaining is the other thing a lot of people have talked about now, that this could be something that really moves people to finally say, all right, look, we've got to just make them employees and collectively bargain with them and like set up some rules. But part of the problem with that now is if you're a student athlete, I don't know why you'd agree to become an employee and collectively bargain and all that stuff, because you have as much power as you could ever possibly have right now, being able to move whenever you want, whenever, wherever you want, make whatever. I mean, there are no limitations on you right now as a student athlete. So that's sort of the catch-22 that the NCAA is in here, is like, had you 5 years ago had some foresight and been like, hey, maybe we should just go ahead and make them employees with where this is going, it would have been an easy sell then. Now it's a really tough sell. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I do think that anybody that wants the Protect College Sports Act to go through, or some kind of government help to come, this will be something that gets weaponized in favor of that happening, because they're just going to take this straight to them and be like, look, you want this? I mean, nobody wants this. We have to be able to enforce something.
Kirby Hocutt has said already, he's the athletic director at Texas Tech, that he didn't think that this warranted a season-long suspension. Now, obviously, he was going to say that. We got the statement from Cody Campbell, the super donor and a member of the Board of Regents at Texas Tech, who said, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's a broken system, but I guess we got to do what we got to do to survive. It's just like, it certainly doesn't seem like Texas Tech is going to do anything to slow this process of getting Sorsby back on the field, right?
Oh, I mean, Texas Tech's been gung-ho supporting him the whole way, which, like, look, I'm not really here to, like, shame Texas Tech a ton, because I think, frankly, there are a lot of schools that would do the same thing. Like, you going to sit here and tell me, like, had Lane Kiffin, Lane Kiffin, that's actually a really interesting hypothetical, because they were after Brendan Sorsby, right? It was kind of like Brendan Sorsby and Sam Leavitt were the top two quarterbacks in the portal, and Texas Tech and LSU were going back and forth for both of those guys. So if the shoe were on the other foot, I mean, I think you'd have Lane Kiffin in the same position. Like, he'd have the governor of Louisiana involved in this. I mean, everyone's trying to take advantage of the system, and you've seen this sentiment a lot from administrators in college athletics over the last couple of weeks. It's this idea of, I think Jamie Pollard from Iowa State was one of the first that said it, like, everybody wants rules and complains about, like, hey, we need rules, until the rules come into their own backyard and they apply to them, and then they're like, well, wait, no, I don't want this rule. We're going to skirt around this because now it's affecting me. And that's really, I think, what this is very symptomatic of. So Texas Tech's in an all-in mode. Like, they're protecting their guy. I would love to know, like, true serum deep down, do any of them actually believe that this is, like, a good thing and the way to go? I don't know how you could legitimately do that or stomach that. I'm sure it's made easier when you know Brendan Sorsby on a personal level. I'm sure he's a great guy. I've heard good things about him. But it's just like, you can't open Pandora's box here. And also, I think a lot of people around Texas Tech, the other thing I would point out is, like, are probably very much like, hey, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, be responsible for your own actions, very personal responsibility focused. This sure doesn't seem like that, man. This sure seems like letting you off the hook big time for doing something that you knew you were not supposed to do and violated in a massive, massive way. So, look, for the fans, you're seeing a lot of fans celebrating this, and I get it. Texas Tech fans have taken crap for years for not being good enough. Then they finally get good enough, and everybody says, well, it's only because of the money, when they're just spending like all the other top contenders in the sport are spending. So I understand why they're irked and why they're taking a bit of a victory lap, and why it's hard to remove your heart from the situation and just use your head here. But, yeah, you would almost hope that the administrators would be a little more using their heads on this. But it's going to get really interesting in the Big 12, because now you have quotes coming out from Big 12 ADs saying that they're discussing not even playing Texas Tech. So Brett Yormark's got a problem on his hands for sure.
Yeah, I think that's where this gets so interesting is, I mean, you talked about collective bargaining with players. It's like, it's never been more clear that you have more power as an individual, because you get one lawyer to argue and one judge. It's better than having, a union that you have to abide by the union rules. You're better off as an individual. And then the teams, if Texas Tech won't enforce it in this situation, where you clearly have a player who broke the rule, that coaches bring in FBI agents to talk to their players about not breaking this exclusive rule. This rule, don't break this. and the coach says, well, as long as we can play him and get away with it, I guess it doesn't matter what those FBI agents said. It's better for me if they don't. As long as there are a group of people who are the weakest link, competing to be weaker than one another to bend their rules in their favor, I don't think anyone's going to vote against themselves if it comes to trying to collectively bargain or build a collection of teams that want to abide by rules. Why would they do that now if they're not doing it today when they could do it, on their own?
Yeah, I mean, it's all of it, obviously, and in college sports right now is just kind of a cluster. You were already in such a precarious position with the battle between, the Big Ten and the SEC don't want at least the bill as it is right now, the Protect College Sports Act. And you're worried about super leagues, and there are all these existential threats swirling. The last thing anybody needed was for this to land on the desk of everybody involved as well. I think that's, to me, another part of the real issue here is this isn't happening in a vacuum. This is happening with all of this other stuff already going on. Oh, by the way, we've got a season coming up in a couple of months, right? I don't know how anybody involved here, the administrators, are keeping up with all this, keeping track of all of this. And this may be the biggest existential threat of them all, to be honest, because you cannot start going down that road of letting things slide when it comes to gambling on sports. And there's a whole big conversation to be had for the proliferation of sports betting and, who is profiting off of it. And it's just everywhere. So can you really expect, especially when it's just mass marketed at 18 to 20-year-old guys, can you expect them to really stay away from this? I'm here for that conversation, but you cannot allow that to happen and allow guys to play. And now, it's just, if you're a player, you're looking at this it doesn't matter what I do. All I got to do is just go get an injunction on it. And that's the thing that really kills the NCAA now, because time is not on their side with those. So you just go get an injunction. It kicks the can down the road. You can play your season, and then they can work out whatever they want to work out afterwards.
John Kurtz is our guest. Looking at Brett Yormark, he has been aggressive with how he's a pretty aggressive commissioner. He's been aggressive with expansion. He's been aggressive with, trying to be on the forefront and maybe not so much arguing for his teams for the playoff, but he's not, I'm going to just sit back and let everything happen to me. Do you think he's going to try and do anything about this? Do you feel like there's any recourse that the Big 12 has that they could take?
It's a great question. I think that, to me, is kind of the $1 million question right now. I know just before I hopped on here, the Big 12 did release a statement. It was kind of a non-statement statement from Yormark. There wasn't really a whole lot tangibly said other than that they are going to have a meeting with all the key stakeholders in the league later this week. But look, I'm a K-State guy. I know Gene Taylor pretty well, K-State's athletic director. He put his name on quotes.
Yeah.
with a lot of curse words in them.
Oh, Mark Harlan just had a statement saying, but how is this possible?
Yeah. You've got ADs that are not only saying things about this, but not afraid to put their name on it. It's hit the fan, man. These are going to be some contentious meetings, and people are really seriously hot about this. I don't know what Yormark's in a really tough spot here, right? Because one, you got the entire college sports world, really the entire sports world looking at you all right, how are you going to handle this? What will there be anything that can change anything here? And then obviously your constituents are hot about it. But if you're going to go after Texas Tech, you already have a buildup of a lot of animosity there. Tech fans got really upset last year about how the tortilla stuff was handled, right? Mm-hmm. Took away one of their traditions. They have been upset with Brett Yormark for a long time. And then they were upset when, Cody Campbell got in a bit of a tiff with him over scheduling the Houston game on a Friday night on September 18th, which, by the way, would be the first game Brendan Sorsby plays this year. I think there are going to be some eyeballs on that one. So Tech fans are already really upset with him, and this is your biggest brand right now. It's the most nationally relevant team that the Big 12 has. So can you put your foot down to a point where you do what? And then it's I don't know what it is. Are they ineligible for the Big 12 championship game? Do you follow through with the threats of these ADs who are saying that they're not going to play them? I really have no idea. This is all completely unprecedented stuff, and I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew what the right course of action is or what will happen. This is totally new, and Yormark is a really interesting character that I think sometimes can be a little unpredictable with this stuff, and I don't know. We'll see.
Big 12 Media Day is also, it's a month from today. Every question to every coach, and rightfully so, is going to be, how do you feel about him playing? How do you feel about him being out there? Do you think it's fair that they have a player that was gambling on their own team? Do you have questions about the outcomes of the games? Brett Yormark has to stand up in front of everybody and then does the media cycle and hits up all the local radio stations, and that's going to be the question every time. That is going to be the theme of not just Big 12 Media Day, but the Big 12 season. And then if they make the college football playoff, especially if Texas Tech makes it, that's going to be all the media talks about. Now, they're not going to want to talk about it at Texas Tech, but that is what Joey McGuire has to answer for. I would think that has to be the rule.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. One of the things I immediately thought of earlier today is I was like, dude, Texas Tech already had a lot of attention on them, but that has ratcheted up about tenfold now. And, you talk about being the villain. They are already the poster child, and I think some of this is unfair, by the way, but they're the poster child for the NIL transfer portal era of college sports, because anyone who's upset and disenchanted with what it has become pins it all on Texas Tech, because they're like, hey, they're spending all this money and they used to not be good. That's the only reason they're good, as opposed to, well, Texas Tech is just taking advantage of the rules the same way everybody always has in college sports. That would be my take on it, but Texas Tech gets put as the poster child because, wait, these guys aren't supposed to be here, and they are, so they're disruptive. I don't like them. That's from a national perspective. From a Big 12 perspective, Tech thumped everybody minus Arizona State last year, so you're tired of losing to them. Their fans have developed a certain attitude about this because they've been waiting for this for a long time and have taken a lot of crap for a long time, so they're basking in it. They're enjoying it. And then they're stealing all your players. They're putting together sort of a Big 12 all-star team. I saw this with the K-State fan base, lost K-State's best linebacker, Austin Romaine, to Texas Tech this offseason. So you've got fans in the conference with a ton of built-up animosity, and now you throw on top of that this situation with Brendan Sorsby. If they're going to have him playing quarterback, Texas Tech might as well line up. They should just dress as Darth Vader when they come out there. Forget the helmets, man. Get the Darth Vader mask and just wear those out on the field. They are going to get more heat than any college football team that I can remember this year, and people are going to be rooting very hard against them. So that will be really, as much as we say this will make Texas Tech better, this adds a whole different layer of expectation and what you actually are going to have to deal with as a football team and a locker room and a culture and all that, I think, for Joey McGuire and company.
Find him on Twitter at JL Kurtz, the Open for Business Big 12 podcast. John, really great stuff. I know it's hard to react to this stuff as soon as it comes down like you have been. So really good stuff. I appreciate you jumping on.
Hey, anytime, Ben. Thanks for calling.
There he is, John Kurtz from the Open for Business Big 12 podcast, giving us the latest on the Brendan Sorsby ruling. Yeah, it's truly unbelievable. This is one of the days where it's harder to kind of overstate how broken the system clearly is. We'll talk about it more coming up next in the top 3 stories. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 northbound has had a couple of crashes in South Salt Lake approaching the exits to 201, I-80, and others. One is off to the right at 3300 South. The other just a little bit further north in the Gore area between I-15 and the exit to go east on I-80. Hey, Doug Smith delivers service you can trust, expert maintenance, oil changes, and more. Fast, friendly, and easy to schedule. American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or heydoug.net. Again, that is heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Bay, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Monday, time for the top 3 stories, sponsored by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. Christian, where are we starting first?
Number 1, Brendan Sorsby has been ruled eligible by a Texas judge.
We just talked to John Kurtz, who hosts the Open for Business podcast. Talking about the Big 12, I saw this report come down, like everybody this morning. I truly don't remember, Christian, a time when everybody had one expectation for an outcome because it was so obvious and so black and white, and all the rules seemed to be in favor of the NCAA. And we've had guests on this show that came in and said, well, yeah, Texas Tech has to have his backing because they don't want to get sued if they abandon him now, and all these different issues. for the judge to just say, oh, yeah, he's eligible. He's going to be playing next year. There's going to be a 2-game suspension. But after that, you're going to see Brendan Sorsby not at a loss for words because my job doesn't allow it, but that it is truly shocking that this is where we are today with the NCAA.
It's almost as shocking as seeing Pat McAfee doing sidelines right now for the NBA Finals. But no, it's a can of worms that the NCAA really did not want to have opened up, because what does this mean for the future? What does this allow now? Basically telling players that it is okay to bet not just on anything, right? You remember the Iowa State players a couple years ago that got in trouble just for gambling.
Yeah.
But now this says you can gamble not only on your own sport, but on your own team.
Right.
And it's just a very dangerous precedent that has now been set. And it's a dark day for college football.
As long as you can prove that you not being on the field again after you gamble could be harmful for you, the judge apparently in this case said, well, that's the bar you have to clear. That means you can get back on the field and play. If you not playing is worse for you than you playing, then you just get to play. Again, that's what a consequence is. Again, if there are certain situations where, like, you read through a trial, you read through a court case, and you think, oh, wow, that lawyer did a great job of finding this loophole, and that really made sense here. Or, wow, that seems like a real, gap in the system that they were able to exploit. That's not at all what's happening here. There's no, like, wow, genius work from a lawyer to get Sorsby back on the field. This is just, yes, I cheated, but judge, if I don't play, how am I supposed to make my money back? And the judge is like, you're right. How are you going to make the money? Which, by the way, you go to the NFL and you make your money. There even is a huge safety net for him at the next level to go and play and have a chance to continue to make money, knowing that these rules are out there, that you don't get to break them, that it's the one rule in all of sports that you have to abide by, that there is a long history, that this precedent cannot be broken, whether it's Pete Rose or the Chicago Black Sox or whatever it is in gambling. Even recently, players that have been banned for betting on other sports as college athletes, or NFL players getting suspended, or Jonte Murray getting banned by the NBA for not Jonte Murray, Jonte Porter, getting banned by the NBA. To just throw all of that out the window because, it looks like it's going to be hard on him if he doesn't play this year, maybe irreparable, just let him play. I can't understand the logic of this decision.
And that was part of the NCAA's defense, was if he does step foot on a collegiate football field again, they would be the first American sports league ever to allow this, because you're right. Every other sports league in this country has set that hard and fast rule that you cannot break. And if you do, you are done and you are out.
Yeah.
And now, at least
it's
it looks like
anymore.
today that, the NCAA, it's not a rule for them.
And if you can break this rule, truly, what rule can you not break? And as long as it benefits a team will fight for you now to be back on the field. And we just talked to John Kurtz. Nobody is going to, cut off their own hand to punish themselves. Nobody is going to hurt their own opportunity to win because we put winning at such a high value that we would enforce rules that are better for everybody. No, because it's every man for themselves. It's every team for themselves. It's every coach for themselves. Cody Campbell's a joke.
I'm glad you brought him up.
That dude's an idiot.
That's where I wanted to go too.
I hate where college sports is. And all of these people, look, it's not the kids. I actually don't blame Brendan Sorsby here other than, bro, you can't do this and you still did it. Like, you are an idiot. But if you're surrounded by a system as a 19-year-old and you're surrounded by 40, 50, 60, 70-year-olds that are all giving you the thumbs up saying, well, if you're good enough, we'll let you back on the field, then I actually don't blame you as much because you're an idiot and 18-year-olds are supposed to be idiots. Cody Campbell, you come out as a billionaire saying, oh, well, the system's broken. We're trying to fix the system. I'm going to go pay these players to show how broken the system is, to show how we can fix it. And you've got an opportunity now to show that you can fix the system by saying, Sorsby's never going to play for us again. That's the rule. We believe in that. We're not going to let him play anymore. And you say, guys, we have to let him play. The system's broken. Then you're not trying to fix the system anymore. You liar. Like, I can't listen to you anymore. Say that you're standing for something greater. If you're going to have the single greatest, cheater and rule breaker within this system as the face of your franchise, the face of your organization, because they might help you win more games this year. Cody, go away. Stop talking. Stop being holier than thou. Stop trying to pretend you're fixing anything. You are making the problem worse. Stop. Leave. Go away. You're not welcome here anymore. I hate college football right now. I hate college basketball right now. I hate college athletics right now. And Cody, you're making it worse, Cody Campbell. You are the reason it stinks right now. This is your fault. Not just your fault, but you're as much a part of the problem as anybody. And maybe you are the biggest part of the problem. But get out. You're ruining the sport. And no one's going to do anything for the betterment of the sport unless somebody takes that first step and you're in the prime position to do it. And you're not going to do it because you're a coward.
And that's the disappointing thing is he has become the public, I guess, face of NIL as far as these mega donors go and mega
100%.
boosters go. And last year his whole shtick was that I'm donating so much money to Texas Tech to show how broken the system is, to show that you can buy wins and buy a championship. And it's like, it sounds noble to do that, but then you look behind the mask and it's like, no, he's just donating a bunch of money to his favorite team. He's just saying that to try and look good and look cool. And then his statement today, again, like you said, the broken system, and he's the outcome of a broken system. I'm doing everything I can to fix it, but until there's a permanent solution, Texas Tech and its student athletes have to do the best they can to navigate and compete amid the chaos, yada, yada, yada. To your point, if you want to step up and be the savior, the hero of college sports, then go do it. Don't say you are.
Stand
and then
for something.
Do the exact opposite.
Stand for something.
Right.
If you want to fix it, Joey McGuire, Texas Tech, Cody Campbell, actually stand for something. And look, we shouldn't applaud a fish for swimming, but good for BYU when they have a player who's accused of sexual assault that they get him off their team and standing for something. Good for you, BYU, that you actually stand for something and actually have a backbone, because Texas Tech doesn't. I mean, this is pathetic. I get a judge said it's fine. Fine. The judge says that we think it's going to be bad for him if he doesn't play. Texas Tech, you don't have to feel that way. You don't have to suit him up. Joey McGuire, you never have to play him, and you shouldn't play him. And I hope if Texas Tech doesn't do it, the Big 12 doesn't let him play or finds a way to stop people from playing him. If I'm Texas today, if I'm Steve Sarkisian and you've come out and called me a coward for not playing against your team.
Schedule that game, buddy.
No, my whole thing is no one should ever schedule you. You guys should we are going to impose the death penalty on you from the outside. You have guys who are actively ruining and endangering the integrity of the game on whether or not you're gambling on it and changing the outcomes of games in the most important position, arguably in all of sports. We're not scheduling you anymore. We're never going to schedule you. Until you stand up and say you actually believe in something, we're never going to schedule you. And I hope all the conferences do it. I'm not kidding. If I were on a school outside of the Big 12, and even better if you're a school inside the Big 12, which it sounds like is the case, there are athletic directors wondering how do they avoid playing Texas Tech. If I'm outside of the Big 12, I'm getting a group together right now and collectively saying we're never going to schedule you. If you keep Brendan Sorsby on your team, you're never getting a non-conference game with us. 100%, no doubt about it. You are getting the death penalty from us as far as scheduling goes. And I hope they do it. Nobody needs Texas Tech. I promise you, not one person is more important than anybody else. They don't need you, and I hope Texas Tech has to learn the hard way. All right, what's next?
Number 2, NBA Finals Game 3 tonight in New York.
Unbelievable game, too. The Knicks actually did steal both games on the road. And I don't even want to say steal. I think they've been the better team. I went back and I rewatched the fourth quarter today of Game 2. And you see they were up 14, 97-83, I think, with 6 minutes to go. This game feels over. And credit the Spurs. They go on this furious run. They tie it at 97. I actually think they end up leading 104-102. And obviously we know what happened there. I was listening to some podcasts over the weekend. I was listening to some breakdown on it, and people think did the Spurs solve something in that final 6 minutes against the Knicks that they're going to be able to bring into Game 3? I'm watching the game. I see Jalen Brunson miss an open layup. I see Jalen Brunson miss an open 3. I saw Mikal Bridges miss an open 3. I'm actually more concerned for the Spurs going into this third game now that they don't know how to fix it. And had the Knicks not missed a couple of shots that they've been hitting all series, it never is 104-102. We're not talking about, this was even close late. Like, they just keep them at arm's length the entire time, and the Spurs really haven't been all that competitive in the series. It doesn't even come down to a Wemby missed jump shot in the final seconds to determine the outcome of that game, or the Wemby turnover late off the back of Steph Castle. Like, I think more often than not, if you were to replay those final 6 minutes, not only do the Spurs not end up in a situation where they have the game winner, the turnovers don't matter. I mean, it's not even close. It's not even a one-possession game. I think it's a 3 or 4 possession game most of the time because the Knicks just don't blow some of those gimmies that they did. And everyone's tired and everyone's late. But you're supposed to be tired and late playing on the road in San Antonio when you've been staying in the hotel. Now you're in New York. You've got the momentum. You've got all the energy. You've got this huge hill that San Antonio has to climb. It's really not looking good for San Antonio. And I know that's not breaking news when you lose the first 2 games of the series, but
comes out in a hot start. It's going to be really hard for San Antonio to figure anything out tonight against the Knicks.
Those runs that we've seen from San Antonio, whether it's playing really well to open a game, which we've seen already in this series, or that 14-0 run late, they did that against the Thunder in Game 6 in San Antonio. They go on that 20-0 run with Wemby off the floor and like kind of put that game away, and then they send it to a Game 7, and you start to see like, oh, that's how the Spurs win. If the Knicks can withstand that and it doesn't break them, and then late in the game they have the best clutch player in the NBA in Jalen Brunson, and they have a bunch of veterans and pros on this team who know how to execute late, and the truth is Wemby just doesn't yet, or Castle just doesn't yet, or Dylan Harper just doesn't yet. That's the edge. And the Knicks are playing great, and the Knicks are obviously playing at this historic level, but they seem to have total confidence in themselves. They have a total understanding of their identity, and a great Game 3 ahead. Very excited for tonight's game. Tips off at 6:30 in New York City. Crazy media stuff going on right now just because the president is going to be at this game, so the lines to get in have been absolutely absurd. But this game was always going to be absolutely a riot because of it being in MSG, the Knicks finals drought. Very excited. Can't remember a game I've been more excited for as far as like a early finals game. Like Game 7 last year, everyone wanted to watch in the finals. A Game 3 in the finals, I can't remember the last time I was this excited to watch a game.
Yeah, you remember when the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and there were all the videos of like craziness downtown, and people are tearing down the light posts and just madness with all the celebration. I mean, that's exactly what you're going to see in New York tonight. And then again in Game 4, if they win,
close
if they sweep.
I don't know what's going to happen in New York City if they close out. We've seen LA with the Dodgers winning. We haven't seen a Lakers championship since the bubble, and that was obviously significantly different in a different time in our country. But if the Knicks win, I can't imagine what Manhattan's going to look like.
They might have to do the cartoon thing where you take like the saw and cut them off like from the country.
Cut the city out. Yeah. You remember in Batman when Bane blows up all the bridges so no one can leave? You've got to do that to all the bridges around Manhattan. All right. We will talk more about the finals coming up throughout the rest of the show. What's next?
Number 3, Brandon Rose, familiar face, returns to Utah.
Busy weekend for the University of Utah. They've gotten 3 recruits who have committed, and then Brandon Rose coming back. Brandon Rose goes to UMass and doesn't end up doing a whole lot. I don't think he factors at all into Utah's quarterback room just because Utah has one of the better 2-deeps in all of college football. Devin Dampier is a legitimate starting caliber player, and somebody would have paid Bird Ficklin very handsome money to go be their starter, and Utah just was willing to match it or pay him to stick around and ideally become the starter after this season. So Utah probably happy to have an experienced face back in Brandon Rose. Sounds like he must have a good relationship with Morgan Scalley if he's willing to come back and play under a new head coach. That's a good sign. I think that's maybe the thing I would read most out of this is somebody who trusts Morgan Scalley and says, I'll go and play for his program more so than I expect Brandon Rose to ever get on the field.
It's kind of, like the Isaac Wilson thing when he, came back to Utah the first time. Even though he didn't leave to another school, he entered the portal and then ultimately did return to Utah. Sometimes the grass isn't always greener. Sometimes it is nice to be around familiar faces, right? And Rose, Utah's the program that brought Rose in initially, and he even played a little bit for them. So I would understand why he wants to be back. And then we'll see. I mean, it definitely seems like he's QB3, I guess, today. So we'll see if he ever touches the field.
Yeah, at best. He might not be QB3.
Right.
That's, I guess, with his experience, whatever experience you can say that is.
In quotation marks.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe he would come in at 3, but he could be 4. or lower if they're even carrying that many scholarship quarterbacks. All right, coming up at 5 o'clock, we are going to talk to Brian DiArdo. He's an NFL writer for CBS Sports, talk about the latest with the NFL, talk some more NBA Finals, and obviously the latest with Brendan Sorsby. Coming up next, stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new crash on State Street is causing delays between 4500 and 3900 South for both northbound and southbound traffic. Southbound I-15 through Salt Lake County is getting into reduced speed mode in spots between Murray and Draper, with northbound I-15 delays going past downtown as well. Hey, the Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls is back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out on this one. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com for more information. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever, or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams a win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Maybe you're so frustrated by the latest rulings in college football that you want an easy solution for dinner tonight. You can find it with our friends at Beehive Meals, specifically with the new flat top meals. They are perfect for the warm weather, the summers. If you've got the outdoor griddle, you want to go hang out outside and cook them up, nothing beats Beehive Meals. These are fresh prep meals designed for your flat top grill, your griddle, or even a regular skillet inside if you don't have the outdoor grill. You can absolutely do it. And here's the best part. Everything comes ready to go. There's no chopping. There's no measuring. You just thaw it and you cook it and you get that fresh homemade dinner done right there for you. It's perfect for busy weeknights, or if you're running around on the weekends and you're busy, maybe you just haven't thought about what you want to eat tonight. You don't have time to run out to the grocery store and pick out all the different options and measure and chop. And an hour and a half after you decide on what you're making, everyone's hangry and you're not even close to eating. Solve that problem right now with Beehive Meals. Go check them out online, beehivemeals.com. The June menu includes favorites like chicken fajitas, ham and egg breakfast skillet, sloppy joes, patty melts, carne asada. There's a ton of variety. That's what I love about them. So easy to make. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, you can order now, beehivemeals.com. Go check them out, beehivemeals.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott will be back with us tomorrow. That is the plan. Big thanks to everybody who has filled in his absence over the last 6 shows, including Christian Esparza, our producer. It is time for the Audio Vault. Collect the most interesting, wackiest, or important sound of the day circulating right now. And this comes from Sam Presti, who's the lead executive for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I can't tell, is he taking a backhanded shot at everybody else on his team or just celebrating how good Shea is? Let's hear the sound.
Relative to Shea and the narrative on that, he's playing against 6 people. He's got 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media. And, that's a reality. And he's not going to be the last player that the machine decides to target. But no one's going to handle this gracefully. Because when they turn it on somebody else, they're not going to step up there every night and not acknowledge it.
First of all, cry about it. I mean, yeah, Shea flops all the time, which is fine. Everyone flops. Shea does it as badly, if not more, than anybody else. So if the social media machine, as Sam Presti likes to say, is going to come after Shea, well, he's brought that on himself. That is how Shea has decided to play. He's not the only one who plays that way, but he is the best player that plays to that extreme. I'm fine if the social media machine wants to come after him. He's a multi-millionaire. He's getting the awards. He's winning at the highest level. Sam, I don't think, again, we need to reward Shea for not lashing out at fans who don't like the flopping that he puts out there. Now, overall, I think flopping is over-discussed in general when it comes to the NBA. It does not bother me that bad. But if you have a hard time with it, that's totally up to you. If you have a hard time with how Shea plays and you hate watching him, which clearly enough people do that I believe it, do I think the Luka stuff gets annoying? Absolutely I do. Everybody does. I don't think it's the end-all be-all. It doesn't really, again, change my ability to enjoy the sport. But if you do, that's fine, and I don't applaud Shea for not fighting back. What's he fighting back against? Saying that he doesn't flop? He does flop.
And you know what? Congrats, Sam, that you have a player who has the ability to get scrutinized.
Yeah.
Every star player
Right.
gets scrutinized. I bet the Jazz wish they had a player who was good enough to get scrutinized by all of social media. They're putting Giannis highlights up on the TV right now. You remember everything they used to say about him with how long he used to take to shoot his free throws and all that. I mean, everybody gets picked apart when they're good enough.
Right.
But the reality is he's back-to-back MVP. Everything he does, the way he plays is always going to be under a microscope. But he's back-to-back MVP.
Yeah,
He's a very good player.
It's par for the course. They used to count when Karl Malone would shoot free throws because they thought he was taking too long to shoot them. Yes, they do it with Giannis. Wemby flopped on the last possession of the last game. He didn't get touched by anybody, and he was getting barbecued for it after the game. And rightfully so. If that's how you want to play and you're going to try and game the system and the NBA is not going to enforce the flopping rules, then the fans will. And I don't have a problem with that. No one's actually affecting anything Shea is doing. And then, a backhanded shot at all of his teammates of saying he's playing 1-on-6. Well, no, he's got teammates. It's not 1-on-6. He's not just going up against 6 other players. He's got teammates. I know Chet didn't do anything in the playoffs, but he's got other teammates that are out there to help him. That wasn't exactly a glowing endorsement of the rest of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
No, it wasn't. But, NBA Twitter doesn't care if Cody Williams goes out and flops.
Nobody cares that Bryce Sensabaugh complains to the ref after every possession. Nobody cares. Because nobody cares about Bryce Sensabaugh, with all due respect. But they care about Shea, because Shea has become one of the 2 or 3 faces of the NBA, and he gets paid for it, and he wins because of it, and he's got the MVP trophy as a result. But yeah, Presty, no one feels bad for you, and I don't think you're going to get anyone off your back by going and making these appearances. All right, when we come back, we are going to talk a little bit about the NFL. We are going to be joined by CBS Sports writer Brian Diardo is going to join us. We're going to dive deeper into the latest comments that we've got coming out, including from the University of Utah about Brendan Sorsby. And we will look forward to Game 3 of the NBA Finals, all coming up in the next hour. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you.
Together, FireSense is the first response.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever, or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
12 Utah law enforcement agencies working with ICE.
It's not ICE telling us what to do. These are our terms and conditions.
How do those partnerships benefit Utah communities?
Yes, it's public safety.
And why are most agencies unwilling to talk about it?
And it screams to the public that we are hiding something.
The KSL investigators uncovered some possible clues through public record requests.
You know, they said the quiet thing out loud.
KSL investigates police and ICE policy. Tonight at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 5 o'clock, live at 5, brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. You've heard Jake talk about Trajan Wealth before. They can work with you. You can give them a call, 855-Trajan1, 855-Trajan1. You can call Trajan Wealth today or visit their website, TrajanWealth.com. All right, we're going to talk some NFL. We're going to get back to Brendan Sorsby and the NBA Finals as well, coming up before the end of the hour. But did want to catch up on the latest with the NFL with Brian DiArdo. He's an NFL writer for CBS Sports. Brian, thanks for jumping on.
Hey, no problem at all. And I can also volunteer some golf amateur expertise. I was at the Memorial Tournament this past weekend. That's right in my backyard. I will say, if you're a sports fan looking to get a bang from your buck, go to a golf tournament. What other sport can you get 5 feet from the trophy and 20 feet from the best players in the world? You can't really compare it to any other sporting event as far as in person is concerned.
So I was at a senior tour, and I got to see former Cincinnati Reds great Johnny Bench playing. Who was at the event you were at?
Oh, boy, everybody. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, a couple other guys. My 3-year-old daughter runs down here to say hello. She might get on the ladies tour at some point. She's got a pretty good short game for a 3-year-old. But yeah, basically, everybody was there for Jack Nicklaus's event. It was his event, the 18-time major winner. He's from Columbus, and little history nugget. I know you didn't call me to talk golf, but I'll just get this out of the way quickly. Part of the reason why he's nicknamed the Golden Bear is because Upper Arlington is high school. The mascot's the Golden Bear. So, but yeah, it's a big event. I would say if they were to add another major outside of the players, this would probably be the one.
All right, Brian. Well, speaking of seeing stars, all you have to do is go to a Rams game this year, and it feels like you're going to see a slew of future Hall of Famers. Everyone was surprised during the draft at the decision they went with Ty Simpson in the first round and thought, oh, how's Stafford going to like this? Well, go out and get Myles Garrett a couple of weeks later, and it seems like all will be forgotten. This Rams team is as loaded as any NFL team I remember in recent history. Am I wrong on that?
That's a great point. I hadn't really thought about it. I would say I'd go back. If I look at just this decade and the best teams that I've seen as far as talent's concerned, I would say I think a sleeper, to be honest, is the 2020 Bucs with Tom Brady, Mike Evans, Godwin, Levante David, and Ndamukong Suh. Yeah. I can go on and on. I mean, Antonio Brown was their third receiver, Rob Gronkowski, Leonard Fournette, playoff Lenny. That was a really good team. Then I would probably say the 24 Eagles with Hurts, with the receiving duo they had with Saquon Barkley going for over 2,000, Zach Bond, That defense was great. So I would probably say this team could fit right in line with that team. But yeah, I mean, as far as on paper talent's concerned, they're incredibly good. And if you're Matthew Stafford, that's, exactly what you want to finish off your career. Now, yeah, I'm like you. I'm very surprised with the Simpson acquisition. Now, I liked him a lot more than a lot of other analysts prior to the draft. I think a lot of people, and I'm not saying he's going to be Tom Brady, believe me. His last year at Alabama, very similar to Tom Brady's last year at Michigan, where because of the school he went to with such high expectations, I think the success that he and the team had last year kind of fell under the radar. But if you look at a lot of tight games that they were in and ultimately won, he made a lot of clutch throws and different kind of throws. And he's got, he's not great at anything, but he's really good at a lot of things. So I'm not surprised he went that early, but I'm surprised with the team that ultimately picked him.
Well, Brian, it's we hear teams say it, but rarely is it actually apropos that it's Super Bowl or bust. But that has to be the case with the Rams this year, no?
Well, I mean, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. And then you look at them, you look at the two teams in their division, Seattle that just won it, the 49ers, and those are three teams in that division alone that you say Super Bowl or bust. But yeah, I mean, the Rams, when you've got a quarterback that was born now in the late 80s, that's you got to maximize whatever years he has left. And I think Henderson, the running back, and I think some of the weapons they have in the running game, I think is one of the things that people also sleep on with them, because this is a passing league and everybody loves the aerial game and everything. I don't. I'm an old school running back fan. Give me a good running game any day, but you need a good running game to succeed. Kyron Williams, not that. That's why I alluded to. My bad. The Rams running back.
Yeah.
He is a really, really good running back, and I think him being on the team. I will say, if there was one thing I would have liked to have seen them to focus more on, is third receiver. And I thought the Bengals should have done that as well with Jermaine Burton. They're not working out a couple of years ago, the guy they drafted in the third round. So, yeah, I mean, I think that they are absolutely a Super Bowl or bust team, and obviously the Myles Garrett acquisition just kind of reinforces that. The only negative with the Myles Garrett thing is, and believe me, I live in Ohio. A lot of Browns fans, surprisingly, were okay with them losing Myles Garrett. The main reason why is, I mean, they didn't win a lot with him. Also, the rest of that defensive line has to be very, very selfless, because he likes to play different positions all across the line, which forces other players on the line to sacrifice to let him eat. So that might be a little adjustment period, especially if Aaron Donald decides to put his cleats back on and join them.
So, you did talk about how just insanely loaded that division is. How does that affect the standings? I mean, these teams do all have to play each other and beat up on each other.
Yeah, and that to me is the hardest part. I mean, you look at the Rams, we're talking about them. That's probably why they didn't win the Super Bowl. You go back to, was it week 16 or week 17? They have that huge lead on Thursday night in Seattle, and they don't seal the deal. They let Seattle come back and win. And I think for anybody that was still kind of on the fence with Sam Darnold, I think that game pretty much wiped it away, because he was among the main catalysts for that comeback for Seattle. And I do think that's one of the reasons why it's going to be hard for any of those teams to get out, because of what you just said. They play each other, twice? I mean, if you're Seattle, you're playing the Niners twice, and you're playing the Rams twice. I mean, that is a tough. Now, conversely, once you get to the playoffs, it's going to be a little bit easier because of the gauntlet you face in the regular season. But really, though, I just think as long as now it's 17 game regular season. It's going to be 18 soon. And within 20 years, mark my words, it will be 20 games. I promise you, it'll be 20 games. They're going to get rid of the preseason. Attrition and depth is going to be almost as important as the frontier talent that you have on your team.
Well, I don't think a lot of people saw this trade coming. Do you think there are any other superstars that could get moved before the beginning of the regular season?
Superstar might be a strong word for this guy, but Alex Highsmith would be maybe a player, the Steelers' outside linebacker, I could see potentially getting traded because of the fact the Steelers just signed his backup, Nick Herbert, to a 4-year, $100 million contract. He now, per year average, makes more than Alex Highsmith. So make sense that the backup's going to be making more than the veteran. Now, I know the Steelers love depth with their pass rushers, and they're one of the last teams that still plays the 3-4 defense. And so because of that, you need to have depth at your outside linebacker, and they've got that with Watt, Highsmith, Herbig, and Jack Sawyer, second-year player they really, really like. So if there was a player that was going to get traded, he might be the guy. Now, the day that after they gave Herbert the big extension, Highsmith was absent at OTAs. They said he was sick. Was he actually sick, or was he just sick? that the Steelers signed his backup to more money. So that could be a player that I could potentially see being dealt between now and week 1.
You know, the Steelers are interesting because they are trying to avoid completely falling to the bottom of the league. And that's actually what the Seahawks did as well. They had, a 7-10 season a few years ago, but they kind of stayed respectable, albeit not contenders. And then their window opened up and they went and won a Super Bowl. Are there teams like the Steelers, and I don't know if they're going to do it with Aaron Rodgers, but are there teams out there that you think have kind of kept their head above water that if everything goes right, they could be the Seahawks of this season?
Yeah, I've got the team. And now, okay, I got 2 teams for you. One team that I like, but not that much. I think the Saints, I made a few, gentlemen's bets like, hey, I'll bet you a Gatorade if this team makes the playoffs or has a winning record. That team's the Saints. I love Tyler Shuck. All last year, I didn't pronounce his name right, and then I heard his announcers week 1. I said, yeah. Tyler Shuck, that's how you do it. All right. I like him, and I like what they're building down there, and I really like Kellen Moore, and that's a winnable division. I'm not saying they're going to win a Super Bowl, but if you wanted to make a nice little bet for a division winner, I'd throw some down on the Saints. I really like them in a weak division, and I like Tyler Shuck and some of the weapons they've added to that team. They've slowly started to transition from an old, aging team to a younger team. And Alvin Kamara is another guy maybe I could see getting traded, going back to your last question, just because of the fact they got Travis Etienne from Jacksonville and that he's getting older, and they're kind of having a youth movement there. I went on a diatribe there. The number 1 team, the Vikings. If Kyler Murray wins that job, which by all accounts he's going to win that job over J.J. McCarthy, that team went 9-8 last year, which I think everybody is sleeping on. They didn't make the playoffs. Incredibly tough division, the anti-NFC South, but they still went 9-8 with basically nothing at the quarterback position to speak of. And so if you can get Kyler Murray in there, who is a 2-time Pro Bowler, is a very, very good player. Height has always been an issue for him. I think sometimes his vision downfield is tough sledding, but when he's been healthy, he's proven to be an extremely good quarterback. And Kevin O'Connell, revived Sam Darnold's career. They won some games last year with Carson Wentz. They've got a great offense, a defense that was good enough to keep them above water last year. That could be a team that could go for a run if Murray gets hot and they can stay relatively healthy.
Who's the best team in the AFC?
Oh, good question. Best team in the AFC. I'm going to throw you a massive, massive curveball, and I'm going to preface it by saying,
no,
not that wide. I'm going to go ahead. Hey, hear me out again. This is a massive I preface this with a big grain. So I think Denver, if they're healthy, once again. But I also wonder with Sean Payton. He's a very, very, very tough and demanding coach. I know him and Bo Nix kind of got at each other a little bit. You could see it through the cameras last year on the sidelines. He's not going to be healthy 100% to start the season. I like them, but I think there's too many question marks. If Joe Burrow is healthy, that Cincinnati Bengals team could make another run similar to 2021. They made some smart moves on the defensive side of the ball. Al Golden, their defensive coordinator, you could really start to see his impact, pay dividends late last season. And again, when Joe Burrow's been healthy, they've gone to a Super Bowl, an AFC Championship game, and the third year he was healthy all the way. He won a passing title and led the league in touchdown passes. So, I know that the Bengals, again, a lot of people are down on them because of the defense they've had. And that's why, again, I was harping on them to get a number 3 receiver since Burton didn't really work out. But with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, the best receiving duo in the league, and I think Joe Burrow is one of the most underrated players in the entire league. So Cincinnati's a team that if Joe Burrow is upright, they could do a lot of damage. And I think what is a wide open conference.
Read him at CBSSports.com. You can find him on Twitter at Brian D. Ardo. Brian, really great stuff. We'll catch up with you again before the season starts.
Appreciate it anytime.
There he is, Brian D. Ardo, giving us a breakdown on the latest with the NFL. Big stories today, obviously the NBA Finals, Game 3. We'll talk about that more coming up in about 15 minutes, but we do have to continue to break down the latest with Brendan Sorsby and his win today in court that is going to allow him to play in the 2026 college football season. And I got to tell you, first of all, I want to read you a couple of quotes that we've heard, including from the University of Utah's athletic director, Mark Harlan, kind of discussing what his perspective is. And there's been a lot of quotes coming out, including some stuff from Brett Yormark. But Harlan had this to say on social media today. He said, as with many around the country, I'm disheartened by the injunction issued today in the Brendan Sorsby matter, which will allow him to compete this fall despite clear violations of NCAA policies and ethical guidelines. We are all committed to supporting student-athlete well-being, but we also must have a definitive path forward that preserves the most basic tenets of competitive integrity in our own industry. Now, if you're to ask me, do I think Brendan Sorsby is going to bet against Texas Tech and throw a football game by missing a pass, holding onto a ball too long, taking a sack? No, I don't think he's going to do that. Do I think I'm going to question whether or not Brendan Sorsby's games are above board because he's on the field? No, I don't. But with the next player, who is not Brendan Sorsby, who is not owed $5-6 million in NIL, whatever the number is, some linebacker, some kicker, some FCS kid who this is his chance to make $6,000. Mom needs a new car. AC went out at the house for grandma. Whatever the issue is, he needs lunch. And this is a pathway. Long snapper's going to throw the ball out of bounds, so there's a safety, and somebody he knows bet that there was going to be a safety in the game. Do I trust that that's not going to happen? No, I don't. There's just too many players. There's too many people coming towards them. And there's too much opportunity to change either the outcome of a game or the outcome of a drive or the outcome of a play. And I was a dumb kid who knew the consequences of my actions and still did stupid things. As a young skateboarder, whatever, breaking rules, staying out late, whatever I wasn't supposed to be doing, sometimes I would do it because I was young and I was stupid and I didn't care. And there are young, stupid kids my same age who now find themselves in college and are going to have those decisions put in front of them. And not only do they get to look and say, well, I didn't really care about the consequences that much in the first place because the immediate reward seems more beneficial. Now there is a judge. Now the judicial system for the U.S. government is saying there's an out for me. So even if I was going to potentially listen to my better angels, now maybe I don't even have to. Now there is a pathway for me to be okay and feel a little bit more comfortable with this. This is the rule in athletics that does have to be black and white. This is the one rule that does have to be preserved by the players and by the teams that host these players, that employ these players, whether you think they're employees or not. This is the one rule that does not get to be broken. And today, this judge in Texas said, to hell with the rule. It doesn't matter because if Brendan Sorsby doesn't play, doesn't matter if it hurts all of college athletics. By the way, it's not just football. It's not just the long snapper throwing the ball in the parking lot. It's every basketball player, softball player, baseball player, lacrosse player, swimmer, tennis player, any college sport where you can say, oh yeah, well, he bet on his own thing, but he's got a gambling addiction. It's bad for him if he's not out there. It's going to cause irreparable harm. You've thrown all of those into question now, and that is the most broken part of what happened today, but certainly not the only flaw.
I hate the pretending to care about the mental health aspect, and you and Jake bring this up a ton, especially with like the Ben Simmons thing, and it's very difficult when people have real mental health problems that they put up with. And then I can't imagine how hard it is to see something like this where it's used as an excuse, right? Because it's like a slap in the face to people who actually deal with problems like that, where you can just use it as an excuse to do whatever you want, Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead and bet on whatever you want.
Brendan Sorsby may have a gambling addiction. He might. That doesn't excuse you from consequences. If I have a pill addiction and I run my car into somebody else's car and they get hurt, I don't get to say, Judge, you're going to cause me real harm. I can't go to work if I can't continue to drive. You can't take my license away. I need it. The judge says, no, you've got a pill problem. You have an addictive issue. You have to pay the consequences of that. You don't just get to say, could cause harm if he doesn't get to go to work. You just keep doing however you were doing things. Take a couple of games off. That the consequence is for his actions, regardless of why he committed the actions. He might be an addict. I don't care. That's not saying I don't have sympathy for him as a human being, But that sympathy doesn't mean you're immune to the consequences of the decisions you made repeatedly. And by the way, not just, oh, I bet on one game my first year and didn't realize as a redshirt that I wasn't supposed to do that. No, I circumvented the rules in the states I was in to go out and have other people place the bets for me because I knew it wasn't allowed. Like, this isn't nuance. This isn't, a slight bending of the rules. What Sorsby did was so egregious that the FBI flagged it. The sports books flagged it and went to the schools and said, there's a problem here. And that's when he goes to rehab. Again, he might be an addict. I don't really care if he's an addict. That's not what happened today. This is not a conversation about addiction. This is a conversation, as Jake likes to say, is about the one rule that exists. And the other issue beyond, oh, this is just a flaw in the system, oh, we don't care about this. The other thing that happened today is clearly the NCAA has zero authority. And any authority we thought they may have had was just stripped away by this judge. Any ability by the NCAA to enforce its own rules. If you can't enforce that you can't gamble on your own team, what rule can you enforce? Like, what rule will a judge not throw out on the basis of, oh, it's either bad for the player if he's not out there, or we didn't think the NCAA got to enforce this rule. Why should they be able to enforce the lesser rule? Because that one actually really matters. That one actually has to do with the integrity of the game. That one, in fact, affects everybody else out there. But we're not going to enforce that or even let the NCAA enforce that. They're no longer in charge of their own system. So why would the next rule apply? That's what can bring this system down even further that's already crumbling.
Well, and we've seen the build-up to this in the years prior, right? With everybody getting granted extra years of eligibility. Exactly right. And it's like, oh, if you're unhappy with something, you can just sue and get your way. But the gambling thing, that's never, ever going to fly because that is the one cardinal rule. The NCAA wouldn't be ridiculous enough to allow gamblers in their league, And then you get to the point, and it's the same story. Oh,
first time it got
challenged.
Happy
with the ruling, you can just sue and get your way and complain about it and be fine.
No, like I honestly don't know, and I get that these are unrelated, but like it's not even the slippery slope argument of it aspect. It's just a total lack of faith in the NCAA's ability to enforce rules because any random judge can just overthrow it and has more power than all of the NCAA. Why can't
this is not a Supreme Court ruling. This is a random county
some random
judge.
Dude, whatever. Congrats, you got your law degree and you've been elected as a judge. Cool. What is stopping a pro from suing and getting himself back to play in colleges? Like, if we don't care about the outcomes of the games, why don't we just let anybody come back in and play? Give them 6 years, give them 7 years. Like, you can't tell me that a player who's not good enough to go play in the NFL or the NBA that does have NIL money on the table isn't going to be immeasurably hurt by not being allowed to come play a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th year. That's way better for them. Of course it's better for them. They can go make millions of dollars. They can't do that when they get to the NBA. Look, this Momcilovic kid who played for Iowa State and just committed to Kentucky, probably a second-round draft pick in the NBA, maybe a late first. Well, his outcome, his safety net, by not being in college anymore, would still be $1.5 million, maybe a two-way contract. That's $750,000, whatever it is anymore. He can sue and just keep getting more years. Why not? Say it's way better for me to be in college. It's immeasurable, the harm you're imparting on me by not letting me continue to play college sports because I can make $7 million in college and just $1 million in the NBA. This is egregious. And what's stopping a judge from just saying, yeah, you're exactly right. Like, we don't care that the NCAA has a rule that says you can't do this. It's not illegal. We're just going to think it's better for you if you continue to play college basketball. Why would this ever stop? Why would you leave? I know the WNBA has made huge advancements now in what they're paying their players under this new CBA, but you can still, I would imagine, make more as a college basketball star as a woman than you could playing in the WNBA as the 7th or 8th overall pick in the draft. Why would you ever stop this now? Why would you not challenge every single rule? Because nothing the NCAA says anymore has any teeth, clearly.
Yeah, Chase Roberts goes undrafted.
Yeah, exactly.
He signed with the Las Vegas Raiders for their summertime free agent camps, whatever. I could imagine that he'd make a ton of money if he were able to come back to BYU.
If he gets cut, why not go back to BYU or just enter the transfer portal?
Even if he's an undrafted free agent, you'd still make more money at BYU.
Yeah, exactly right. Why should I have to pay for this? For the NCAA's rules? Why should I be held responsible for this? And by the way, Chase Roberts didn't break a rule. Like, there is actually, the only rule is that you can't play beyond your eligibility. That's less egregious than you're betting on the games of your own team. So why not just open the floodgates? And again, I blame Sorsby as far as you need to be held accountable for your own actions. Sorsby's gambling is stupid. He needs to be held accountable for that by itself. But he is not responsible for the NCAA and everything that we're seeing becoming a total failure. It's the NCAA's unwillingness to act in the past to get some control over this situation, which we were calling the Wild West 3 years ago when NIL opened up. I don't even know what it is today. It's not the Wild West. It's just complete lawlessness. It's international waters. It's anything goes. Clearly, it's anything goes. This is the one rule you can't break anywhere in sports, and it's allowed to happen in college athletics now. So if this happens, what's next? And I think that's the question everybody has, and the sport continues to get worse. And I think the only way to fix it, if the judges can't, and I don't believe in this ability to get this bill passed with Cruz and Cantwell, you're going to get more momentum out of it for this, sure. But if judges are going to overthrow aspects of it that they think are unconstitutional or just shouldn't apply to these individual players, I don't think this law is going to have any teeth either. I just think we're going to continue to see the degradation of the sport until it becomes a professional sport and you're calling these kids employees and then they have to abide by the rules that you create. Until then, which is a long ways off in my opinion, it's going to get worse and worse. And today's just another major piece of the cliff continuing to crumble. That's the end of it. All right, when we come back, we will get you ready for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A disabled vehicle has been pushed off to the left on southbound I-15 in American Fork at 500 East, but delays stretch back to Lehigh's Main Street exit. The northbound I-15 drive going past downtown Salt Lake is getting slow now with delays starting just past 4500 South and going up to 600 North. Want to remind you about our friends at UTA. It's UTA. It's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, and we move what matters. You plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. The court has reinstated Brendan Sorsby. They will allow for a 2-game suspension. It can be appealed, so this isn't the final word, but he got the decision, so he'll be eligible for Game 3 in the conference opener against Houston, despite the fact he gambled on his own team.
This is beyond anything that I thought possible. It seems now archaic and ridiculous that Pete Rose wasn't a first balloter. I've been around gamblers my whole friggin' life.
Any of them ever stopped?
Yeah, when they lied and told you they did. Gambling is, we joke about it, but it's not a joking matter. Where's this going to go?
There's no telling. The gambling ads are nonstop.
And you're asking 18-year-olds to be careful. And the judge says, well, he'll be irreparably harmed. Yeah, well, duh! Anybody who's going to go to prison is going to be harmed. This is crazy. I just wonder, where's it going to end now?
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Lots of companies do risk assessments to see how their supply chains are disrupted. Just like empires used to build navies to protect themselves from pirates, most businesses, large and small, have individuals or whole teams working to protect themselves from cyber threats. In polls, cybersecurity has ranked as the top concern for senior leaders in the last 5 years. When cybersecurity met artificial intelligence this year, a monster rose out of the sea and threatened to eat Tokyo. Sorry for the Godzilla reference. A new generation of disruptive pirates is using AI to attack your company. Globalization has created a reliable supply chain that provide low-cost goods. It's not geopolitical conflict that will break the chain, but AI-driven cybersecurity. Learn more about the forces shaping businesses with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Had some good conversations today. Chandler Holt joined us earlier in the show. Talked for 2 hours about the Utah Jazz, the NBA draft, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Pretty exciting news if you're a basketball fan locally. Talked to John Kurtz. He joined us at 4 o'clock, giving us a breakdown on the latest with with Braden Sorsby. John Kurtz joined us. He hosts a great podcast on the Big 12. And then Brian DiArdo joined us at 5 o'clock talking about the NFL. But we also have Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight with the New York Knicks leading 2-0. I look at this series as having a lot of legacies on the line. And I can't remember the last time there seemingly could have this dramatic of a shift in legacies altered by the potential outcome here. Now, if Wemby wins, I think it becomes pretty obvious. We start talking about him already as having the potential to have one of the greatest careers of all time. I mean, not many players ever have won in their first 3 years in the NBA. You know, Jordan notoriously didn't win until 91. He's drafted 7 years previously. LeBron did the same thing. Didn't win until he went to Miami in his year 7 or year 8. There are not a lot of guys who get there quickly. I mean, Olajuwon was in the Jordan draft and didn't win until 95. It takes a long time to get to this point. So if Wemby wins here, talk about a guy winning a title in his third season in the NBA as the best player. There are guys who have come in as young contributors who find ways to get victories, but, Shea is in year 6 or 7 already as well. I think he's year 6. He's not exactly brand new to the NBA. He might be brand new as the face of the league, but he's been around for a while. He went through a lot of the tanking seasons in Oklahoma City. But on the flip side, while I think Jalen Brunson was pretty well liked around the NBA, nobody's talking about him as an all-time great. And Christian, I think if you see this series continue on its current pathway, if the Knicks win this series, with all due respect to Walt Clyde Frazier and Willis Reed and, these guys who played 53 years ago now and did win 2 titles in New York. I'm not pretending like that isn't a current enough era in the NBA to say it doesn't matter. But we are talking about the best modern Knicks player of all time in Jalen Brunson, which is a huge legacy to own with the Knicks playing at the mecca of basketball in New York City, especially as a guard when we talk about New York point guards historically, not just in the Knicks, but kids who grew up playing at Rucker Park, kids who grew up in New York, becoming the next guy. It certainly changes our perspective on Jalen Brunson. I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, it certainly feels a little prisoner of the moment-ish to say that he would go down immediately as one of the greatest Knicks of all time. But at the same time, you can certainly enjoy this season and this story and this postseason run that Jalen Brunson has. But I think a lot of it has to do with what Wembanyama goes on to do with his career. If he truly does go down as one of the all-time greats, then people will always look at this playoff run and say, yeah, but remember when Jalen Brunson beat him? That was pretty awesome. So regardless of where he lands on the Knicks all-time list, people are going to remember it for a long time, if for no other reason than it's New York. It's the Knicks, and that's huge. One of the reasons there is always a caveat next to LeBron's name is the finals losses. Jordan didn't have any. There's a caveat next to Kobe's name for a lot of reasons, but including finals losses. Tim Duncan went 5 out of 6 in the finals. Didn't win them all. Magic didn't win them all. The difference is Jordan won them all. That's where he has separated himself out with 6 titles. So yeah, if you're talking about Wemby becoming an all-time great, he has the potential to get there. He is such an outlier. If he could stay healthy, he has such an opportunity to have one of the greatest careers of all time. But if you lose, you are viewed differently. You just are, because Michael didn't lose in the finals. Now, he lost every year leading up to the finals, and he did lose in the playoffs, even in the 90s. They lost to the Magic the year that the Magic made the finals and lost to the Rockets. So he wasn't blemish-free in the postseason, even after he won his first title. But he never did win a title. Or he never lost in the finals, I should say. And Wemby would already have that on his back. And that is always going to be hard to shake when you're talking about the best of the best. And then on the Knicks side of it, Ewing got to the finals twice and never won a title. You talk about some of the Carmelo gets a lot of love for getting to the conference finals. Never got to the finals. Amari certainly never got there. The Knicks, we did our Knicks Spurs draft. It's funny how quickly the talent on the Knicks really starts to dry up as far as all-time greats go. That's why Jalen has a chance to seemingly skip so many names and become one of the 3 or 4 greatest Knicks of all time. I mean, Walt Frazier's probably the greatest Knick point guard of all time just because of his, long history, and he stayed with the franchise. He's the color analyst. But with all due respect, most people watching right now weren't ever old enough to watch Walt play if they were even alive. I wasn't alive. I mean, I missed him by 15 years. So that's where Jalen is going to get this huge boost and is going to be viewed in a very specific manner for the rest of his career. Yeah, and in a similar way, I mean, it's kind of funny to think, if the Jazz win a title in the next, 2 or 3 seasons, and let's just say it's led by Ace Bailey or Lauri Markkanen, is that player automatically going to be considered, an all-time Jazz man over Carl and John because they never won it? I don't know. It's weird because those two have the MVPs. That's the other thing, Ewing never won MVP.
And Jalen Brunson doesn't have any.
And
season
Jalen
awards
doesn't either. I mean, he's got 3 All-Star appearances. And he's got some All-NBA appearances, and
I don't believe he has a scoring title.
He certainly doesn't have a scoring title. No, again, it's kind of the funny thing about the Knicks' history. It's just not anywhere near as decorated as the Spurs, the Bulls, the Lakers. Some of the Bucks even, who have both a Lou Alcindor to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and a Giannis in their history. They had Oscar at one point, right? They have some of these all-time greats. The Knicks have some great players historically, but no one's ever discussed Walt Frazier being a top 10 player in the NBA ever. Now, Jalen's not getting there with a title here. Don't get me wrong, no question about that. But he certainly changes Knicks history. And then he also changes our perspective on who can and can't win in the NBA. I mean, Jalen is the prototype for flawed guards right now in the NBA. And we will wash this, don't get me wrong, we will totally sports wash this, wrong way to use that term. If he wins, we're not going to go back and dissect his stats in this series. But if you look at, I'll try and pull them up quickly. His numbers through the first 2 series.
His shooting numbers are poor.
Are horrendous. Everything wrong with what small guards do in the NBA.
Very streaky, very inconsistent.
Inefficient.
You need a lot of shots.
Yeah, a lot of shots to not do a whole lot. It's not what you want. Now, he has turned up, hit 5 steals in the last game, including the one off of the back of Steph Castle. But, yeah, I'm not sure what he's actually done on the floor statistically has changed anyone's opinion. The only thing that's changed people's opinion, and again, why I think this becomes one of the more interesting legacy finals that we've seen in a long time, is that he's winning, which, by the way, is the only stat that does actually matter. The ultimate analytic, inarguable, wins and losses. It's the stat at the end of the day that does have the greatest impact, and the only impact that really matters. And we haven't even talked about Karl Anthony Towns, who goes down as, that's one of the better top overall picks of the last 25 years because, there's a chance he ends up being the finals MVP. Jalen Brunson probably gets it because he's going to be the leading scorer and he's just thought of as the best player.
And the big shots.
And he's hit the big shots. Cat has been more consequential. Cat's defense on Wemby is more important than anything Jalen Brunson has done defensively. Certainly, Jalen Brunson's not a good defensive player. He's getting pulled off the floor, now so is Cat, in the biggest moments, but has narrowed that gap between himself and Wemby, which I don't think anybody expected going into this series, and then is still doing enough offensively to really hold his own. Cat, suddenly, and honestly, Cat was probably already there. Let me see if I can pull up his stats historically. He's got a couple of All-NBA teams. He's got 3 All-NBA teams. He's a 6-time All-Star. He goes from a likely Hall of Famer to absolutely no question first ballot Hall of Famer, and leaps Rudy Gobert as far as who is the best center in this era. Now, I think a lot of people would probably already say Cat was there, but I think this puts an end to that conversation where had neither of them won a title, and this is assuming that the Knicks close it out in the next couple of games, you can look at Rudy Gobert having 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards, having similar numbers of All-NBA teams. I think Rudy has 3 or 4 All-Star games as well. That all gets flushed out the window, and we start looking at Cat in a different perspective, which is funny because I think it's exactly like what you just said. It is very prisoner of the moment to just think that what we're seeing now has these big impacts. But as we look back 10, 15 years from now, the Knicks did win that title with those specific players.
And it's funny, I mean, Jalen Brunson's not doing anything that we didn't already know he could do. Cat had this reputation of being, the greatest shooting big man of all time, whatever, but he's so soft that he can't play a lick of defense. But he's the one that has completely turned that narrative on its head throughout these playoffs, like you mentioned, with the way that he's completely neutralizing Victor Wembanyama's offense. So as far as reputations and legacies go, I think Cat has definitely done way more to his than anybody else in this series.
This is his 2nd lowest scoring average ever in the playoffs. This is his 3rd lowest rebounding average ever of his playoffs. Now, his shooting is unbelievable. He's shooting 48% from the three-point line in the entire playoffs. That's over 16 games. I mean, that would be a regular season heater. You shoot 48% from three for a month of basketball. Everyone's like, this dude's going to win Player of the Month. Not just potential Finals MVP. But I certainly think he's put himself into that conversation. And, it does a lot for his legacy long term. Obviously becomes a Hall of Famer. He's probably going to get there anyways, becomes a no-doubter. And, maybe harms the perspective of Wemby going forward, regardless if Wemby wins, the next 4 MVPs or the next 5 Defensive Player of the Year awards. We're still going to look back and say, but that one time, Cat and Jalen Brunson got you, and that's always going to be held against him. All right, we'll get ready for the 6 o'clock hour coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah athletic department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zerorez. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zerorez cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZEROREZ or visit Zerorez.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zerorez is the right way to clean.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
This is also Ben's wife. Happy birthday, Ben. Hey, this is Harley calling for the Jake and Ben show. Ben, I'm sure you've heard about it. I'm wondering what your best 82-0 score is on the station. Trend going on right now. Right now, mine was Elgin Baylor, Giannis Antetokounmpo, KD, LeBron, and Wilt Chamberlain. Curious to see what your best one was.
Harley, thanks for using the call-in feature. You can use the call-in feature anytime you'd like. Just get on the KSL Sports app. You can download it on your phone. And in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little call-in feature, a little microphone button. You can do that. Click on that. Say this is for Jake and Ben, and we will love to play your message on the show. First of all, yes, it was my birthday on Friday, so thank you, Harley. My wife did call in. Thank you to her. And then I have one 82-0. I think I've gotten 2 or 3 now. Can't remember exactly who it is. One time I got it without Wilt Chamberlain. If you don't know, there's a website, 82-0.com, where basically it does a random lottery of teams by the team and the era in the NBA, and then you pick a player on that and you try to build a starting 5 that is capable of going 82-0. And it's a lot harder than I guess you would think. I have gotten it. I think I got it most recently with Luka, MJ, Bucks, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It's like Bob Pettit at the 4, and I can't remember who the 3 was. The first time I got it, I did have to get the Wilt Chamberlain with the Warriors. That's the 50.25 rebound per game season, which is kind of the hack. If you get that, you actually kind of have a somewhat reasonable chance to do it. I also got Giannis at the 4, Larry Bird, 80 Celtics at the 3. I can't remember who my shooting guard was, and my point guard was truly the most random person from the Knicks. Like I couldn't tell you who it was, a player I'd never heard of, to our point about Jalen Brunson potentially having an ability to really leap up the all-time rankings. But yes, a very fun game, and I'm sure we will see more along those lines. More games pop up that look that way. So,
have you seen the NFL versions?
I have not. Is there? I'm sure there is one.
Yeah, they're not as cool. It's a lot harder with the NFL.
What's fun about the NBA is, there's 4,000 players all time that have played. There's not that many players all time who have played, and there's not that many who actually matter, when you're trying to build the best of the best. So yes, you're hoping to get some of these teams. What it's actually done for me is kind of place players during certain eras and having a better understanding of like, oh, I didn't know this guy played for that team. Like, you wouldn't believe how many teams Adrian Dantley played for because he's on the list every single time he played the game. So a fun one there. But yes, Harley, I have won it. And thanks for calling in. But I honestly have probably played it 500 times. And I think I've won it 3 times. And maybe more. I may have spun the wheel more times and only won it a couple of times there. So always a fun one to play. Looking at the NBA Finals, Game 3, getting to kick off tonight. I don't want to say I get the sense the Spurs are going to win. I just have a hard time believing that the Knicks are going to sweep the series. Then again, they've done the hard part. They've won 2 on the road. You're talking about the Spurs having to win 4 of the next 5 when they clearly have very real issues dealing with the depth and really the specific talent that the Knicks have. What I've liked about watching the series, if I'm a Knicks fan, is they've not seemingly had to pull a whole lot out of the depths of their bag to figure out how to stop Wemby. Bang. They haven't had to go with crazy lineups. You're starting to see some, suggestions now of, should the Spurs just play Wemby and Luke Cornett together at the same time? Like, well, yeah, that's reaching. That's taking Wemby out of playing his best position to put him at the 4 and put another big guy out there. They call it the French vanilla lineup. It's like, we haven't seen the Knicks have to go to anybody except for the most part, Cat or Mitchell Robinson guarding Wemby. They haven't had to do a lot of minutes with OG Anunoby on him or Miles Bridges outside of a couple of switches. Mikal Bridges, excuse me. You just haven't had to do a lot of crazy things if you're a Knicks fan. And that's why I'd feel pretty confident that they're going to have adjustments to win, and they haven't even had to get to those adjustments.
Talked about it on Friday. Mike Brown is the more experienced coach. Yeah. I mean, he's been doing this stuff for 20 years. And Mitch Johnson had a timeout on that crucial Wemby turnover where he hit Steph Castle's back. And ultimately, San Antonio has the best player in the series. New York has the deepest roster, but the other area New York wins is their coach is the more experienced coach. Yeah. And that matters.
And more experienced players. Jalen Brunson has been in this situation a lot. Steph Castle has never been here. Wemby has never been coming off of a missed free throw, debating, do we want to hold on to the ball? Do we want to call a timeout? If we call a timeout, they can pull Jalen Brunson and Cat off the floor. So if we just go, those guys have to stay out there and play defense, which probably gives us an advantage. But I've not been here enough to know, am I supposed to just pull up from the mid-range? Am I supposed to get to the basket? How much time do we actually have? Am I supposed to pass the ball, not pass the ball? And he ends up throwing it off of the back of Jalen Brunson. By the way, that's before even the Jalen Brunson made free throws, so they're down 1. They had more time to kind of relax and they still panicked in that situation. So anyways, 6 o'clock hour coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Ross Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled